Chapter 2, Gasumurong. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. It is the midsummer season, Gasuyanziwu. The sky is twilight, and the misty surface of the water is misty, like a fairyland. A handsome young man in white is meditating and practicing energy. I saw this man breathing and vomiting, meditation in my heart and deciding my mind to rule out love. Physical weakness means luck, heart death means life, and yang sheng means yin disappears. As the sun rose, beams of light seemed to find belonging, and they rushed to the young man. Suddenly, the young man's eyes slightly opened, his hands slowly raised to his chest, and then he pressed slowly to his abdomen, breathing out a long breath. The long white gas shot straight out of the man's mouth, like a gas arrow shot out suddenly, and then saw the man get up and take credit. Then a set of swordsmanship was danced. This swordsmanship was not a subtle martial art. It was a basic swordsmanship almost used by the people of the rivers and lakes. But this set of basic swordsmanship was even faster in the hands of this man. It's shocking, this set of basic swordsmanship 17 tests, this man actually spent 2 breaths before and after the dance. The general Jianghe people can sweep through the rivers and lakes with this speed. However, Rao is as powerful as this man. At this time, he practiced with extra seriousness, and didn't reap the credit until he practiced for half an hour. It seems that it's time to change the sword again. After dancing the sword, the young man looked at his own internal force to maintain the unbreakable sword in his hand and muttered, "I don't know what Feng Songa said last time. Did you find the sword for me?" At this moment, a small boat floated on the green wave of the lake, and a green fur girl held sculls in hand, and slowly came out of the water, singing a small song in her mouth. Listening to the song, 2 clubs, thousands of courtyards, graceful also si shuang fiyan. The phoenix nest is close to the neighbor. What night did the xiaoxiang smoke come from? Ran into the red building, flying low on the green shore, and the painting beam flicked to the dust. For whom to return to? Who is the master? Master, have you finished your training? The green shirt girl saw that the white man had slowly withdrawn the sword in his hand, and then propped the boat towards the man, and said in his mouth, "I just picked some very good for the sun. I love lotus roots, but my son is blessed." Hearing the woman in the green shirt, the man smiled slightly. "Abi is still intimate and knows the idea of the sun. Let's go back with me, otherwise Azu will be anxious." This man is our protagonist Lin Tian, but now he must be called Gu Su Murongfu. Hearing this name, anyone who loves to read online novels can guess what happened in Lin Tiansheng. It turned out that the red light that wrapped Lin Tian's soul at that time didn't even know why he traversed time and space through that crack and brought Lin Tian's soul to this dragon world, but because Lin Tian had only a soul and no body at the time, the red light brought Lin Tian's soul to a child who had just died, and then the red light integrated himself into the body. Just after Lin Tian merged into his soul, he gradually woke up. When Lin Tian opened his eyes, the first thought was that he hadn't died yet. This might be a good person with good rewards. Just after Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief, he looked around, and Lin Tian's heart suddenly raised again. Although Lin Tian had never seen what an ancient house was like, Lin Tian had watched a lot on TV. Looking at the antique jewelry and antique house in front of him, Lin Tian was stunned for a while, then seemed to think of something, and then stretched out his hands. Only then did I find that my hands were fair and meticulous, and at first glance it was a matter of pride and respect, and I also had a touch of baby fat, so cute. Wait, baby fat? Lovely? Why is my hand so small? Lin Tian was just shocked. This seems not his own hand. But soon Lin Tian calmed down his mood. I saw Lin Tian Shen took a breath and closed his eyes for a few breaths, then muttered to himself, "Crossed? I didn't expect it to exist, it would happen to myself." Lin Tian is no stranger to crossing. It can be said that in addition to watching Superman, Lin Tian is also a hobby of his own. Whenever Lin Tian sees the protagonist of the network novel step by step through his own efforts to grow, face-slapping plot, I always imagine what would happen if I crossed and became the protagonist. I just never thought that I would really welcome this day so soon. It seems that I can't repay the grace of my parents in my life. Lin Tian couldn't help feeling sad. I just don't know who I am crossing. Who are the parents of this life? Looking at his little hand, Lin Tian felt like he was about 10 years old now. Can't help but depressed. Just when Lin Tian wanted to recall whether he had this memory of physical participation, suddenly Lin Tian felt a headache, and it seemed that something was forcibly inserted into his brain. Lin Tian, under the huge pain, was too late. With a shout, Lin Tian, who had just awakened, fainted faintly. By the time Lin Tian woke up, the sky outside was already dark. Just when Lin Tian wondered what happened to him, he suddenly had a memory that didn't belong to him. Is it him? Haha! I didn't expect to be a superhero who just wanted to be a real superhero. I saw him in the memory and murmured, but shook his head again, haha, this body is nothing more than a child. Now that you have become him, you will have to decide for yourself in the future, as long as you don't take that path anymore. And you can look at the original owner of this body. My life is nothing but a poor man. Who is Lin Tiancheng? It turned out to be a poor supporting role in old King Jin's most famous book 8 Dragons, Gu Sunan Murong. A few days ago, it was Xiao Murongfu's mother who had just passed away. Murongfu is now just a child. Wherever he can withstand the pain of his parents' death, his heart is naturally tragic and inexplicable. These days I only know how to practice and cultivate continuously, so that I can forget the pain of my loved ones. I don't know what the reason was. Murongfu was eager to succeed in a practice, coupled with mental anxiety. It was at this time that Lin Tian crossed over to Murongfu. It's just that if there is no Lin Tian, I don't know if things in Tianlong will happen in the future. But now that Lin Tian is here, what kind of gigantic waves will Lin Tian with a little sense of justice turn up in this dragon world? Chapter 3, Aju. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site, www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature, and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Soon Murongfu, in the Tianlong Wan, temporarily named Lin Tian Murongfu, an ABI came back to the house. Murongfu first cleaned it, and then came to the house to eat. Looking at a table of meals, Murongfu couldn't help but sniff the fragrance. Turned to a woman in a pink dress next to her and praised, "Aiju is worthy of Aiju. The food he cooks is delicious. The master chef in the court is also far away. The son has eaten for so many years. Don't tire of eating. Where is the son saying so well?" Aiju's meal was learned from the old lady, and she is not in a hurry. The old lady is 112 miles. The pink-faced woman blushed somewhat when she heard Murongfu's praise. Said shyly, "Yes, the woman in pink is one of the little clever and extremely poor mistresses in Tianlong Azu. Aju doesn't have to be arrogant. It still says that Azu thinks I'm too cumbersome to cook for my son, so it's obvious that the food he made is so delicious, and he said that he didn't cook well." Murongfu thought about it when he heard Azu's words. With a complexion, said seriously. However, Azu is indeed Azu. As a little girl who grew up with Murongfu, she saw at a glance that Murongfu was not really angry, but she didn't take it through. Some little children said wrongly, "What is this, son? How could Zhu not cook for the son first? As long as the son likes it, Azu is willing to cook for the son all his life. It's not necessary to cook for a lifetime. After all, Azu is going to marry someone. Let's cook for his fiancé-in-law." Murongfu smiled and shook his head when he heard Azu's words. But he didn't pay attention to the bitter and disappointed look when Ajuyu heard his words. Mirongfu now has no idea in his mind that he wants to accept Azuo as his own. Before crossing, Mirongfu didn't particularly admire the characters in Jin Yang's novels. In Lin Tian's view, not every protagonist in Jin Yang's novels is worthy of admiration, or a hero. Two of them, Mirongfu, were particularly admired. The first one was Guo Jing, the great man is the name of the country. Not only said, but also done, it can be said to have worked hard for a lifetime. It is the superhero who is inferior to Mammon, although his strength is not comparable, but his sentiment is far superior. The second is Qiao Feng. He is a bit careful in the heroic, just and discerning right from wrong. The martial arts are strong and powerful without deceiving others. For the country and the people, regardless of the subsection, Mirongfu can be said to be the most perfect character in Jin Yang's novels. Therefore, after Lin Tian came to Tianlong, although Mirongfu had also what harem 3000 or something, but for the Azuo of Qiao Feng never really had any indiscriminate thoughts. But things are so wonderful. As a modern man, even if Mirongfu has lived in Tianlong world for more than 10 years, but that kind of respect for human nature, especially for women, has never had any kind of psychology of a big husband. It is easy to arouse the favor of Azu, Abi, and Wang Yuan around you. And as a modern Chinese man, almost everyone must have a swordsman dream and a swordsman dream. There was no chance in the past. Now that you have traveled to the dragon world, if you don't take it seriously and practice martial arts to cherish this hard-won opportunity, wouldn't it be too sorry for the party and sorry for the country? Therefore, in these years, Mirongfu has been diligently practicing martial arts. Everyone knows that when a man is serious, it is when the man is really charming. In the case of Mirongfu, without any pretentious or deliberate circumstances, it actually attracted the three daughters of Azu, Abi, and Wang Yuan. When the three girls discovered it, they had deeply rooted in Mirong's reverence. Although Mirongfu had never been in love in his previous life, his feelings for the three girls had never been seen. Still often thinking about how to get Abi, Wang Yuan's heart, occasionally molesting the two girls. But for Aju, he was always respectful, just like his sister. Never do something that is overstepped. It was because of Mirongfu's attitude that the two daughters Abi and Wang Yuan were happy, but at the same time they made Azu envious of the two daughters and unavoidably complained. The son said a few days ago, "I want to go out to walk in the rivers and lakes, I don't know when to leave, Azu is ready to prepare some softness for you." Looking at the deliciously cooked Mirongfu, Azu smiled in his heart, maybe this is not bad, even if the son does not like himself, but he can still cook for the son, is it also good to be silent with the son? Thinking of here, Azu said to Mirongfu, "I don't know if the son can take Azu? I don't know if the son eats the food outside. Azu can help the son cook." Hearing Azu's words, Mirongfu thought about it and thought that he would go out into the rivers and lakes anyway. With his current martial arts, no one could hurt himself. He was fully capable of protecting Azu and said, "Okay, just outside. After all, it's not as good as home, if Aju isn't afraid of suffering, just follow him." Speaking of this, Abi, who had dinner together, also looked at himself with a stern expression, and then said, "Abi can do it if he wants." Azu and Abi glanced at each other and said firmly, "We are just son-in-law's maids, how can we be afraid of suffering?" "Hey! What maid or maid, you are like my sister in my heart. I won't say that in the future, otherwise I will be angry," Mirongfu said with a face. Hearing Mirongfu's serious words, not only were the two women not angry, but they were a bit shy and happy in their hearts. The child who looked down as if he had made a mistake generally glanced at Mirongfu quietly, "Oh." Seeing the appearance of the two women, Mirongfu couldn't help but be a little funny, "Okay. Looking at your appearance, if you don't know, do you think my son has bullied you?" After thinking about it, Mirongfu said, "Feng Songa said I found a sword, and we will leave when Feng Sangha sends the sword back to me. I just don't know how your martial arts are doing. What if you two break out of your name and say that I can't rely on your name even if you're a son? If you can't be famous, then you will forget my poor relationship. That's when the girl will definitely become a generation of heroines. When the girl is famous, the girl will definitely mention you, rest assured. Hearing Mirongfu's ridicule, Arjasum brave pats on the chest and said, "Abi, you say yes. By the time we two have to take a louder name, what is it called? Ling Bo's microsteps, Luo socks are dusty, it's better to call Fairy Ling Bo than Abi. Without a colorful phoenix flying wings, she has a sense of spirit rhythm, Azu is called a spirit rhythm fairy." Mirongfu said with a smile. It's just that the three didn't think about it. Mirongfu casually obtained a nickname. In the future, it will not only be a famous earthquake, but also be regarded as a legend. It has been sung for hundreds of years and has never been forgotten. Chapter 4, Super Awakening, Part 1. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you Phantom for a smile. For more tomorrow. Thanks for it. Returning to his room, Mirongfu thought that he would soon go out into the rivers and lakes, and he couldn't help recalling the gains from martial arts over the years, in case something went wrong. After all, although I am sure that there will be nothing wrong, Azu and Abi are not the same. If there is a negligence, then I will regret it. The day after Mirongfu crossed over, he began to practice martial arts in a hurry and wanted to become a generation of heroes as soon as possible. At the beginning, Mirongfu first thought of the Baiming Shen Gong, but he thought that he was just a child in his 20s. Even if he didn't practice his martial arts, he went out and ran into the rivers and lakes. If he was accidentally killed by anyone, isn't that too sorry for this opportunity, and Mirongfu can't guarantee that he can still pass through once. In desperation, he can only continue to study his family martial arts. After Mirongfu wanted to come back, as a Mirong family with countless cheats, the family mindset would not be worse, otherwise it would have been perfected or abandoned by his predecessors. And even if the Shen He Xin Fa is really inferior to the Baiming Shen Gong, when the time comes, it is no longer necessary to change the Gongfa. The Baiming Shen Gong is a first-rate quick success method, and it is almost the same as early practice and late practice. Moreover, Mirongfu also has an ambition in his heart, that is, the broken void. It is well known that in a martial arts novel, if you want to break the void, you must have your own set of Tao and your own skills. And Mirongfu himself has countless cheats, not just owning a lot of treasure mountains. If he can then create a new set of his own exercises, can it be worse than those magical cheats? Later, with Mirongfu's martial arts, Mirongfu found that during the day when the sun is abundant, the efficiency of practicing internal power in the sun is much better than other times, and there is even a trend of faster and faster. At the beginning, Mirongfu was just rejoicing, thinking that this was the golden finger he brought through, so that he became the first in the world, surpassing the Shaolin monk sweeping monk in Shaolin Temple, and even breaking the void. Maybe it is not a dream anymore. However, with the passage of time, Mirongfu found that his speed was getting faster and faster, and his strength was gradually increasing. Compared with the effect of the knowledge about martial arts taught by Mirong Bo in his memory, the gap was growing. Mirongfu thought that he was practicing sunflower collection. I thought that Mirongfu couldn't help but feel a cold between his legs. I felt a bit, then I was relieved when I was still there. At the beginning, Mirongfu was a little anxious, but gradually found that he had no other changes except for the increase in strength and speed. Over time, he didn't pay attention to this matter. Thinking of Mirongfu here, he couldn't help but calculate his own strength. Let's talk about the internal force first. Mirongfu felt his scorching but powerful internal force like the sun and couldn't help but smile. I don't know if it is the reason for my physique. This slightly feminine internal force is actually exerted by myself to have the internal force of yang to gang. However, I was a little proud of the strength of my fighter. The warrior's way is divided into third-rate, second-rate, first class, excellent, and congenital. As for Mirongfu afterwards, I don't know. After all, Mirongfu's cheap dad is just a master in the late period. As for the speed of Mirongfu, Mirongfu himself estimates that it can reach 10 times the speed of sound at the fastest, and the power is hundreds of tons. The body can be said to be invulnerable. I am afraid that it is not worse than King Kong. The internal force is also much stronger than the top master. After all, the strength of a first-rate warrior is about several thousand pounds, but it is only tens of thousands of pounds. Just presumably the sweeping monk is already an innate master, and I don't know what kind of situation he has compared to himself with the strength of hundreds of thousands of caddies of the innate master. Thinking of being afraid that it won't be long before he can truly be the best in the world, Mirongfu couldn't help but rejoice. This time I went out for a trip, I must find the Biming divine skills and continue to improve my skills. Thinking about it, Mirongfu came to an open-air platform that he specially prepared for practicing, and started a new day of internal cultivation. It's just that things don't always go smoothly with people's ideas. Along with Mirongfu's cultivation, the situation of this cultivation was the same as usual at the beginning, but gradually Mirongfu felt that his internal force began to run faster and faster, and bursts of heat continued to drill from the outside into the body. However, Rao is so. Mirongfu's internal force did not increase with the heat flow as usual. Instead, it was like a transfer station. It first increased, then did not know where it was flowing, and then went back after a circle. At the beginning, Mirongfu was still a little curious. What happened to his body again? But slowly Mirongfu felt that his body was getting hotter, but the internal force was still running faster and faster. This time Mirongfu was a little anxious, so that he would not be cooked. Thinking of this, I immediately wanted to stop the operation of the internal force, but the internal force of the usual arm like Ru Hiao actually didn't listen to his call. What's going on? Over the past few years, I have been practicing like this, but I have never had any problems. How can there be such a change today? Is it true that you are getting mad because of too much practice? But it shouldn't be. My own will is sober, and the internal force has not increased. The meridian of internal force operation is still my usual practice skills. Lin Tian thought a little anxiously in his heart, no, you can't go on like this, otherwise even your own ordinary people can't bear countless bodies and meridians, and they will definitely die by then. Since the body wants to absorb the energy of sunlight, if you don't know where there is no sunlight, there is no sunlight to absorb, and you can't stop. Thinking of this, Mirongfu couldn't help but suffocate the huge pain, and forcibly got up and walked to the nearest chamber of opinion. After all, the internal force can't be controlled by himself. However, when Mirongfu came to a dark place and had not yet reached the secret room, he felt that with the decrease of the Yang Guan, the unknown things in his body were actually absorbing his internal force. If there was no sunlight in the secret room, would he want to save himself? The internal force is dry, even if there is no internal force, what will it suck? Vitality? With a little thought, Mirongfu came to the platform with pain. Since you want sunshine and energy, then I will satisfy you. Thinking of this, Mirongfu not only does not want to stop the operation of internal force, but also constantly controls the acceleration of internal force. Gradually a dazzling sun wrapped Mirongfu, Mirongfu's whole body began to glow red, and his clothes began to burn, but the temperature of the fire obviously had no effect on Mirongfu. Soon Rao was Mirongfu with a firm will, and his eyes turned black before fainting. Seek flowers. Seeking collection. Chapter 5, Super Awakening, Part 2. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Just after Murong relapsed, the internal force seemed to know that Murong's body had reached its limit, and the internal force operation would no longer speed up, but it did not stop. It was still a high-speed operation. With the inner force running, the halo on Murong Fu's body became more and more dazzling. If it weren't for the remote location of Yanziwu, I would have alarmed others because of the vision caused by Murong Fu. Instead of being treated as a demon, it is regarded as a fairy. But everyone on Yanziwu suffered a little. Sister Azu, it has been hot these days, but it has been okay. Somehow, it is still clearly morning in the morning, but it is so hot. If it is noon, I don't know what it will be like. In a small room in Yanziwu, a woman in a green shirt fanned the fan while muttering to a woman in pink. Oh, now it was the midsummer season. It's normal that the weather is getting hotter and hotter. But today's weather is really weird. It hasn't been as hot as it was just now, and it's hot like this now. If you can practice martial arts like Master Gongzi, it will naturally not be invaded by cold and heat. Then you will naturally not be afraid of heat. The pink-haired woman said with a smile. However, it is very difficult to practice martial arts until the cold and heat does not invade. The sun said that with our qualifications, even if the sun has prepared the best cheats for us, he will give us instructions and open water to us. Pavilion. If there are no adventures, it may take 7 or 8 years. Sister Azua doesn't know how boring the cultivation of internal force is. I don't want to practice. The green shirt woman said a little bit coquettishly. I don't know how many people are on the rivers and lakes. I want to ask for a chance, but it is not available. The sun is so good to us, but you don't know how to cherish. If the martial arts are not good in the future, what trouble will you encounter in the rivers and lakes? What do I think you do? The woman in pink said a little seriously. Isn't there a sun? There is a sun to protect us. What's the fear? Isn't it necessary to practice martial arts so well? Just when the woman in pink wanted to say something, a quick voice interrupted her. It's not good for the two girls. The place where the young man practiced seems to have a sun falling down, an array of light seems to pierce people's eyes. And there is also getting hotter and hotter, and some of the surrounding vegetation has burned. It's too late for us to fight the fire. At this time, a man in the clothes of the next person was wet with sweat. The clothes were wiped with sweat, and the door was not knocked, as if there was something burning the eyebrows. Generally, the door is opened directly and the two women in the room are told. What? The two women stood up immediately after hearing this. What about the sun? Where is the sun? Did the sun come out? No. The sun is still inside and has not come out, and we see that the sun is always practicing, and we don't look at the fire beside me. And before I finished speaking with the man, the two women heard Murong Fu still in it, and they didn't take the person to finish speaking. I just took the light exercises and shot them in the direction of Murong Fu's exercises. What's going on? How did the place where the young man practiced fire caught fire? Two daughters of Azu Abi came to Murong Fu's practice place and saw a fire. Someone was constantly fetching water to fight the fire. How is your son now? The two girls, as for the fire, we don't know, but the guard here just felt that the temperature suddenly became particularly high, and then the surrounding trees burned quickly. But don't worry, the two girls, son. Nothing should have happened. Then, the next man took the two women to a high place next to them, and they could just see Murong Fu's situation. What is the situation of Murong Fu at this time? I saw that Murong Fu was wrapped in a golden light all over his body, sitting cross-legged, as if he were sitting on a high platform. The flames around them seemed to be afraid of something. They even avoided Murong several meters away and formed a ring of fire around Murong Fu, but they didn't dare to cross the lake a step. Seeing this scene, the two daughters of Azu Abi could not help but sigh of relief. The sun was just fine. It's just that the two didn't realize how shocking it was to avoid the fire a few meters away, but they attributed it to Mirongfu's martial arts. After all, in the hearts of the two women, there was a blind worship of Mirongfu's strength. As if Mirongfu was really an omnipotent fairy. The first to slow down is Aju. Seeing that Mirongfu was still practicing, Azu didn't seem to take the surrounding flames into his eyes, or even had the idea of getting up. After thinking about it, I no longer worried about Mirongfu, but it was not a matter of thinking that the fire was burning. So he immediately arranged all the servants in the village to rescue the fire, but there was no such rush. Instead, he urged everyone not to speak as quietly as possible, and not to make too much noise, so as not to disturb Mirong's practice. He and Abi stayed here to pay attention to Mirongfu's situation. Fortunately, Yanziwa was built on the waterside of Tehu Lake, and the place where Mirong practiced the exercises was not near the waterside, but it was also not far away. In addition, there are still quite a few people in Yanziwu, so it took 2 hours to put out the fire. It's just that Mirongfu still didn't mean to end the practice. And because of the extremely high temperature around Mirongfu, it was because Azu and Abi, who had the highest martial arts among the remaining people in Yanziwu, could not withstand this temperature and could not get close. At first, the two women didn't feel anything, but with the passage of time, it has been a long time since Mirongfu's usual practice ended, and Mirongfu has not been awake. Then the two women began to worry again. Sister Azu, what's going on with the sun at this time, and why haven't you been awake yet? Is there something wrong? Or should we call a sun? Azu asked Azu anxiously. No. You must not disturb your son. We don't even know what happened to the sun. What if the sun is breaking through? At this time, you know that you are most disturbed by others. We must not let anyone disturb the sun. I thought for a while and said, but you can't just wait like that. You're going to go to Manchuo Mountain Villa and look for Miss Watch. The Miss Wu's martial arts knowledge is not weaker than the sun, there will be a way. Well, I'll go right away, I'll go by myself. Come back soon, you have to take care of your son. Abi immediately nodded when he heard Azu's words. Regardless of the departure of Abi, Azu is now just staring at Mirongfu, unwilling to let go of a moment of time, afraid that Mirongfu has something to do. At the same time, there was a trace of firmness in my heart, determined that if Mirongfu really had something, then he would never live alone. But I don't know that Mirongfu is not only nothing at this time, but is completing the first time in his life, and the most critical transformation. Seeking collection. Seek flowers. Chapter 6, The Origin of Crossing. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. The distance between Manchuo Mountain Villa and Yanziwa was indeed not too far. Abi quickly came to Manchuo Mountain Villa and found Wang Yuan. On the way, Abi was not embarrassed by the people in the Manchuo Mountain Villa, but when he heard that Abi was in a hurry to find Wang Yuan, she immediately took Abi to find Wang Yuan. This is indeed the result of Mirongfu's deliberate teaching of the hurt ant in Manduo Villa over the years, which has brought a honeymoon to the relationship between the two. As a modern person who pays attention to Wang Yuan, he will naturally not forget to please his mother-in-law. After all, no woman does not want her love to be blessed by her family. Over the years, not only has Wang Yuan deeply rooted in Mirongfu, but also Mirongfu himself has fallen in love with that beautiful and impressed Wang Yuan. After knowing what might happen to Mirongfu, Wang Yuan didn't say a word, so he transported Qinggong and followed Abi to Yanziwu. Because Mirongfu is the reason for the traverser, it is natural that Wang Yuan will not be controlled, but will remember that he will understand the martial arts in this world, but he will not practice. Therefore, Wang Yuan was asked to start martial arts with him when he found an opportunity. This Wang Yuan deserves to be the descendant of Wu Yazi and Li Qiushui, with a high level of talent, which is really shocking. Not only do you not forget, you can make a difference by looking at martial arts and innovating. His own training qualifications are also a new generation of women long AOT and has wood. If you put aside the changes in his body, Wang Yuan only spent half of Murong Fu's time, can achieve the effect of Murong Fu cultivation. If it weren't for Murong Fu's ability to absorb the power of sunlight, I was afraid that the cultivation of internal force was not comparable to Wang Yuan, who was a few years younger than himself. Let Murong Fu often sigh in his heart. In fact, Yu Yan is the protagonist in The Dragon. Half an hour later, Abi finally took Wang Yuan back to Yanziwu. Azu, what is your cousin's situation now? Wang Yuan asked Azu when she saw that Azu was still watching Murong Fu, but had not approached. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Azu realized that Abi had brought Wang Yuan over, glanced at the two women, and then looked back at Murong Fu and said, "The sun's situation is still more normal now, and nothing has changed. It's just that the temperature around the sun still hasn't dropped. Such a high temperature, I am afraid that most people have already been cooked. I don't know if the sun has anything. Ah? Let me see." When Murong Fu didn't change much, the two women dropped their hearts a little, but Wang Yuan flew over quickly with light power. Hey! Seeing Murong Fu, Wang Yuan was also startled. Obviously, he hadn't seen it, not even written in the book. The practice of martial arts was like this. But after thinking about it, I still said with some uncertainty, this is not because my cousin is making a breakthrough, so he can absorb the spirit of the world, but what kind of exercise is this so masculine and overbearing? How can the average person's body can afford it? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Azu thought about it and said, "Don't the sun always want to create a set of his own exercises? Isn't the sun successful now? Is this the magical skill created by the sun? Ah? I don't know this, but looking at what my cousin looks like now, we are mostly doing a breakthrough. We must not disturb our cousin, otherwise, if the cousin loses his mind and his internal power works wrong, he will surely get into trouble. If he could save his life, he would be useless." Wang Yuan is worthy of Wang Yuan, and soon thought of Murong Fu's current situation, said seriously. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Azul Lima arranged for his servants to stay around, and no one was allowed to come in, and the offenders would have no amnesty. In spite of the fierce heat, his three daughters stayed around Murong Fu. "Do not disturb anyone." This guard was one day, and the golden light on Murong Fu gradually began to decrease until the sun was about to set. At this time, Murong Fu's figure was barely visible. Seeing this scene, the three women felt relieved at the same time, then immediately overjoyed, but did not pounce, but wanted to wait for Murong to recover the power. However, as the golden light on Murong Fu's body disappeared, Murong Fu did not get up as the three women thought, but instead slowly fell to the ground. Ah! Following Murong Fu's end, the three women screamed and transported light power to hurry to Murong Fu's side. At that time, he had learned medical skills and was proficient in pharmacology. Abi immediately picked up Murong Fu's right hand and started to pulse for Murong Fu. But after feeling the strong and powerful pulse of Murong Fu, he could not help being relieved. He said to the two women who were watching him worriedly, "Relax. The sun has nothing to do, but it's just too much effort. Just want to get a good night's sleep." With a sigh of relief, the three girls began to notice Murong Fu's current appearance, and his face flushed instantly. Why? It turned out that Murong Fu's clothes had just been burnt to ashes, and now Murong Fu can be said to be completely naked. Looking at Murong Fu's bronze skin, the muscles of the whole body are like golden ratio, smooth and symmetrical, as if there is a slight change that will destroy the near-perfect look of the person, making people feel comfortable at first sight. Of course, more importantly, Mirongfu with excess yang at this time turned out to be a pillar of optimism. At this time, the age of the three women is not too small, naturally they know what or what. But the three daughters who loved Mirongfu in their hearts did not run away. Instead, with a red face, he helped Mirongfu take care of his room. It wasn't until the next day that Mirongfu gradually woke up. Mirongfu, who opened his eyes, looked at the three girls lying beside his bed, and he couldn't help but be moved. I don't know how long I've been in a coma. Wise as Mirongfu can naturally guess that the three women were so tired after taking care of themselves that they would fall asleep beside their bed. After looking at the tired three women, including Azu, Mirongfu did not know that his attitude towards Azu gradually changed from this moment. However, in order not to disturb the rest of the three women, they did not move at all, just remembering the extra memory in their minds alone. Mirongfu felt a sense of emotion, lying quietly on a broken jade piece of his knowledge of the sea. Obviously this is part of the Superman pendant I bought before. The reason why he passed through is that this jade piece, after absorbing his own blood, sensed the loss of his vitality, took his own soul, and traveled through time and space to the body of Mirongfu, and opened his second life. So what is this broken jade? What happened to you just now? Seeking collection. Seek flowers. Chapter 7, The Most Tragic Superman in History. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. This piece of broken jade is the chaotic treasure, the fragment of the jade dish. When the Pangu god opened the world, the whole piece of chemical jade was broken into pieces. Then, by the coincidence of the innate devil Hung Jun, he got a piece of the biggest piece by chance, and then he became the first saint after the opening of the earth, and then he joined the heaven and proved it supremely. In the words of Dian 50, Tianyan 49, an escape to one, it is for the first line of life. Under the Tao of heaven, all living beings and deaths are fixed, but because of this line of vitality, there are variables. Life itself exists in the Tao, but the variables are outside the Tao. When the soul breaks through itself again and again through its own variables, it is possible to break its own destiny and prove its ethics and achieve eternity. Without knowing the reason, this piece of fusion actually merged with that vitality, and fell to the earth without knowing the reason. It was also embedded in the Superman pendant that Lin Tian bought. After Lin Tian took a knife to save people and absorbed Lin Tian's blood, he initially recognized Lin Tian as the main man. Why is it preliminary? But if these treasures want to be refined, they must realize the innate prohibition of the refined treasures. Even if this piece of synthetic jade dish took the initiative to recognize Lin Tian is now just an ordinary person, and he can hardly talk about refining. Even if the jade dish is actively open to these prohibitions, Lin Tian, as an ordinary person, wants to comprehend forcibly, fearing that there will be only one result, that is, he will be lost in the Tao and die. After the preliminary identification of Lin Tian as the main character, Lin Tian, as the master, can enable the two most basic functions of the fragment of the chemical jade. One is a storage space generated by its own space law. This space is extraordinary. Not only can it hold living creatures, but as Lin Tian's strength increases, it can also evolve into a large world, which will help Lin Tian to realize Tao in the future. The second is that with enough energy, it can activate its ability to travel through time and space, and can take Lin Tian to travel through different worlds. But now Lin Tian's strength is too weak, and there is simply no way to control the world he wants to go. Only after providing enough energy, the world will go to the world of self-made jade dishes. However, because the world to go to is different, the energy required is also different, which will be described later. It was just that when Yudi came to Lin Tian through time and space, she had basically exhausted her energy. Of course, Yudi can absorb the free aura around itself on its own, but that is too slow. The main thing is that Lin Tian's own strength has increased to provide energy for Yudi. Of course, you can also rely on the absorption of heaven and earth spirits to supplement the energy used for crossing, but such heaven and earth spirits are incountable and unavailable. Instead of providing energy to the jade dish, it is better to enhance their strength. And after passing through the world and dying, there will be real death. When the jade dish made by Lin brought Lin Tian to the world of dragon and passed through Murongfu, after feeling his obsession with becoming a Superman, he used all the energy left to transform Lin Tian's body and let Lin Tian own Superman's system. However, due to lack of energy, Jade Butterfly's body only left Lin Tian's super physique in a state of unawakening, and he also fell asleep because of energy exhaustion. The reason why Murongfu, or Murongfu in the future, was able to absorb the energy of the sun while practicing internal force, and his own power also increased, and the speed was faster and faster, because of the reason of being superhuman. Originally, Superman in Maman, when he absorbed the sunlight by himself, reached the peak when he was about 30 years old. Murongfu should be faster because of cultivation. But because the energy of the jade dish was exhausted, Murongfu absorbed the internal force and solar energy of Murongfu without knowing it. So that Murongfu now has more strength, faster speed, and stronger physical strength. It's a long way from being a real Superman. Today, it is because the chemical jade dish has absorbed enough energy, and wants to wake up, instinctively has to absorb more energy, so it happened. Yesterday, Murongfu's internal power was uncontrolled. Of course, that's all it takes, but according to the information from the just-made jade dish, Lin Tian's texture is bleak. It turned out that even if the jade dish had experienced the energy replenishment of yesterday, it was still just barely able to wake up. After that, Lin Tian continued to provide energy. Wow! I finally cultivated such a little internal force, and it was absorbed by you, then what should I do? If I don't provide enough energy for you, wouldn't I never try to improve again in the future? Can't I enhance my super physique? Thinking of Lin Tian's consciousness to communicate with Jade Butterfly here, but Jade Butterfly seemed like a dead object, and he ignored Murongfu. After tossing around for a long time to see that Yudi didn't care about herself, Murongfu knew that he didn't have a say in this matter. Only by silently bearing it, he would no longer care about Yudi, but focused his attention on his body. After the violent absorption of solar energy like yesterday, although the energy is basically absorbed by this jade butterfly, after all, after a body, the body has been thoroughly quenched in all directions. Murongfu felt that his body was 10 times stronger than before. Although not tested, Murongfu can clearly feel that his speed and strength are much stronger than before. Unfortunately, I still don't feel the feeling of flying. I don't know when I will be able to get rid of such a dilemma and be able to fly. And I still haven't broken through the innate, but I have the strength of a great consummation. I must have some chance. Let's break through. Murongfu murmured, but I'm afraid I'm the first in the world with my current strength. Is it really only the first? How could Tianlong world be so simple? And if you look at the world for 9 days and 10 places, will only Murongfu have such a unique adventure? It is precisely because of his own intention that Murongfu almost lost his most important person in the future. Cousin, are you awake? At this moment, a clear voice like a yellow bird came. It turned out that Wang Yuan had just woken up to see Murongfu opening his eyes, and said with some joy, "Son." This life really awakened the 2 daughters Aju Abi who were sleeping next to him. You have worked hard. Seeing the happy expression of the 3 girls, Murongfu was happy, and determined that he would never make the 3 girls sad again in the future. What's the matter with your cousin yesterday? How scary is it? How is your health? Worry you? It's just a breakthrough, but it won't happen in the future. Murongfu said with some spoils. I feel as good as I am now, just a little hungry. Poof. Aju is going to prepare food for his son. Haha. Update late on the last day. Seek flowers. Seeking collection. Chapter 8, One Way and 4 Changes, Ask for collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Time always passed unconsciously, a few years before Murongfu's last coma. In the past few years, Murongfu has taken out the 3 daughters of Wang Yuan every year, and went out for a trip. Everything is calm. It can be said that because the older generation has retreated from the rivers and lakes, the young people have not yet grown up. In a word, in short, the rivers and lakes are lonely. For what seems to have been a battle for a while, the rest is only calm. Only Murongfu knew that calmness represented the imminent danger. Soon, the story of Tianlong is about to officially start, and those who are in the dragon will gradually move towards the mission stage. I just don't know what kind of changes he will bring to this river and lake. Over the past few years, Murongfu's coma seems to have stimulated the 3 women, which has greatly improved their martial arts over the years. Wang Yuan even reached the top of the cultivation base, but Azu Abi also reached the top peak strength, only one opportunity to break through. However, in the past few years, Murongfu did not express themselves deliberately, and the 3 women were not well known. It's just that even Murongfu didn't know why, and he obviously didn't make any name in the rivers and lakes, but his reputation in Nan Murong was spread unconsciously in these years, and even became more and more intense. Later I thought about it, probably my cheap dad Murongbo, and then give himself a name for the event. On this day, Murongfu came to the place where he practiced. Murongfu looked at Abi, who was not far away, and couldn't help smiling. Originally, from the time when Murongfu was in a coma because of the jade dish, he worried the 3 women. He also decided that every time Murongfu practiced, there was a person who was not far from Murongfu. If Murongfu had something, he would be able to order it. Of course Murongfu disagreed, and repeatedly promised that he wouldn't show up again that day, but still unable to survive the firm 3 daughters. But these years have passed, and after getting used to it at the beginning, it is gradually getting used to it now. Murongfu shook his head, then began to keep his mind, closed his eyes and meditated, and entered the realm of emptiness. I started to practice the Tao Yiju that I have created from these years. Speaking of this Tao Yiju, Murongfu couldn't help being proud. This was when Murongfu went out on a trip and deliberately went down to Dali Wolyang Mountain to get the supreme power of Biao god of the Xiaoao school. It was only at the time that the psychology of changing the plot as little as possible left the Baiming Shen Gong. It's just that Murongfu doesn't know it now, because his momentary thoughts have caused himself a big trouble, and he regrets it so much that he has encountered such adventures since then, and he has no idea of staying with others. After receiving the Baiming Shen Gong, Murongfu started the practice of abolition without being anxious. Instead, he began to analyze the operation root of Baiming Shen Gong, the core of the mind method. Then I started thinking about my future route. It is reasonable to say that because I now urgently need to fill up the energy needed for the fragments of the jade dish, if I can learn the northern deity divine skill by absorbing the internal forces of others, I will quickly provide energy to the jade dish. But thinking about your future goals must not only be satisfied by the first person in Tianlong world. After all, with the opportunity to travel through the world, it is naturally also a long-term goal. At this time, Murongfu again put his ideas on his own exercises. In Murongfu's family's Huanxi Shui Pavilion, it can be said that there are martial arts, Buddhism, Taoism, and demons of all schools in the world. At the beginning, Murongfu wanted to choose one of the 3 ways of Buddhism, Taoism, and devil. But then I remembered that Chen Dada covered the sky, and the protagonist was to melt the 10,000 methods into a furnace and prove his way into an emperor. So can it be the same for myself? After all, there are countless martial arts in my own home, and the learning is only in the field of martial arts. Can I still be inferior to Ye Fan? With an idea, Murongfu naturally wants to start experimenting. Although Murongfu, Superman's ability has not reached the limit of Maman, but after running the internal force at full strength, the ability of perspective, microscopy, extreme telephoto, and thermal vision, high-temperature rays emitted by both eyes, can barely be used. Hearing can also be heard very far. Super learning ability, super mental arithmetic, super ventral language, super disguise, etc., can still be used, but it is far from the beauty. With the help of Murongfu's super mental arithmetic and super learning ability, after a year of hard work, he mastered the essence of all mental methods in the family. Then the next step is to merge these mental methods into one furnace, and the amount of these projects will be a bit large. After all, the three schools of Buddhism, Taoism, and Demon belong to the Tao, but after all, they have their own changes. After these years of development, they have already become a family. During this period, Murongfu borrowed countless Buddhist scriptures and Taoist scriptures. Finally, Kung Fu paid off, and after 6 years of hard work, he finally created the first exercise Dao Yiju. Tao Yiju is taken from a sentence, 1 life, 2 lives, 3 lives, and 3 lives. The roots of the exercises in the 9 days and 10 places are the same regardless of the system. Then the Tao is constantly evolving, and it is divided into countless systems. And Murongfu's Tao one trick is to unite all things into one, and reverse the process of evolving the Tao until one day it becomes a Tao. This exercise seems to be indefinite forever. After getting new exercises and new insights, you can integrate all the essence of it into Dao Yukiao, thereby continuously improving the level of Dai recipe. While Dao Yi possesses all the other exercises, he does not appear to be in conflict. It is the supreme martial arts classic. Murongfu now does not know how shocking and vulgar the Dao Yiju created by his whim. Such a holy book is afraid that the saints above 9 days will know how to it. After all, although this prowess is very weak in the early stages, it will continue to evolve in the future to a higher world, and ultimately achieve the highest holy book of endless planes. It was also this whim that laid the foundation for Murongfu's future success and detachment. After several years of deduction, Murongfu had already incorporated all the secrets of his family into a recipe yesterday. Nowadays, Murongfu's knowledge of martial arts is also rising, and it can be said that he is the first person in the dragon. Murongfu's realm also unconsciously rose to the level of innate consummation when he perfected a tactic, but only because of the jade dish, Murongfu did not have enough energy to break through. However, as long as the energy is sufficient, Murongfu can directly break into the congenital consummation. However, Rao is so, Murongfu only uses the strength of the pinnacle. The actual combat ability is much stronger than other people who are also pinnacles. It can even be said that it is a spike. Tomorrow the official plot will gradually unfold, but many of the changes are set, everything is different from the original, or other similar dragon crossing novels. I hope everyone will support. Seek Flowers. Seeking Collection. Chapter 9, actually missed. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Gradually running a trick, Murongfu felt the light energy of the sun continuously through his skin, except for a small part of the blood and flesh, into his own flesh, and the rest was absorbed by the jade dish too. Seeing that Murongfu couldn't help being speechless for a while, he hadn't improved his internal strength since a few years ago, and he is still at the top of his cultivation. However, after seeing his own way of knowing through continuous integration of new mental methods, the absorption of heaven, earth, aura, and sunlight is getting stronger and stronger, which is more than 10 times stronger than before, and I can't help but feel a little happy. If this continues, I believe that one day we'll still be able to satisfy the absorption of the jade dish, and then his Superman dream will no longer be a dream. When the time comes, we must fly enough, and we must pretend to hit the face everywhere. Well, let's not care about Mirongfu's YY. Time passed quickly in Mirongfu's practice. After Mirong recovered his merits, it was noon. ABI, the last time I asked someone to check, did the Wuxi Mountain Muquan Sword School's Dongzong School compare with it in 5 years? Mirongfu asked ABI beside him as he walked. It was Mirongfu in the past few years. Because of a tactic, not only did things on the rivers and lakes rarely participate, but Tianlong's plot was left behind. It wasn't until 2 days ago that Dao Yazi had finished playing. According to his current age, I am afraid it should start this year. So quickly let ABI find someone to check. Cough, after all, Dolly may still have Zhongling, and Mu Wangqing has 2 bitter beauties in it. No matter what, you have to see if it is not, just go and see. Just go check it out? Even the author doesn't believe it, who will believe it? Fortunately, Mirongfu is a semi-finished Superman, at least super memory can still be used, even if Mirongfu has passed for more than 10 years, as long as I think about it, Tianlong plot appeared immediately in his mind. The same is true, let Mirongfu breathe a sigh of relief, otherwise he will go to other worlds in the future, so many years later, who still remembers what plot is not plot? Is the sun talking about this year's Dabi sword? ABI heard Mirongfu's question, and wanted to say a bit, the Daquan sword's Dabi this year was over a month ago. Abi Shah looked at it. The Infinite Sword School was nothing more than a small school. Even ABI could beat him all by himself. What did the sun check him for? Dabi has passed. Mirongfu was startled when he heard ABI's words. I rely on, my cute girl Zhongling, my savage girlfriend Mu Wangqing, wasn't it ruined by Duanyu's sister? Wrong. Fortunately, the father with a pit son, may there be lovers in the world, are relatives and sisters who have been separated for many years. This sentence is perfectly interpreted in Duanyu's sad and urging man. Okay. You said that Duanyu wasn't Duan Zhengchun himself. Hey, I have Mirongfu here, so the so-called truth is still obliterated in history. Lest I will kill you in the future because of your Duanyu, who accidentally kills you. Anyway, you are not a sinful person, I really can't get started. Mirongfu thought in his heart. Son, sir. After seeing Mirongfu hearing his words, he was still in a daze, and smirked from time to time. Abi shouted, frowning. Oh, Abi. What's wrong? Is there anything? Son, what are you thinking about now, how can you laugh like this? Aha, is there? It doesn't matter. Since the Dabi is over, there will be more guests than lately. Let's wait at home. When the guests are gone, I will take you out to play. Mirongfu naturally, it was impossible to tell the truth, so Gu Ziuyan said what he said. It turned out that when Mirongfu wanted to come back, since the time in Dabi has passed, then the plot of Dolly must have ended, and there is no need in the past. Simply wait at home and wait for Haidamo and Duanyu to come. Hey? Really? After hearing Mirongfu's answer, Abi was a little unbelieving, but still didn't say anything. Has a guest? How does the son know? Who is it? You don't know this. My son, I knew for 500 years before, and for 500 years later. This is of course counted. Mirongfu said rare exaggeration, the one who came a strong monk of martial arts, one is the brother of A Zhu and Yu Yan. What? My dear elder brother. It was Ezu who was talking about the time to come and wash for Mirongfu. Master, did you just say what does my dear elder brother mean? You, me. Oh, that means literally, I have been checking your life history, I have found it a few days ago, you are the daughter of Duan Zhengchun, South King of Dali Town. Originally I wanted to take you to Dali and then tell you, give you a surprise, but since you know, then tell you once. Mirongfu said that the story about Duan Zhengchun's family in the plot, as well as the story of A Zhu's life, roughly give Arjua said it again. In this way, Miss Watch is actually my sister-in-law. My parents didn't intentionally abandon me. So I also have family members. After listening to Mirongfu, Azu said incoherently. Yet, Azu also has family members. Azu has always had family members. We are Azu's family members. Mirongfu saw Azu weeping somehow, and couldn't help but feel a little bit distressed, and he took Azu in his arms. Here, whispered. Ever since he knew his identity, his parents and his own brother will be coming to Yanziwu these days, Azu didn't know how he lived these days, and he couldn't tell how he was sleeping. Fortunately, however, he still smiled mostly, making Mirongfu happy, but could not help regretting not telling Azu the truth as soon as possible. Fortunately, Yomo Mazai did not allow Mirongfu to wait. Although he did not lead ABI, Yomo Mazai still did not know what method was used to bring Duanyu to Yanziwu. On this day, Mirongfu had a rare and elegant mood, playing the piano and flute with Azu Abi in the pavilion, and he was very happy. At this time, a strong voice came from a distance. The young monk Domazai, is Mr. Mirong from outside, to pay a special sacrifice in front of the old friend's tomb, to fulfill the old covenant. And hope to know Mirong Sun Ching Fan. Chapter 10, Duanyu. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. You have friends coming from afar, don't you mean? Since the master is a friend of his father, come in. Mirongfu easily distinguished from this voice with his innate consummation. Have the strength of the ultimate post. It's no wonder that the original in the original book hit him hard, and when he thought of this, he opened his mouth and said to Komachi. Mirongfu's move is to incorporate several kinds of high-level sound skills, including Shaolin Lion Roar, etc., and supplemented by the high and deep internal force of the great consummation. It seems to be flat and dull, but it is erratic and unpredictable, even if the voice is sent out. It can be controlled by Mirongfu. As long as Mirongfu thinks, this peaceful voice can instantly become a rush to Yanluo. There were not only Duanyu alone, but also Kui Baikwan and Guo Yan from the original work, but only these people could hear the subtleties of Mirongfu's move. I couldn't help feeling a little horrified. After I came to the Central Plains, I often heard what people say about the two young masters of the younger generation, North Jiaofeng and South Mirong. However, as the pride of the warrior, Kumomachi did not put these two people in the eye. After all, depending on the age of these two people, I think the martial arts can't be higher or higher, especially Dolly and his party, so that he doesn't take the world into consideration. Just seeing today, I am afraid that Mirongfu's martial arts do not need to be weak, so the North Jiaofeng, which must be the same, will not be worse. Yes, it must be the martial arts of the Mirong family, and it must be the reason why the Mirong family has a lot of books. Thinking of this, Kumazai, who was originally obsessed with martial arts, couldn't help but become more heated. The sword and all the martial arts of Mirong's family are available. Just as Kumaki pondered, a few servants soon came over and picked up a few to the living room. At this time Mirongfu and others were already waiting here. Mirongfu saw the four people coming in, but stood up with a smile, but did not meet him. At this time, Mirongfu began to look at a few people. This is wearing a cassock, the strong internal force must be Kumaki. Mirongfu took a look. It looks so majestic, if anyone who doesn't know really thinks it is a generation of monks. Then a handsome young man followed, presumably one of the three male masters in the dragon. This boy looks like a dog, no wonder that in the original book, so popular with women. It is not much worse than yourself. Mirongfu thought of narcissism. But who are the remaining two? Is there such a person in the original? However, Mirongfu didn't care too much. People who could not remember for a while, then compared to the dragon set, since it is the dragon set, then there is nothing to worry about. So he said, under Murong Fu, I don't know who you know with your father. This is what happened. Before Murong Fu finished speaking, he didn't even bring Jamomazai to speak. Only one of the two dragon suits that Murong Fu didn't know clenched the soft whip and stepped forward at Murong Fu, shouting, Murong Fu, you can let me looking for it. I didn't expect you to hide at home as a tortoise, and I came to Hezwangzwang over Yanzi, not to drink tea to eat, nor to accompany you to laugh and relieve boredom, but to kill people for revenge and bleed to death. I didn't want to regenerate this village here. I was a disciple of the 100-year-old Kefu of Funi Pai. I avenged my master today. The soft whip flicked, and Kara sounded a piece of rosewood. The coffee table and a Xiongfei bamboo chair were broken into pieces. Seeing this scene, Murong Fu couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Although Murong Fu's temper was good, it was because you didn't mess with his head. It was unexpected that someone would dare to start his own home. But after hearing this person's words, Murong Fu immediately remembered the two dragon sets in the original book, Kui Baikwan and Guo Yanzi. Speaking of which, in order to avenge their masters and brothers, the two men knew that they might be killed and dared to come to Hezwang. Murong Fu still admired it. But now in your house, the object is yourself, then it is another matter. Seeing that Yanji was suddenly in trouble, Kui Baikwan said that it was not good. Knowing that Guo Yanzi would not be Murong Fu's opponent, he immediately stood side by side with Guo Yanzi and asked, whose brother did my brother Ke Beijui die under? Humph! Since you think I killed it, then I killed it. If you are good at saying things, I can't explain it to you, but since you are so unreasonable, let me tell you the lesson first. When you think of it here, Murong Fu will not explain it. I saw Murong Fu's figure flashed, and before everyone could react, they came to Kui Beishuan and slapped them in the face. Bang! The two did not have any resistance, so they were taken off. Fortunately, Murong Fu had not yet killed his heart, but they were afraid that they would have to stay for several months before getting out of bed. But Jamochi, who saw Kui Baikwan's trouble, didn't make a shot. He wanted to borrow the hands of the two to see the strength of Murong Fu. Although Murong Fu didn't use any martial arts just now, Kumomachi thought that he couldn't do anything light, and could not help Murong Fu really treating him as his equal. This slap is a lesson to teach you the unreasonable. As for Ke Beijui was not killed by me said, I saw that Murong Fu stretched his arms towards Guo Yan, if there was a magnetic force in his palm, he would soften his hands in the distance whipped over. I saw Murong Fu hitting a stone next to him. When this soft whip struck the stone, it didn't break apart as expected. Where was it still quietly? It seemed that it wasn't the one who was just beaten by Murong. General. Seeing this scene, Kui Baikwan was inexplicable at first, and then thought of something. He forcibly got up, walked slowly to the stone, and pressed it lightly. I saw that the stone was intact outside, but the inside was already broken. With a sigh, he said to Murong Fu, thank you, Murong, and his son for showing mercy. This time, I was waiting for my son to be wronged. If the son had any orders in the future, despite the orders, I would like to let the barbarian do all I can to help and never refuse. Uncle Master. Mr. Murong's whip has apparently already brought Yumide to the realm. If Murong Gong's brother is killed, then the brother will only be smashed into the whole head by the dark force, and the head will not have any scars. We have wronged Murong's son. Then he limped and took Guo Yanzi away. He. Murong's son deserves to be known as the famous Murong Nan, with the skill, I am afraid that it is almost the same as the old Murong gentleman. At this time Ju Mazai said to Murong Fu with a smile, the monk is Mr. Murong, a special sacrifice in front of the tomb of Laohu to honor the old covenant. Please also ask the son to be able to mention Mr. Murong Lao to keep the covenant of the day. Chapter 11, Play against Kodomo Shikaga. Seeking collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Oh, it turns out that everyone from the Tubo Kingdom is here. After hearing some hypocritical words from Muriki, Mirongfu seemed to be suddenly enlightened. He said, I don't know what the master has agreed with his father. Mirongfu must be sure if it really matters. Follow suit. At that time, Mr. Murong agreed with the young monk that as long as the young monk obtained the 6-line sword spectrum for him to watch for a few days, he would let the young monk read the book Shanxi Shui Pavilion in Zunfa for a few days. Mazai said with some joy. Hey! Hanxi Shui Ji? Haha, Mirongfu shouldn't have doubts about the master. Mirongfu shook his head as if it was a bit difficult. It's just that the father left early, and Mirongfu was just a 6-year-old. Childish, I have never heard of any deep friendship and agreement between the master and his father. I don't know if the master can make it clear so that the kid can confirm it. This? At that time, Mr. Murong's reign was just verbal agreement, and there was no evidence to prove it. Ju Mazai frowned and said, but the monk is a monk, and naturally does not swear. The monk can swear to the sky, the monk's office the words are true. I don't know Mr. Murong. Mirongfu shook his head and smiled, naturally willing to believe in the master's character, it's just okay. If the master can take the sword spectrum of the 6-veined Excalibur, then he will take the master and take the master to the Shanxi Pavilion to see a few days, is it good? Jimo's Haiwen pointed to Duan Yu said, in the heart of Duan Duan, I remember a full set of 6-line sword scores. I brought others with me, just like the sword scores. Without finishing with Yomo Mazai, Mirongfu interrupted, that is to say, the master did not bring the sword score, but only brought a living person, but he has not yet consulted the son's name. When he saw Duan Yu, he opened his mouth, but he was speechless. He was originally dumb. No wonder when Kui Baekwan started his own work, his compassionate heart didn't even speak. So he looked at Haidamochi Yomo Mazai did not hesitate, he directly solved Duan Yu's dumb hole. In the next section, Dolly people have seen Murong. Hearing Duan Yu's words, Aizhu, who was scouting next to him, shuddered and looked up at Duan Yu, but everyone except Mirongfu didn't pay attention. It turned out to be Duan Gongzi. I don't know Duan Gongzi and this master. Mirongfu looked at Azu and asked. Hearing Mirongfu's question, Duan Yu thought about it. This Murong son's great reputation on the rivers and lakes must not be a wicked person, and the reason why he just started to do it is because the action of Guoyan first destroyed Murong. The reason for the son's furniture. Then it was also proved that it was Murong's son who killed K. Beijui. And Murong is so powerful that he must be able to overcome this monk and rescue me, so he will talk about how Jamazai snatched the sword spectrum and how he captured the things. It's just that after Mirongfu heard it, he couldn't help but stunned. What Duan Yu said was basically the same as the plot, but there was a character who shouldn't appear. In the battle between Hamo Mazai and the 6 dragon monks, there was another fisherman. When Haidomachi and others got the hottest, they suddenly shot out from the room beams with swords and ran away. Although he did not see him the sword score, but this person must have learned the sword score well. It's unscientific. Where did this person come from? Why didn't I know there was such a person in the original work? Or was it because of his butterfly effect that the plot changed so much? Mirongfu thought to himself. But now is not the time to think about this, but to put this matter down for the time being and bring it up for a good check in the future. I still say there is really a sword score. The original master was joking. The original sword score of the 6 veins Excalibur has been destroyed by Master Kurong in Dali Tianlong Temple. And Duan Gongzi remembers, it is also Duan Gongzi's business. Even if you go to the Hanxi Shui Pavilion to read, you should ask Duan Gongzi to go. What do you do with the master? Only listening to Mirongfu said, it seems that you can't let the master go to read. After hearing this, Kumochi was not annoyed. He said directly, the young monk had to burn the Duan Gongzi in front of Mr. Murong Lao in order to fulfill his old covenant. In this way, it would be regarded as the completion of the agreement, so the small monk still read get. Bang! It turned out that Azu was surprised when he heard Kumaji, and actually dropped a teacup to the ground. Master, hearing only to Azu, hurried to Murongfu. At this time, Murongfu was not good at pretending, and he directly said, "I think the master should let Duan Gongzi go. My Shanxi Shui pavilion here will not be open to the master. My father had the old part, and I enlarged the teacher to leave." After seeing Murongfu's martial arts, Kumomoji already decided in his heart that he must get the secrets of Murong's family. Naturally he would not give up easily. Moreover, he is the king of protecting the country of Tubajazi. What is his status? Not to mention that the Tubo kingdom was respected by the sovereign, that is, when it came to the courts of the Song dynasty, Dali, Liao kingdom and Xixia, the monarchs of all countries must also be treated as VIPs. Now when I heard this kind of rude words from Murongfu, I was very angry and said, "Ah! Really?" The monk set foot on the central plains. He often hears people say North Jiaofeng, South Murong are two masters today. I don't know if it's ridiculous. Today, the young monk wants to see how your Murong son has spared me. Although he said it lightly, Kumazai also knew that Murongfu's martial arts were extremely high. Naturally, he would not carelessly. His shot was a full stroke. I saw that Kumazai attacked his palms and rubbed his hands a few times, waving to Murongfu. His shot is his own flame knife stunt. Although this flame knife is illusory and unpredictable, it can kill people in Wuhu. It is said that from crossing to Tianlong, Murongfu has never met a good opponent with a fighting experience, but when he was a child, when he was not strong, he accumulated in the discussion with his four major officials. Although Kodomochi is far behind in terms of strength, it is also a good target. He must adjust his physical strength and speed to the level of Heidamochi, play with him, and accumulate more experience. Therefore, I felt the power of Kumaki's flame knife, and when I lifted my hand, I pointed at it. I saw a stream of air blasting out of my finger, but I used my own family martial arts. Poof! I saw that Daochi collided with finger strength, and actually cancelled each other, but this first move was a tie. Chapter 12, Brother and Sister. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. I don't want to admire Master Rong, but even practiced the ginseng fingers to such a point. Then the young monk compared Shaolin's 72 stunt with the sun, and asked the sun to be careful. Seeing his own flame knife, it was so easy it was resolved, and Yomo Mazai's eyes could not help flashing a trace of caution. When I saw Kumachi's thumb and index finger on his right hand, it seemed to hold a flower, with a smile on his face, and 5 fingers on his left hand flicked to the right. In order to integrate all the martial arts in the world into his own way, Murongfu has naturally studied the collection of all his martial arts in his own home, and at a glance, he knew that this was Shaolin's Fenghuaji. According to the historical legend of Zen, Sakyamuni said at the Lingshan meeting that the golden polo flowers in his hands were displayed to all the people. The people silently said that only the Lord K smiled. Sakyamuni knows that K has comprehended the mind and said, "I have the eyes of far rectification, nirvana-like methods, the reality is phaseless, the subtle methods, and there is no written text." Taking the epiphany of the mind as the first major matter, Shaolin Temple belongs to the Zen sect. This finger is very gentle. Every time the left hand pops up, it seems to pop the exposed beads on the flowers in the right hand, but it is afraid that the petals will fall, and the face is always kind and smiling, and it seems to be deeply aware. However, Murongfu didn't wait, and didn't use other martial arts. Just after Ju Mazai shot, his right thumb and index finger gently caught, and there was also a in his hand. This finger comes first, and the power is even greater. Not only will the intelligence of Jamaji be eliminated, but the remaining power is also continued to shoot at Jumazai. Jumazai is worthy of being a generation of martial arts masters and one of Tianlong's 4 must-haves. With a wave of the right hand, this finger strength was eliminated, and at the same time, 10 fingers were connected quickly, and a violent finger strength burst out of the air, as if to tear Murongfu. Hee. Murongfu didn't panic when he saw Jamomo's movements. He also used his fingers to quickly connect with each other, and used the unique Doroi to get rid of this attack. Then his hands were folded in his sleeves, but he sensed the hidden power of Kumomachi. The no-phase robbing finger force, mixed in the duo Lui finger intention to attack, but was broken by Murongfu, but also hit backhand. Hit Kumaji. Humph. Ju Mo groaned, and stepped back a few steps, only to eliminate Murongfu's memory. Murong the sun is really extraordinary, the sun wants to keep the next sun, and the monk should obey it. Yomo Mazai paused and said, since the monk did not bring the 6-line sword, then the agreement can't be completed, and the monk left. Kumama is a decisive person, and after speaking, he turns and walks out. But Murongfu could just let him go like this. I don't think the master should leave in a hurry. Just listen to Murongfu said, my Yanziwu, does that person come and go wherever he wants, or go and go if he wants? People, if you want to fight, do you want to fight? So what does Murong master want? Hearing Murongfu's words so slowly, Yomo Mazai couldn't help but furiously, but he was obviously not Murongfu's opponent. When he just played, he was also injured by Murongfu, not even his opponent now. Then, taking a deep breath, the ninja said angrily. Oh, I don't want to do anything down, but I just watched the master's flame knife skills. It's very curious. I don't know what the master said. But Murongfu thought of his own way, and he needed to accommodate the martial arts of the world. In view of the attention of Haidamo-chi flame knife, after all, from the original book, the flame knife can be regarded as a masterpiece of Shaolin's 72 stunt. Haidamo wanted to lose his temper. After all, he came from the martial arts of the Murong family. Not only did he not get his martial arts at the end, but he also made himself lose his own unique stunt. Will suffocate. But people have to bow their heads under the eaves. I thought for a moment, after all, my life is still important, so I said, well, it is the blessing of the young monk who can be appreciated by Murong-sun. The monk read it to Murong-sun and hoped that Murong-sun would taste it. After speaking, Murongfu didn't wait to answer, and began to read his own mental formulas. Haidamo did not think of fraud, after all, seeing Murongfu's martial arts attainments, even if it is fraudulent, it can be heard, wouldn't it be boring? Soon, Mamakai finished speaking again, just waiting for him to say it a second time, and was interrupted by Murongfu. Okay, thank you master for your instructions. If you are willing, you can live in Yanziwu overnight. Hearing Murongfu, he only listened to it and wrote down so many things. Yomo Mazai could not help but be surprised, but when he thought that Murongfu's grades had such a high level of martial arts, he could not help being relieved, so he said, no need, the little monk still has important things, so he just left. As he said, he saw Kumaki turned and left. Mr. Murong deserves to be the famous Nan Murong, it is really powerful. This monk, but the 6 masters of my Duan family did not win it. Duan Yu couldn't help but see Murong's reunion road. Oh, Duan Gongzi is serious. Murongfu did not expect that Duan Yu would expose himself as short. Oh, thanks to Murong-sun anyway. It's not necessary to be thankful. If we can't say we are a family, I don't know if Duan Gongzi knows his sister. My sister? Duan Yu was a little suspicious. Mr. Murong laughed, but Xiao Sheng is the only son in the family. Where is the younger sister? Okay. Let me put it this way, Lord Duan, as the prince of a country, always has a lot of children out there at the same time, and he gave birth to many children for Lord Duan, just because of various reasons. Hey! Hearing this, Duan Yu quickly responded, thinking of his sisters Zhongling and Dolly, and sister Mu Wangqing, and couldn't help being sad for a while, but also believed. I thought to myself, my good father, how much am I, sister I don't know yet. Azu is coming. Mirongfu pulled Azu and said to Duan Yu, Azu is the real daughter of Grandpa Duan, your half-sister. In fact, I was the other day. New. Chapter 13, in fact, Yu Yan is also your sister. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Aizhu. Duan Yu heard Mirongfu's words, and then noticed that Aizhu had been serving beside him. Duan Yu looked up and down at Aizhu, and saw that his eyebrows were indeed somewhat similar to his father. Coupled with the act of saving himself just after Mirongfu, there is no need to deceive himself with Mirongfu's status as a river, and how can he not understand his father's temperament? I also recognized myself as my unmasked sister. Ignoring Duan Yu's psychological activities, Mirongfu said to Azu, Azu brought the gold lock you carried with you. Yes, son. Is this? Duan Yu looked at the gold lock piece handed over by Mirongfu with the words Heavenly Star, Shining, Everlasting, Chong and Ning. 12 words, there was no reaction for a while. This is when Mirongfu Ki once again told Azu and the gold lock piece, as well as the words engraved on the shoulder, to Duan Yu. It turns out so. After hearing this, Duan Yu could completely confirm the identity of Azu, then just heard that Kumaki was about to burn himself, and Azu was also excited to break the teacup. Is it his brother's reason? So he said to Mirongfu, Thank you Mr. Mirong for taking care of my sister over the years. Dolly Duan would be very grateful. If Mirong had any orders, I would have to pay back. Duan Yu first thanked Mirongfu before turning around and said to Azu, I didn't expect that because Duan Yu was captured by the monk, he could still see his sister because of misfortune. Thank you for the monk. I don't know when Azu will go back with me to meet my dad, and I must be happy that dad knows about Azu's affairs. Me. Seeing the incoherent appearance of great Azu, Mirongfu shook his head. In fact, it can be seen from the original book that although Azu didn't usually say it, he didn't care much about his own parents. After all, Azu just knew that his father was Duan Zhengchun, and he was willing to die for him. And the last words left is that Jiao Feng helped take care of himself before he met his younger sister. Of course, this is also a reason why Mirongfu asked him to recognize Duan Zhengchun. Then Azu suddenly saw his brother-in-law at this time, and he was excited to say it in the past, which will not be the case after all. Okay, don't be nervous, Azu, isn't it an elder brother? Look, it's about noon, my son's stomach is almost hungry, I don't think brother Duan has eaten lunch yet. Let's go to dinner first. At this time, Mirongfu should have let their two brothers and sisters narrate. But although the relationship between the two was determined, Mirongfu was still not at ease with Duan Yu. After all, this kid couldn't move when he saw the beauty. Think about it or don't give them the chance to get along alone. Yes, son. Neither nor neither. I came here this time to help the young man. With the strength of the young man, who is the opponent in the world. No, no, you are not here to help your son, but what are you doing here? No, no, who's the son? Isn't it just that the filthy hair has to be shot by the prince himself? I just came back and sent some little filthy hair. Neither nor. Every time I heard a different bag of nor neither, Mirongfu couldn't help but feel the pain. I heard this sound just after eating, it was really. If it were not because of the different loyalty to yourself because of the difference in this bag, and a stinky mouth just fired at an outsider. Mirongfu had already beaten his daughter. Okay, Bao Sangha, Fengsij, you don't be no or no, this is a few miles away, and I've heard you fighting. Today, there are guests, and I'll introduce you. Grandpa is good. Just listening to the stormy evil with a big knife, he first came in and said hello to Mirongfu, then he looked around and asked, well? Are there any guests? I don't know who it is. This is Aju's brother, Prince Shi of Nan, Daliduan town. I told you a few days ago. Mirongfu introduced, these two are Bao Sangha, Bao is different, Fengsij, Fengbo evil. Although the two of them are nominally my courtiers, they actually watched me grow up, but Mirongfu regarded them as brothers. Oh, it turned out to be the king of genies, and I'm glad to meet you. Feng Boxi didn't care about casually. Neither, nor should I say, it turned out to be Aju's brother, I'm glad to be here. At this time, Bao Bailai seemed to be dissatisfied with himself and said, you. Oh. I have seen two big brothers, Duan you would like to thank you, the two big brothers have taken care of my sister Azu. Hey. Azu is not your sister, so I wait for a few people. That brother who is not Azu should naturally take care of Azu. It is because your kid looks so gentle, how to be Azu brother. Come and come. I will teach you a few tricks. Neither, nor do you see, this man is so gentle, how can he still fight you? If you break him, I think Aju can spare you. Or say you can't beat Aju by yourself, want to bully her brother. You. Well, your bag is different, do you want to be right with me today? Let's go out now and have two hands. Okay. Don't talk about the two of you, and there are guests. If you want to fight, come and fight with me. I will let you put one hand. Mirongfu, who couldn't hear it, said. Oh. Hearing Mirongfu shouting at them, the two immediately shut up, but they said that since Mirongfu 10 years ago, that is, the 4th year after Mirongfu practiced martial arts, he could easily defeat him. His 4 princes, but at that time, when Mirongfu's strength was growing rapidly, he could not completely control his own strength. Often in the process of consulting with these 4, several of them were beaten and swollen. As for the later discussion, several people fled immediately. As soon as the two men shut up, the atmosphere was immediately cold, just when Mirongfu wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere. This is a servant who came to report, but Wang Yuan came to find himself. Before waiting for what Mirongfu said, Wang Yuan then came to the hall. Sister Fairy. Originally still thinking about Wang Yuan's Duan Yu, when she saw the door coming in, the woman in white clothes stayed in an instant and murmured. Seeing Duan Yu look like this, Mirongfu's heart tightened. At that time, he wanted to clean up him, but he worried that Azu could not bear it. After all, no matter who saw other men, he looked at his woman dumbly. I will be upset. So immediately stood between the two and said to Duan Yu, Brother Duan, this is Yu Yan. I haven't told you just yet. In fact, Yu Yan is also your sister. What? Duan Yu felt a thunder burst in his head when he heard Mirongfu's words. Yu Yan is also your sister. It's your sister too. It's your sister. Your sister. Younger sister. Seeking collection. Seek flowers. Chapter 14, Can't Bear It. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Yu Yan, you're here. After that, Mirongfu no longer ignored Duan Yu and said to Wang Yuan. Well, I heard that someone will come to trouble with my cousin recently, so I came to see it. Wang Yuan only noticed Mirongfu as soon as he came in, as if there were no other people in his eyes. He replied, Yu Yan is very powerful now, and he can certainly help his cousin. Oh! With some hair, how can it hurt me? Where do I need a cousin to shoot? Mirongfu smiled. Yeah, that's right, I have some troubles here, some small hairs are sent out at will, if you still want to show the girl, and do it with the sun, wouldn't it be your own identity? Immediately couldn't help saying. Oh! I don't want to be like this for many years. Brother Feng still likes to fight like this. Wang Yuan also laughed after hearing it. Brother Mirong was waiting for Mirongfu to say something. Duan Yu from the side finally reflected from the shock just now, but he still didn't believe it. After all, how could his father be born like a fairy? So he looked at Mirongfu suspiciously and said, Wow! Mirongfu saw Duan Yu's expression, Mirongfu's fire, it was rubbing up. You mean, what do you mean? I have told you that Yuan is your sister, do you still think about it? What do you mean by your suspicious look, do I still lie to you? Could it be that you're the one who wants to think about Yu Yan? Well, at this time Mirongfu selectively forgot that Duan Yu was actually not Wang Yuan's brother. So everything became Duan Yu's fault. When Mirongfu wanted to be direct, he beat Duan Yu's meal. But I just barely endured it, okay. I watched you let go on Aju's face once, just this time. Oh, Duan, this is Yuan, but it is also your sister. Mirongfu took a deep breath and said with a grin, Yuan, I remember what I said to you about you the other day. Is it your father's identity? This is your half-brother's brother. If you think, when will I take you to Dolly to take a look at your own father? He? My brother. Looking at Yu Yan, it was obvious that he only reacted at this moment, and there was another person in the room who he didn't know. He was surprised when he heard Mirongfu's words. What? Is this impossible? Duan Yu obviously couldn't accept it at this time and said aloud, Sister Fairy, how could it be my sister? Hey! At that time, Azu was different from Bao, and the three troubled people, but they saw it. Duan Yu, the boy, obviously had any thoughts about Wang Yuan, even the elder sister came out. This time Azu, Bao is different from the storm, his face changed. Although this kid must be King Xiang has a dream, the goddess has no heart, but there are still pimples in the hearts of several people. The bad-tempered bags are different, no matter whether Duan Yu is Aju's brother or not, he directly said, What do you mean? Your son said that Miss Watch is your sister's sister, that is, your sister's sister, why, you don't think you deserve to be the elder brother of Miss Watch? Also, it doesn't look like you are weak and useless, and you don't know how your father gave birth to you. Hearing the different bags, Mirongfu felt for the first time that the original bags could be so cute. Aiju, however, wanted to say something, but he glanced at Mirongfu and struggled with it, and there was no exit. I'm not. Duan Yu was anxious now, but his eyes still did not leave Wang Yuan, just, my dad shouldn't, no. Also, now Wang Yuan, because of the practice, whether it is temperament, color, or skin, it is better than ordinary people. It is naturally better than the original book, without practice, it is better. Minute. It can be said that it is the first beauty in the world. Seeing that Duan Yu was still looking at Yu Yan, Mirongfu was in no mood. He patiently told Duan Yu what happened between his aunt Li King Gluo and his father Duan Zhengchun. I thought that I must tidy up this kid, but Aju is like a method here, it should not be too obvious. Cousin. Wang Yuan, obviously frightened by Duan Yu's eyes, is this his own brother? Wang Yuan, who had no experience, could not bear such a look, so he wanted to move Mirongfu a little around and shouted to Mirongfu. Just when Mirongfu tried to find a way to tidy up, there was a noise outside the door once, and Mirongfu couldn't help smiling slightly. There was a way. It turned out that because Mirongfu's cheap old man of 10,000 years, the son of two pits in Tianlong, Mirongbo casually killed people, causing others to seek revenge and come to Yanziwu. Well. Yes, if you will cooperate with me later and say no, I won't care about you breaking into Yanziwu and making my Yanziwu a mess. Forgive you once. If you cooperate well, explain to you I am not a murderer, nor is it impossible. Mirong Fu couldn't help thinking. Grandpa Master. Fengbo Evil also obviously heard the movement outside the door and said. Mirong Fu shook his head to indicate that there was nothing wrong, and said, let's go out and see, otherwise it would be bad if we messed up the house. Speaking of Mirong Fu ignored it, some of Duan Yu, who was insane, took the crowd to the door. I saw this group of people, 18 or 9, holding a long knife in hand. Mirong Fu looked at the knife of the leader and changed his guess. This man is Yao Bodang, the owner of the Qinjiazai village in Yunzhou. The most famous martial art is the Wuhu broken door knife. This skill is still the best in the second class. Mirong Fu is trying to integrate it into the road. When I saw it, I still remember it clearly. After Qin Gongwang created the 64 tricks of the door-breaking knife at that time, future generations forgot 5 tricks, and heard that only 59 tricks passed down. If there are these last 5 tricks, they are barely first class. At that time, Yao Bo, who took the lead when he saw the person, said first, I don't know which one is Mirong, but the next person is coming to find. At this moment, there was another noise, a group of more than 20 people, came bustling and came over, but when they saw this group of people, they all wore white robes and listened to their accent but were from Sichuan. One of them saw the situation here and apparently regarded Yao Bodang and others as the people on the side of Mirong Fu, so he said politely, I am a person from the Qingcheng school, but this time I came to the son of Mirong inquiring about a murder on the rivers and lakes. I don't know who is Mirong's son. Please see you again. Seeking collection. Seek flowers. Chapter 15, this time the thoughts come to light. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. I decided to borrow this group of people's hands to clean up Duan Yu. Mirong Fu naturally would not. As I thought before, he directly took the thunder to clean up these people. So he said, here is Gusu Mirong Fu. I don't know why you came here. Are you, Nan Mirong? This is the first arrival of Yao Bodang, it is worthy of the legendary younger generation, one of the 2 masters. Today, I don't want any circle with your Mirong son, I Yao Bodang came from a blood feud. The man in my village died a few months ago from his own stunt 5 tigers broken door knife, and this world can use my own 5 tigers broken door knife, kill me in the village, it's not your Susu Mirong's family. The people in my village are the best players in the village, but one after the other, only 2 knives were killed. And you are a baby. It's too small, I don't think he has such skill, so I think your old man, Su Mirongbo, has taken it. Please also ask your son, Mirong, to call out Mr. Mirong and confront me. Hey! The old kid was guessing right. The people in your family said it was true. The father killed him. But what does it mean that I am young and have insufficient skills? If I kill you, I still need this second move. However, Mirong Fu didn't attack, but a group of people turned around and asked back, so I don't know why you came here. This was a group of people afterwards. It seemed that Yao Bodang and others were not Mirong Fu's party, but troublesome. He could not help but feel full of strength. Only a younger man came out and said to Mirong Fu, my dad used to break the eardrum with the broken moon cone in the 12 broken words of city near the Beatty city in eastern Sichuan last winter. The inner force penetrated into my mind and killed. This school can make this broken moon in addition to my dad. Kuma Fu only has Simulin, Zhu Baokan and 2 other senior experts. But at the time of the incident, the 4 people were all in Chengdu, and they happened to be together. No one was suspected. Then the murderer who killed my dad, except for your Gusu Murong who is known as the other way, also the other side, there can be no one else. Today I am waiting to come to your aunt Su Murong asked for justice. Oh, that's to say, everyone came to find me Murongfu's trouble. Murongfu said without paying much attention. Yes, blood debts need blood to pay. Murongfu, what can you say? No. You. Hearing Murongfu's expression that didn't put himself and others in his eyes at all, this Samaelan, exactly, is the youngest of all the people, where can bear it any more. In the room between hands, Ching Cheng sent moon-breaking cone in the 12 broken stunts of the word city to attack Murong. Murongfu smiled slightly, and everything was under control. With a slap, he pulled the Samaelan away and fell beside Duan Yu. This time it really woke up Duan Yu who had been muddled from the beginning. You guys are. Was this when Duan Yu was speaking? Murongfu walked between Duan Yu and Azu, blocking Azu and others behind, interrupting Duan Yu and saying, why do you want to start? You are like this if there are many people, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed for being bullied after being spread? At this time, in the Qing Cheng faction, 2 tall and thin old men came out. When they saw that Murongfu had just dropped Samaelan so easily, they believed that they were alone and no one was an opponent. Then, he said, "Hi, my Qing Cheng faction came here for revenge. Naturally, I don't need to talk about the rules of the rivers and lakes. I just want to swarm. I don't know what Yao Zezhu thinks. My Qin Jiazai naturally wanted to ask Mr. Murongfu for justice. I think Mr. Murong would still call it. Mr. Murong called it well. Otherwise, I can't say it. I had to use it." But Yao Bodang thought of himself the matter came to fight for revenge, fight early and late, and Murongfu's martial arts are so high strength, I am afraid that you and others need to join forces to be able to beat the enemy, so he said. He he. Murong replied to the words of the two, but just smiled softly. Dare you despise me to wait, do it. Wait a minute. Don't do it, don't do it. The Buddhist scriptures say there are 4 countlessnesses, 1 kindness, 2 compassion, 3 joys, and 4 sheds. What do these 4 countlessnesses certainly understand? The heart of joy to be kind, to lift the painful heart to sorrow, to rejoice all beings to be happy from the suffering and joy, and to be equal to all beings to grievance and love. For those who have unlimited life Buddha, Amitabha. Amitabha, Amitabha. Who is this kid? What are you talking about here? In the next section of the reputation, it's just that you have something to say. Everyone said that Murong brother murdered. I don't know if there is evidence. How could Murong brother kill people casually? There must be some misunderstanding. Brother Murong? Is your kid Murongfu's group? Samaelan, who had just climbed up from the ground, said. It's true that you are doing it with Brother Murong. Hey! Since you are a gang, let's do it. He said, without waiting for everyone's reaction, raising his hand was a palm, hitting Duan Yu. This reputation was instinctively wanted. Ling Bo stepped away however, with Murongfu behind, how could he be able to do what he wanted, without the attention of everyone, control the internal force, and gently move towards Duan Yu's direction of avoidance. Boom! I saw that this palm was due to Duan Yu, but if it was not Duan Yu, the internal force was deep. I was afraid of facing the hateful palm of Samaelan. I was afraid of immortality. But Samaelan obviously didn't let it go. Duan Yu meant to rush forward, and he had to start again. This was Aju's reaction, and he wanted to step forward, but Murongfu stopped in front of Azu, but it was a bit slow. This time, it was Duan Yu who took another punch. Stop it! Seeing that Azu was about to rush over, Murongfu naturally couldn't let Azu go over himself first, otherwise he would tell Azu, but he deliberately did not save Duan Yu. It was just a palm, flying Samaelan out. This was Murongfu turning around and looking at Duan Yu, couldn't help but feel comfortable. The idea is clear now. Mirong Fu thought silently in his heart. Looking at the good part you just cooperated with, I will show mercy to you once. But you can't let them go like this, after all, you have to give Azu an explanation. Thinking of Mirong Fu's pretentious anger here, he burst into tears. You are looking for death. I saw a shadow flashing, everyone's eyes in a flower, but no one could see Mirong Fu's movements, and fell to the ground. But in one breath, Mirong Fu was forgiven by 40 people present. Chapter 16, Songhyalo. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. You have the courage to dare to hurt my Mirongfu's guests in my swallow dock. Mirongfu said with a fierce expression, but I thought that these people had just taught me a good reputation, and I was comfortable. I still explained it. One sentence, I Mirongfu wants to kill you Qin Jiazai, and the Qing Cheng faction, where do I need a second move? I don't know where you heard me from being a murderer. If you wait to speak well, also that's all. But since I was hurt, my brother Duan said that I would leave you behind and give it to my brother Duan. However, just because Mirong Fu was in a good mood, he didn't make a heavy effort. Although everyone looked embarrassed in appearance, he didn't suffer any internal injuries. These people regretted that Mirong Fu was so powerful. Why didn't I find out the real strength of Mirong Fu before I waited for someone to come back? Isn't the title of North Jiaofeng, South Mirong a false name? As Mirong Fu said, if he murdered his father, brother, and brothers, would he need a second move? It would be natural for him to wait for others to wrong Mirong Fu. Now that he and others have been wronged, Mirong Fu ran into Yanziwu, and then hurt his guest, which made it difficult to leave. However, Simalin was also responsible, and immediately thought of these circumstances. He thought that no matter what, he had to keep the elite in his school. If he didn't recognize his father's hard work for life, he said, Mirong Fu son, just now, the person who wronged the son is down, and the person who brought someone to Yanziwu is still down. The person who hurt this son is still down. If there is anything, kill or kill, please rush down and let me go disciple. This is when Yao Bodang took responsibility for himself, and asked Mirong Fu to let his brothers out of the village. However, Mirong Fu ignored the two's pleadings, but turned to look at the injured Duan Yu, saying that although Duan Yu's internal strength in his life would not be used, but the resistance to combat was good, although he was just beaten and spit blood. However, he did not pass out. At this time, Mirong Fu saw that he was hurting the crowd by looking for himself, and at this time he was asking his own opinion. While grateful in my heart, I can't help but feel a little sad. I really have a lot of admiration for Rongfu. No wonder I was injured just now. Sister Shenxian didn't look at herself, only Mirongfu. But Duan Yu also knew that if he didn't speak again, he was afraid that these people would be in danger. So he said, since it is a misunderstanding, then please ask Brother Mirong and bypass them once. My injury is not a big deal. Sure enough, this reputation is still the Buddha heart, but still pretended to be angry and shook his head. No, these people hurt you, how can you let it go so simple, and since I dare to be in my gu soon and Mirong hurt you in front of me, just don't give me a face. Brother Mirong, this time it was their unknowingly wronged Brother Mirong. He didn't hurt his son anyway. Please also let Mirong brother give me a face and let them go. Mirong Fu, who was not really angry, also happened to borrow a donkey this time. At the same time, he also allowed Duan Yu to owe himself a favor, and to leave a foreshadowing for his future request for the 6 veins Excalibur, so he said, Duan brother, you. Forget it, let's go. Everyone was relieved when they heard it, and everyone saw the move that Mirong Fu had just made. They hadn't even figured out what was going on, and now they have no thoughts of resistance. The overjoyed people all barely got up and said to Duan Yu Mirong Fu, Thank you Duan Duan for your unforgiving grace. Thank you Mirong Master for your mercy. Let's go. Let's go. What's wrong with Brother Duan? Yao Bodang and others had left yesterday. Mirong Fu calculated that Jiao Feng would drink at Songhialo tomorrow, and Xingzilan only happened tomorrow, in order to make Duan Yu healing in his own swallow dock. After all, Duan Yu was not seriously injured, but Azu was still a little worried. It's better, but I would like to thank Brother Mirong for his concern. Oh. That's good. In the past few days, the beggar asked me to continue in the Xingzi forest. I checked the cause of death of the beggar deputy Lord Ma Daywan. Today I will take everyone to go, but after all, Brother Duan's injury has not healed. I want to arrange for Duan brother to heal in Yanziwu. It's not necessary. I have nothing to do with my body now. Since Brother Mirong is in trouble, the younger brother has to do his best to say nothing. No need, Ma Daywan wasn't killed by me. There was no trouble going there this time. And I don't want to worry about Aju if you want to come to Duan Duan. That's it, you just stay. I'll wait when I go. When Duan Yu replied, he left. Mirong Fu had no intention to bring it. Duan Yu, the bear child, was on the road. Otherwise, Mirong Fu could not be sure that he would not, because Wang Yuan slaughtered him. Wuxi is not far from Yanziwu. Mirong Fu brought Azu, Abi, and Wang Yuan together, and came to Wuxi city at the time of Shenpai. Pedestrians rushed into the city, very busy. Mirong Fu was not in a hurry. He walked with the three girls and came to Tianlong World for so long. Naturally, he was no stranger to the famous Songhe Tower. After all, this is where the first show of the object of my small hour worship. When the four people turned a corner, they saw a restaurant standing on the street with the boss, and the three large characters Songhe Tower were written on the gold signboard. The signboard has been dark for a long time, smoked into a dark mass, but the three gold characters flashed, and the aroma of wine flew from the restaurant, and the sound of the chef's knife and spoon and the sound of running the house shouted. The four of them came upstairs and only asked for a pot of wine and lost a table of dishes. I didn't see a few people eating, but leaning on the railing of the building quietly seemed to be waiting for someone. Sunsen, this North Jiao Feng, what kind of person is actually able to be on the same level as the elder son? I can't think of a worthy name. This is just listening to as I said. Wen Yan Mirong Fu smiled bitterly. The person who obsessed you in the original book is now a generation of people who are famous. But he was secretly happy in his heart and said, Jiao Feng? The person I admire today, but there are two, one of them is Jiao Feng. It is an honor to be able to name him. Hey? Can this Jiao Feng be respected by his son like that? I wonder who this second person is. The second person is a monk who is currently sweeping the ground at Shaolin Temple. Monk? What do monks admire? He. Chapter 17, First Fight Wine. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Soon, Mirong Fu seemed to feel something, and turned to look. I saw a big man coming downstairs from the downstairs. This man is very burly, in his 30s, wearing a grey old robe, has a little tatter, thick eyebrows, high nose, and wide mouth. A square national character. The face is quite wind and frost, and when looking forward to it, it is extremely powerful. Mirong Fu only thought about it and knew that the coming person was the person he had to wait for. However, the previous version of Rao had seen several versions and played the role of Jiao Feng. Compared with real people, Mirong Fu is much worse today. Can't help but sigh in my heart, a good man, a Jiao Feng is worthy. Come on, a plate of cooked beef, a big bowl of soup, and 2 big jugs of wine. I saw the big man and shouted quite boldly. Wait a minute. Mirongfu wouldn't wait any longer because of his intentions, so he said, "This Xian Tai, can't you come here and eat with me, drink a cup?" "Hey!" This is the man who seriously looked at Mirongfu and others. But this look could not help shrinking his eyes, and thought to himself, the 4 people in this line are all people with strong internal strength. The women in green clothes and powder clothes obviously have reached the top peak strength, and the women in white clothes are in the early days strength, and this man, he can't see through it, but obviously it is impossible to martial arts, then it must be comparable or stronger than himself. Although I had never said it before, I was still quite proud of my strength. Although there is nothing to be arrogant, there are not many people who can be put in their eyes by the world. Unless Nan Mirong is on the rivers and lakes with his own name, hey? But Jiao Feng's thoughts turned around, thinking that this is not the place of Nan Mirong, and he was not just about to make an appointment, Nan Mirong. With an answer in my heart, Jiao Feng did not pretend to make a big stride, and said with a smile, "Haha, since the brothers invited each other, Qiaomu should not be unreasonable," he said, but seeing Jiao Feng, he was generous. Feng sat directly opposite Mirongfu. At this time, Azu and others knew Mirongfu's thoughts, and since Jiao Feng came, he stopped talking. "Xiaoer and I will wait for 20 pounds of wine. Let's go to 2 big bowls." But Jiao Feng saw that there were only 2 jugs of wine in his seat, and he said. Soon, Xiaoer too, holding a large jar of wine, 2 large bowls came to the table. "Speaking of Jiao Mao, I have to thank my brother's wine. I'll pay my respects first." Then Jiao Feng poured himself a big bowl of wine, and he poured this bowl of spirits. "Go on." "Ha ha ha. In Zigusu Mirongfu, I have seen Jiao Gangzu." Mirongfu looked at Jiao Feng who was drinking himself, and he couldn't help being overwhelmed by Jiao Feng's demeanor. Sure enough, he was the first in Jin Yang's novels. Man! It's no wonder that in the novel, all the traversers who cross to Tianlong will happily fight with him for a drink, and only listen to Mirongfu, saying, "Whoever doesn't know the gang leader Jiao Feng not only martial arts, but also the amount of wine. Unparalleled in the world. Thousands of cups are not drunk." At first sight, it turned out to be famous and not as good as a meeting. It's a good guy. It's also a coincidence, and I also love the things in this cup, but I have been suffering from no opponents. I saw Brother Chiao today. He couldn't help but started a contest. Ha ha ha, it really is Brother Mirong. Chiao's most proud of him is not his martial arts, but the things in this cup. I don't want Brother Mirong to have such a hobby. Good, today, I should only drink him 3,000 cups and Mirong. Brother than the last one. Not to mention Mirongfu, the 2 of them, the people in the hotel had just heard Mirongfu's words, but they couldn't help but hurriedly turned their heads to look at Mirongfu by the window. Jiao Feng and several people were very excited. North Jiao Feng Mirong. 2 of the most prestigious myths on rivers and lakes today. Unexpectedly, he and others have the opportunity to witness the meeting of these 2 prides of heaven today. For a time, the people in the rivers and lakes in the hotel could not help but feel passionate, and wished to look up to the sky to express their joy. I thought to myself, that is what is happening today, and it is enough to wait for others to blow it for a year. If everyone hadn't been so excited before, after all, although the name of Nan Mirong sounded, it was mostly touted by others, and it really didn't do anything big. But the news of the rivers and lakes is always the fastest. Before that, what happened to the people of Qinjiazai, Funi School and Qingcheng School in Yanziwu, Mirongjia, had spread to the south and north of the river in only one day. This was the beginning of some people who were not convinced by Mirongfu. Mirongfu's status is truly elevated to the highest. Just as everyone was discussing, Mirongfu and Qiao Feng had already finished drinking a whole jar of wine, and at this time the shop's second child would also look at it. No need to command that the wine from the altar has been delivered respectfully. Everyone saw Qiao Feng Mirongfu, and he didn't control each other, just pouring his own wine. You have a bowl, and I will have a bowl right away. Although the two of them are sitting at the same table, they drink each other and do not speak, but just drink wine. It seems like two people who don't know each other, but are extremely depressed, where they drink boring wine alone. Still boring to the extreme, gulp drink. No, it should not be said to drink, but to pour it into the stomach. Everyone feels that this is a very human, and they act very well. However, being able to accompany Bai Qiaofeng and Nan Mirong to get drunk together is not a waste of this life. Think of here. A few people couldn't help but gestured at Xiao Er and signaled that they should drink too. At this time, some people suddenly thought that this time Bai Qiaofeng seemed to be in trouble to find Mirong Fu. Now that this person is fighting so much, then, will it be a big time later? Thinking of these people, they can't help but be excited. After all, these two great names, their martial arts are based on earth-shattering ground, and they don't know whether it's North Qiaofeng or Nan Mirong. This fight of wine is a long while. Soon I saw that the wine jars around them had already been piled up high, carefully counted, and it was also 20 or 30 kilograms. However, the two of them are now only blushing, but they are not intoxicated by their faces. Haha! What a North Qiaofeng, I really admire Mirong Fu. Haha! What a Nan Mirong, I also admire Qiaofeng. Ha ha ha! Additional change is over. 2 more changes will resume from tomorrow. Chapter 18, Compete Again. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. I think drinking it like this, it is really difficult for the two of us to distinguish the victory and defeat. How about comparing other things? Seeing Qiaofeng's heroic look, Mirong Fu couldn't help but think that Duan Yu was here and Qiaofeng worked hard to drink and then bowed down. Now he is not the same as Duan Yu. He is also burdened with Ma Dayuan's case. It must be that he can't just bow down to Qiaofeng casually. Moreover, the enmity between his father and Qiaofeng is not so easy to solve. However, this does not affect his current friendship with Qiaofeng. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to compete with Qiaofeng. With Mirong Fu's congenital consummation, it can be seen at a glance that Qiaofeng's strength has arrived, and the ultimate consummation. This has to make people sigh. Qiaofeng is worthy of Qiaofeng, talent is really high. As we all know, Shaolin Suan Si, but he always cares about Qiaofeng's identity in his heart. In the original book, he specially wrote a letter to Qiaofeng Master Wang Jiantong, not wanting Qiaofeng to inherit the position of gang helper. It can be seen from this that Qiaofeng is in Shaolin, and it is impossible to learn any profound mentality. And Qiaofeng actually can only get to the point where he studied in Shaolin when he was a child, and it is not a profound internal skill. If there is any advanced skill, can it be congenitally consummated? And Mirong Fu himself, if not his own superhuman ability, can rely on super memory, super computing power, as well as the ability to absorb the sun. So far it is not necessarily comparable to Qiaofeng. But thinking that his strongest ability was Superman, he shook his head. But still decided to fight with Qiaofeng. Well, hearing Mirong Fu's words, the first reaction was not Qiaofeng, but the martial arts people in this hotel. Boom! Only listen to the discussion. I just heard it right. You don't. Nan Mirong, to fight North Qiaofeng. Wow! Today, this trip is right. I didn't expect to be able to see the two great masters fighting. That's what it is. I don't know who is North Qiaofeng and Nan Mirong, who is more powerful. This? The two men's victory or defeat, I'm afraid they won't know until they finish playing. And who doesn't know that they have finished playing? They know the outcome. I'm afraid Mirong Fu is even more powerful. After all, Mirongfu had defeated more than 30 people from Qinjiazai and Qingcheng factions before. That's not necessarily, and it's not that Qiao Feng is a few years older than Mirongfu. It is Qiao Feng who has been playing at the border gate in these years, and the Liao people have been frightened by the wind and they know the power of Qiao Feng. But I can't say that. You and I are a few years older than Qiao Feng and Mirongfu, but his opponent. You. I don't mean that. Hearing Mirongfu's words, Qiao Feng couldn't help but stunned, but after the reaction came true, in fact, since Qiao Feng's martial arts success, he really hadn't met any rivals evenly matched. So he laughed, ha ha ha. Good. Miss Qiao Feng and brother Mirong, I have been in a long-term relationship, and I have been very heartbroken. I have long wanted to have a contest. As for friends and enemies in the future, let's talk about it at that time. Please. I saw that Qiao Feng took the lead to fly out of the window. Hey! Mirongfu was startled when he saw Qiao Feng's movements, and he responded immediately. It turned out that Qiao Feng had misunderstood him by comparing himself with him. But since he wants to compete, Mirongfu is not afraid. With a slight smile, he said to Wang Yuan and others nearby, "Take care of yourself, and I will come when I go." I saw that Mirongfu also flew out. However, compared with Qiao Feng's domineering, Mirongfu's light power, because of the reason of integrating Lingbo's micro-steps, it is more chic, just like the court except for idle steps. Hey! Qiao Feng, who was walking in front, soon followed Mirongfu. So he made great strides, and he walked faster and faster, and the surrounding things continued to recede. In a moment, dozens of meters passed. However, Mirongfu is still a chic figure, just like the court except for idle steps, the pace is not half domineering. However, no matter how much force Qiao Feng puts, Mirongfu still follows behind Qiao Feng slowly, keeping a distance of 35 meters. After trying so many times, Qiao Feng knew that Mirongfu's light skills might still be better than himself. It will no longer accelerate, just maintain the normal speed. Qiao Feng and the two did not stay away, but stopped in a nobody outside the city. This is when everyone in the store saw Mirongfu and the two went out. They were equally impatient and followed. They were afraid to be a little slower and would miss this terrifying comparison. Soon everyone came, where Qiao Feng and his two went. At this time Qiao Feng and Mirongfu had no time to pay attention to the crowd watching next to him. Qiao Feng calmed down and wanted to find a chance to shoot. However, Mirongfu thought that the only person who really recognized him would be respecting him if he showed all his strength. It's just fair if he defeats Qiao Feng with the power of superhuman body. Of course, if faced with other people, Mirongfu will not be like this. After all, Superman's body is also his own strength. But it was indeed Qiao Feng. Mirongfu sighed in his heart, forget it, just use the strength and speed equivalent to Qiao Feng. It also barely counts as a fair war. The atmosphere was momentary, and everyone held their breaths, waiting for the start of this quaint war. The martial arts figures who have just arrived are no exception. For the warriors, fighting is the most beautiful stroke in the world. Only the warrior knows how beautiful the passion for fighting is. Kong Long has regrets. Qiao Feng deserves to be Qiao Feng, and deserves to be the figure in the golden book that best fits the 18 palms of the dragon. One hand descended the dragon palm to make it out. It was really brave and holy. Under the urging of this overbearing internal force, a golden yellow dragon was formed and snarled toward Mirongfu as if to tear Mirongfu into pieces. The crowd watching the next side could not help but be shocked. Is this the strength of Bei Qiao Feng? Is such a brave man really doing it? Can Nan Mirong really take the trick? However, Mirong has no fear when he returns, Kong Long has regrets, and he can't last long. The move is in a word of repentance, and naturally he didn't do his best. It seems that Qiao Feng's hand is just a temptation. However, Qiao Feng is now only the ultimate perfect warrior, so it stands to reason that he is afraid that it will be tens of thousands of catties at most. That is dozens of tons. This Pongkong dragon has regrets, but it has a strength of more than 100,000 catties. It's really amazing. Seek flowers. Seeking collection. All in all. Chapter 19, Rematch, continued. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thinking of this, Mirong Fu also used his internal force to urge one to point to Jiao Feng's point, but this finger is the family martial art of Mirong's family. Although he did not have the invincible momentum of the dragon palm, it was also very sharp, but at this time it was just a bit broken. Mirong Fu's Tao Yi Ju is not only about internal force, but is all-encompassing. It can be said that knives, guns, swords, halberds, sticks, fists, palms, legs, claws, fingers, etc. all martial arts moves have involved. Originally, after Mirong Fu knew his superhuman body, he had no idea of learning martial arts. After all, the purpose of learning martial arts was to want to experience the life of a hero. The most important thing is that one day, you can break the void and return to your original world. Now that they have a superhuman body, what kind of martial arts do they only need to do? Be a hero, hee. As long as you rely on your own superhuman body, it is enough. Broken Void? Is the warrior of Broken Void a superhuman opponent? Want to come up as long as your superhuman body evolves strong enough to automatically break the void? But where did you know that on the second day of Mirong Fu's awakening, she was just lazy and did not practice? The chemical jade dish began to be okay. It only absorbed the solar energy that it instinctively absorbed, but soon the solar energy absorbed by the instinct was not enough. At this time, it began to absorb solar energy while absorbing its own internal force. At the beginning, Mirong Fu wanted to have a superhuman body anyway. It didn't matter whether he had internal force or not. So soon the internal force of Mirong Fu was absorbed, and then the question came. At this time, the jade dish did not have enough energy, but actually began to absorb the energy hidden in Mirong Fu's body cells. This time Mirong Fu was anxious. In this way, his superhuman body is afraid that it will not only grow and evolve, but will continue to degenerate. If this is the end, wouldn't it itself into a dry man? Immediately began to practice internal force again. This practice actively absorbs energy, it really is much faster than instinctive absorption. Soon the energy was balanced. The energy absorbed by myself is enough for the jade dish. At this time, Mirong Fu could not help but speechless. It seems that he is a tired life. As time went by, the appetite of the jade dish was getting bigger and bigger. Mirong Fu wanted to keep up with the progress, but he only started from the practice, so Dao Yukiao came out. It is precisely because of this that Mirong Fu's internal force has been continuously tempered, but the cultivation practice has been nothing but perfect. However, after years of hard work, the solid foundation is truly earth-shattering. This also laid the foundation for future rapid progress without affecting the foundation. Boom! The palms and fingers of the two collided with each other, and the flying dragon's Jiao Feng shot were broken under Mirong Fu's void. However, just as the golden dragon was broken, the finger strength also dissipated. However, the aftermath of the collision scattered. But the martial arts and rushing people who watched around them turned their backs. Everyone couldn't help being horrified. What awesome power this is! I am afraid that I will live on the dog in my life. However, at the same time when I lost my heart, I couldn't help but feel lucky that I was able to see this scene in my lifetime. Ha ha ha! Good practice! Since Jiao Feng practiced to drop the dragon's palm, Brother Mirong was the first one, able to take over Qiao Mao's palm. Jiao Feng said, another shot. Time to ride the 6 dragons. The fastest and quickest way to descend the dragon's palm, only to see Qiao Feng slammed on the ground with his feet. His body seemed to rise up to the sky like a dragon, and rushed to Mirongfu, but it was his intention and Mirongfu had a close fight. If this trick is faced with other extreme powerhouses, even the early innate powerhouses, I'm afraid it will be extremely fast. However, in the face of extremely fast speed, Mirongfu of dynamic vision seems a bit slow. I saw that Mirongfu's right foot touched the ground, his body turned into a virtual shadow in an instant, his right hand became a fist, and a fist hit Qiao Feng. Bang! Qiao Feng has been able to use his inner strength without wasting anything. Even if Mirongfu has the congenital consummation level, it would be difficult to overcome Qiao Feng without other factors. Unconsciously, Mirongfu had already used almost twice the speed of sound, surpassing the speed attained by the ultimate perfection, wrestling with Qiao Feng. But Qiao Feng's martial arts talent is high, and his fighting consciousness is absolutely terrifying. He played slowly and quickly. From the beginning, he seemed to be defeated at any time. Now, he has moved back to the war. Although it is still inferior because of speed, it is not so easy to lose in a short time. Mayun is not raining. The most magnificent and beautiful trick in the palm of the dragon is also the most intensive attack and defense trick. It is as vigorous as the dense rain, making people feel like a fairyland. Under the palm of his hand, it was like an inescapable neighborhood, forming a tight air wall, leaving no space for the enemy. It can defend the enemy's attack in all directions, and attack the enemy in all directions, not letting the enemy escape. Seeing Qiao Feng's overbearing but exquisite and unusual palm, everyone held their breath and widened their eyes, wanting to see how Mirongfu should deal with it next, fearing that if he missed the meaning details. Otherwise, it is really regretful for life. Rao Shi Mirongfu was surprised when he saw Qiao Feng's palm. I thought to myself that I had encountered this palm. If I didn't want to avoid it with a very fast speed, or use the bucket to move the star to move away from this force, I would only have to take the trick. This palm was under Qiao Feng's hands, even as if there were no flaws. But Mirongfu was not afraid, nor did he evade. If you want to be tough, then come on. I saw that Qiao Feng was like a dragon whirling in the sea of clouds. With a burst of dragon chants, he roared to himself. Mirongfu's waist sank slightly, his hands were recovered, and his spirit turned into a dragon, his hands clapped. This palm is the one that Mirongfu merged into, and almost all the palms in his family were created. This palm did not diminish the power of the dragon palm. But it is more restrained. If you are not hit by your palms, you will pass by in front of you, but it will be breeze. But if this is the one, it will be like a tarnished mountain, thunderous and unstoppable. Boom! The two of them collided with each other in their palms. The onlookers felt as if the world and the world were all overshadowed. The sudden loud noise made everyone deaf for a time. And the intuition was silent for a while. Seeking collection. Seek flowers. All in all. Chapter 20, Xingzi Lin Zongxi. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. To thank Dizao monthly pass, add one more today. But in the field, because of the collision of the two people, the scattered aftermath, like a huge wave of waves, centered on the two, madly attacking all around. For a time the sand and stones flew around and the dead leaves scattered. The terrifying aftermath of the power of the force made everyone watching the game have to give up watching the game and evade further away. The dust raised by the sand and gravel covered everyone's sight, and the scene in the battlefield suddenly became blurred. Who won? I don't know who it was, and said in the distance. I don't know. I can't see clearly. It's terrifying. I only know what a real master is today. Good. I have lived most of my life and haven't seen such a scene. It is worthy that today, the two most famous people, rely on this strength. Ha ha ha! Brother Murong, really powerful. Xiao Mao was too late. This came from the voice of a bold tyrant. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Did Murong win again? Oh! Brother Xiao is wrong, I'm afraid Brother Xiao hasn't done his best. Brother Murong didn't try his best. Although Xiao Mao didn't know how much Murong brother retained, but he wanted to come to Murong brother's strength to keep it above Xiao Mao. Xiao Feng didn't feel that it was a hindrance at all. He still said boldly. This is that the dust in the field has been dispersed, and everyone can clearly see that although the two of them were not injured, but the white coat on Murong Fu's body is still the same as before. But Xiao Feng looked a little embarrassed. Although his clothes were not damaged, but they were also covered with dust, this time it became a look like a flower. The people who were already surprised were surprised when they heard the conversation between Murong Fu and them. What? Just now the two of them haven't done their best. Hey! You slap me! See if I'm dreaming! Snapped. What are you doing? You die early, dare to hit me. Don't you tell me to fight. Murong Fu didn't expect Xiao Summit to admit himself so neatly and inferiorly as others, and still in front of so many people. Murong Fu couldn't help laughing and said, Brother Xiao hurt me. The next thing is just a family history, and there is another reason for physical fitness, which is better than a little success. Ha ha ha! If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. What are you doing? Oh, it's my face. At this moment, a small beggar, riding quickly from a distance riding. This is called Hwaer. Obviously I didn't know what happened just now. When I came to the field and looked at the crowd, I thought Xiao Feng whispered, Qi Yun helped, there were two ideas that broke into the big right branch rudder. Yes, Lord Zhang Ruo saw that they seemed to have bad intentions, and was afraid that they could not resist it, and the order of his staff invited Darren Fen Ruo to send someone to help. Hey! What a courage of such a person, dare to come to my beggar to make trouble. Xiao Feng thought for a while and said, You must be in a hurry, I will rush over. Xiao Feng said and looked at Murong Fu. Obviously, Murong Fu was just able to hear their conversation. Oh, since there is something wrong with the beggar gang, let's go together next to it. In addition to being able to help some things, by the way, I can explain the matter of the assistant Lord Ma. Murong Fu laughed. Okay. Then thank you Murong Fu. Xiao Feng, also polite, agreed directly. In fact, after just fighting wine contest, Xiao Feng has already determined that Murong Fu is not the murderer who killed Ma Dayuan. Otherwise, Murong Fu will not be invited if he has anything to do with his gang. Yun, Azu, Abi, would you like to go with me? At this time, Wang Yun and the three had rushed over just before the test and saw Xiao Feng agree, and Murong Fu asked. Of course, where the sun is going, we will go. The women looked at each other and said. The young man led the way in the front, made a lot of progress, turned to the left, and walked zigzag into the country track and field. This area is a very fertile field, crossing rivers and harbors everywhere. I walked a few miles, bypassed a piece of Xingzi forest, and only heard a yin-yang sound from the Linxinghua bush. My Murong brothers will come to meet your lord after an appointment of 15 minutes. Waiting for this? Isn't this intentional avoidance? Are you timid and afraid of things? It doesn't matter, isn't it tired that my Murong brothers go empty-handed? What is the truth? What is the truth? Wow! Hearing this sound, Murong Fu browed for a time. Didn't you tell him not to come over? Why is it still here? Obviously hearing this, Xiao Feng also reacted and looked at Murong Fu. Murong Fu shook his head and smiled bitterly, what I'm talking about is my third brother Bao, but I don't know how they came here. I will go and see. Speaking of Murong Fu's luck, he speeded up and came to where they spoke. Hey, son? Why are you alone? miswatch them. This was asked by different packages. Why did you come here? I didn't say that, did I handle it myself? Oh, it's not that we came here deliberately, but that Lao Feng and I wanted to come to Wuxi to do a little thing. We encountered it when we knew it. This group of people called Huazizi had a party and this happened. Really? Mirongfu nodded, thought for a while, and said, you guys. Come and come. But it shouldn't be such a mess. I want to know that I am very admired for Zhou's helper. We messed up there, and it was clearly that. Xiao Fengming knew that my grandfather, you asked him to meet today, but you are not waiting here. It's just too bad for you. Ha ha ha. It turned out to be Mr. Bao-san. What Mr. Bao-san said was that Mr. Xiao should wait here for Mirongfu. He apologized to Mr. Bao-san. This is Xiao Feng who has come over, only Xiao Feng said. Where did Brother Bao cause trouble to Brother Xiao? I will pay Brother Xiao's guilt on behalf of Brother Bao. Son, you. Just what Bao wanted to say, when Mirongfu looked at him, he stopped speaking. Mirongfu does not have to be like this. Xiao Feng also said something. Mr. Mirongfu really needs to be much more reasonable. I will admire it. However, I haven't found out the matter of my beggar helping the Deputy Lord Ma. But here I still want Mirongfu to tell me an explanation? No, you don't have to leave today. It's over. Xingzi Linzhong burst out laughing, and the 4 elders of the 6 gangs turned out to have heard the news. Chapter 21, The Beggars Rioted. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. To be honest, in the eyes of Mirongfu today, this gang is eye-catching, but Xiao Feng alone. The reason why I came to the beggars in person was that the reprimand was different, but it was just to give Xiao Feng a face. As for these behaviors called huaer, when they read novels or TV, Mirongfu felt that they were right and wrong, they sold their reputation, they had no reputation for virtue, and they were very annoying. Hearing these people's unwelcome words to themselves, according to Mirongfu's temper, he should have shot the lesson and said it. But after looking at Xiao Feng, he could not bear it, but he ignored them. You. Seeing Mirongfu, he didn't put himself and others in his eyes at all. The 4 elders couldn't help being furious. They just wanted to say something, but they were interrupted by a different bag beside them. Su Wen's fart is not stinking, stinky is not ringing, but the just now is stinking and stinking, was it originally put by a few old gangsters? Bao said differently, shaking his head, my son's going, it's up to my son to decide if I want to stay. If my son thinks, it's the palace inside, whether you go or stay, it's all about your heart. As for your name, it's called Huerwozi. Haha. What are you again? Dare to talk to me like this? The newly arrived old couples called Huazii, who instinctively went up in anger, after they became elders, they saw themselves waiting people, not respectful, give a little face, why have you been so angry? Talking about clenching weapons, wanting to start. Ha ha ha. I want to ask, who is the favorite fight in the world? The Jiangnan people don't know, that is my storm in Jiangnan. Seeing that there was a fight, there was a silent storm at this time, and I couldn't sit still. Laughing, what do the 4 elders want to see? What do you want to see with my son, or will my husband pass my sword? Saying not to wait for the beggars to help the 4 elders, they rushed straight at the 4 of them, and the stout old man in the north rushed. The old man was not afraid of holding a steel rod, and suddenly pushed forward, pointing to the stormy chest. But it said that the storm was evil. Over the years, because of Azuabi, because of the practice, often compared with the 2 women. However, under the guidance of Mirongfu's spare no effort, coupled with the efforts over the years, the strength of the two women soon couldn't catch a move from the beginning, and later overcame the storm. This time, whether it was a storm or a bad situation, as well as several ministers of Murongfu's family were anxious. If this was lost to Murongfu, a few people would not feel ashamed, but lost to two women who practiced martial arts later than themselves, and were twice as young as themselves. Over the years, practicing martial arts has become more diligent, and Murongfu's instructions from time to time have also opened up a few people to return to the Shui Shige. The martial arts have made great progress, and they are much stronger than the original. The drama has already had a very early cultivation, and the package is different, and the storm has a first-class peak strength. It only takes an opportunity to break through. At this time, the storm and evil will naturally not be the same as the original, and what guidance is needed? Seeing the stormy evil, he cleaved the old man's scepter with a knife and slapped him on the old man's chest. At this time, Xiao Feng saw what was going on, and his figure flashed, blocked between the stormy evil and the old man, and wanted to take the palm for the old man. But not to mention that the stormy evil is one of your own, even if you just did what you did. Although I know that Xiao Feng will not hurt the evil. Still flashed over, pulled the storm with softness and stood against Xiao Feng. For a time, the atmosphere here became a little weird, so Xiao Feng intentionally said something to ease the atmosphere. At this time, 50 or 60 people ran out of the eastern Xingzi tree, all in ragged clothes, with disheveled hair, or holding weapons, or taking a bowl of bamboo battles. All of them were helpers. 80 or 90 beggar gang disciples also came out in the north, each with a serious look. When he saw Xiao Feng, he did not salute. Instead, he was vaguely hostile. For a time, it was calmly different from Murongfu's calmness. The storm and evil were a bit anxious. Although they too believed in Murongfu's strength, there were many beggars here and Xiao Feng was here. Although what the two populations say does not care about Xiao Feng or something. But after all these years, I often listened to my son's admiration for Xiao Feng, and I still recognized Xiao Feng's strength, thinking that Xiao Feng was invincible, his son, but he could also hold back. It's nothing, but how should Wang Niang, Azu, and Abi get out? However, at this time, as in the original book, Xiao Feng was the most surprised. In Xiao Feng's heart, these people are all helpers. Ping Su has great respect for himself. As long as he sees them from afar, he has rushed over to salute, but today suddenly, even the helper is not called? He was very puzzled, and saw that the west and south heads also rushed to dozens of gangs. In a short time, they filled the open space in the apricot forest, but the leaders in the gang, except the first four, the elders and Zhang Duo, were not included. Xiao Feng was getting more and more shocked, sweating in the palm of his hand. Even if he encountered the strongest and worst enemy, he was never as horrible as he is at this moment, just thinking, does the gang suddenly suffer internal strife? The elders and the master of the rudder have been poisoned. This is Murongfu shaking his head. It seems that the good show is about to start. This is why Murongfu also has some doubts about whether to stop it, and the beggars help everyone debunk Xiao Feng's identity. After all, this is the beginning of Xiao Feng's tragedy. Just when Murongfu was in doubt, Murongfu couldn't help but interfere. I saw that one of the beggar gangs came out and said, Master Kikyang, this deputy horse gangster's tragic death, the murderer is here. Why not lead the gang and hold him waiting? Xiao Feng saw Xuan Guangqing's question. Although he was worried about the civil turmoil in his heart, he didn't know what was going on, and he planned to change constantly, and immediately said, My brothers, everything is now on the rivers and lakes. It is rumored that I helped Deputy Vice Mama died of Gusu Murong's way and returned him, but now Chiao Mao can be sure that the Murong brothers are bright and handsome men. Matter? Chiao Mao dare to guarantee his life, he is not the real murderer who hurt Ma's assistant. Hearing Xiao Feng's words, Murongfu couldn't help but feel a little moved. Under such circumstances, without any evidence, Xiao Feng still did not forget to defend himself. Chapter 22, Face Slam. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Xiao Feng has always said a lot in the beggar gang, always talking about things and never missed them. He has won the trust of the people in the gang, because Xiao Feng thought he said so, even as his life is a guarantee to help the public. Even if we don't believe it, we will carefully consider one or two, but whoever knows that he said this, the gang members here are okay, but later the ordinary gang members or the four elders are all full of faces of disappointment. This is Chuan Guanqing, who is most observant and eloquent, knowing that it is time for himself to speak, so he said, Xiao Feng, we originally suspected that this Murong Fu has never had any hatred and no complaints with our gangsters, and even more forgiveness with the deputy Ma. If you don't know each other, how could you kill the deputy gang master? But now it seems that you two are so familiar, even if it is still a life and death relationship, then you are the real murderer of the deputy gang master, right? Murong Fu is nothing but an accomplice to your knife. Hearing Chuan Guanqing's words, Xiao Feng saw that everyone hadn't called his name directly for Chuan Guanqing. What he said, he was sure that the gang was afraid that something really happened. But for now, let's go step by step. Just when Xiao Feng wanted to say something, Murong Fu thought about what he had to say, so he took a step and said, whoever is calling you, please call it. I don't know how do you know that Ma Dayuan was killed by Murong Fu, or that you saw it with your own eyes. Someone wronged me Murong Fu in the past few days, but in the end all the facts proved that Murong Fu was wronged. Who doesn't know, what is the proof of your Murong Fu? It's true that you only need one trick to kill the Qing Cheng faction and others, and you can justify yourself according to your martial arts, but my deputy gang leader is also a trick to kill. I don't know if you Murong Fu, how do you explain it? As he said this, the more he said, the more he said, and the more he said, he pointed directly to the evidence he wanted later. At this time, Murong Fu was on fire. The reason why I came to the beggar gang was because Xiao Feng was all right. You are completely clear about what you are, and you talked to yourself like this. And no longer gave Xiao Feng a face. I saw that Murong Fu seemed to be afraid of flies, and slapped it on Chuan Guanqing's face. Snapped. Everyone saw Chuan Guanqing's face that was being talked about, and the response was 5 red fingerprints, which was clearly slapped by Murong Fu. For a time, the whole scene was quiet, and no one thought that Murong Fu would be able to clear the whole crown in this scene, and dare to clear the whole crown. And it was still a slap, hit in the face. To know that the people of martial arts have the most important face, they would rather be stabbed with a knife than by others. Moreover, the face is a crucial place. However, anyone who can hit the enemy's face can almost take the life of the other party, and almost no one does this, because this means that he has committed a dead enemy. For the enemy, only the dead enemy is the good enemy. For a time, Chuan Guanqing's face was blue and white for a while. Since joining the beggars, Chuan Guanqing has read books with his own youth. He is smart and will look at his eyes and rise all the way. He was so insulted that he couldn't say a word. However, I thought that Murong just started, although there is a suspicion of sneak attack, but after all, the face is the key point. As a warrior, naturally it is an instinctive defense at any time. But just Murong replayed on his face, but now he still hasn't figured out what is going on. Fear of death prevailed, but if you want to do that, the whole crown can't be more angry. After a little thought, he retreated. Behind the 4 elders, he said again, Murong Fu, how could it be taken down by me, and I can't bear to kill me? Brothers, you must know the truth now. Okay. Murong Fu is the murderer who killed Ma's deputy helper. Everyone is not in the realm of dog bats, one Murong Fu. This is the reaction of the beggar gang talents from the things that happened just now, and it was suddenly furious, and it is not said whether the deputy Lord Ma was killed by your Murongfu, but today you dare to face me as many people as me, beating me. The beggar helps the rudder's face. It's simply not giving me a face. In particular, the elders of the beggar gang set their minds, whether or not Murongfu killed my deputy gang helper, today I would like to leave like this. Only one of the elders said, not the dog formation, get me Murongfu. This is the reaction of Jiao Feng. I didn't know what to say for a while, but when I thought of Murongfu's martial arts, I said, stop it. All brothers don't do it, and brother Murong, please look at my face. Go, don't worry about me brothers. Jiao Feng. Now you still have to help him Murongfu. The brothers, Jiao Feng's affairs will be discussed later, and Murongfu will be cleared up first. At that time, the elder Naxi said. At this time, among the beggars and gangs on all sides of the southeast and northwest, more than 10 people and more than 20 people ran out of each place, each holding a sword and surrounding Murongfu. Elder Chen sang in a long voice, Brother Nan comes to beg, oh. He sings the beggar's begging tune, but he is actually issuing an attack order. Dozens of beggars standing at the head of the south each lifted their swords, and waited for Elder Chen's song to fall, and immediately surged. At this time, the beggar gang didn't even listen to Jiao Feng's order, and he immediately formed a battle and retaliated to Murong. Seeing here, Murongfu was not angry and upset, and I was really sad because I had to give Jiao Feng a face. I couldn't find a chance to clean up you, and I took the initiative to come to the door, but since you want to owe it, it's not easy to refuse yourself no, so he said, Brother Chiao. This is not that Murongfu will not give you a face, but your people are not obedient, and then Murongfu will teach them for you. Your beggars are more bullying and less bullying. I will return you back and forth with different packages. Murongfu finished, before Chiao Feng answered. Ha ha ha. Brother Bao, Brother Feng, you take care of Yuan, Azu, and Abi. You can't hurt me with these hairs. Murongfu said with a rare domineering attitude. Hearing such arrogant words from Murongfu, the beggars help his disciples to be anxious for a short time. They simply don't take me more into their eyes. I wait to admit that your Murongfu's martial skills are brilliant, but don't I wait to do more people. Why do you want to fight Murongfu? For a time, everyone did not wait for the elders to issue orders, but it seemed that they had practiced countless times. Po was in a tacit agreement, and it was Murongfu who had to pay the price. Seek flowers. Seeking collection. Seeking a reward. All in all. Chapter 23, See you again. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you for the 3 monthly tickets. Ying Yang Yuan does not understand. Add 2 more today. Oh. Murongfu smiled slightly when he saw the reaction of the beggars. If he was just an ordinary martial arts practitioner who had a great consummation, he would have the fighting power of Jiao Feng. These disciples who went on to fight with dogs are also very difficult. After all, as one of the treasures of the beggar gang, how easy is it to fight dog formation? But don't forget, Murongfu's superhuman body. According to Murongfu's understanding of martial arts in recent years, every time a martial arts rises a big step, its strength is increased tenfold. Although his superhuman body is only in its early stages, he is probably stronger than Wu Daoxiu, who is at the top of his great consummation level, and has several orders, and his own steel body is standing still here. These people fought, fearing that they would hurt themselves. But it's not Murongfu's character to sit still. Thinking of this, I saw Murong's rebirth, and everyone only felt a shadow flashed, and there would be no future. Papa! A face slap sounded almost at the same time. Not waiting for everyone's reaction, this beggar gang disciple felt a strong attack from his cheek and chest. Then, the beggar gang disciples who had just gathered around all of a sudden flew away with 5 red fingerprints on their faces. The dog batting array, which was regarded as the treasure of the town gang, was so easily destroyed by Murong. This time, without mentioning the people who were put, it was the people who did not do it. At this time, there was a wave of turbulence in my heart. The scene was quiet for a time, and everyone was shocked to be speechless. He just clenched his weapon and planned to move forward when Murong Fu had something to do. Bao, etc., was surprised to know what to say. They knew that Murong Fu's martial arts were unfathomable. As early as a few years ago, they were already invisible, but they still felt that they could win the brother and wait for others, but they might not be too much. But today, they completely subverted their understanding. Murong Fu was so easy, so violent, so simple, so inhumane, so tragic, it broke the strongest frontal array method of the beggars for thousands of years. This is the dog array. Strength, I am afraid that the old master is resurrected, I am afraid that I can't solve Murong Fu's move. And Xiao Feng was shocked at this time, but at the same time, it was also a bitter smile. It turned out that I was quite proud of my martial arts. Although I didn't show it deliberately, I thought that the warriors in the world were just like that. It was the previous rematch with Murong, and he lost half a stroke. Although he admits very bravely, after all, he did not do his best. When you want to come, you should be close to Murong. No matter whether it is a life and death match or a school competition, the outcome is already in the 5th or 5th. But now it seems ridiculous. I am afraid that the gap between him and Murong Fu is not just a little bit. Murong Fu's previous competition with himself, but just want to make myself much more. I am grateful to Murong Fu for not letting myself lose my face, but also feel a little sad in my heart. But Xiao Feng was Xiao Feng, but he felt sad for a while and quickly reflected it. Such rivers and lakes are the rivers and lakes that I am looking for? Isn't such rivers and lakes challenging? Even if I am admiring Rongfu a lot now, how can I be worse than him, as long as I work hard one day to be able to beat him? Thinking of Xiao Feng here, blocking this further film of Xiao Feng seemed to shatter. Boom! I saw a breath of heaven and earth, and turned into Xiao Feng's body. Seeing that Murong Fu couldn't help but be surprised, I didn't expect Xiao Feng to be here, and now broke through the innate early stage. However, Murong Fu still stood beside Xiao Feng. The aura came quickly and went fast. The foundation was extremely solid. Xiao Feng was just a film from the congenital, and soon broke through successfully. Thank you, Brother Murong. Xiao Feng opened his eyes and saw not the brother of his beggar but Murong Fu, who was a little bit sad at the same time, but also moved and said. Just when Murong Fu was about to say something, a voice came out, Xiao Feng, as the gang leader of my beggar, seeing that I helped many of my brothers get hurt, not only did Murong Fu not be captured, but still here, Murong Fu is called a brother. Is it important for me to help the beggar, or is Murong Fu, the deputy lord who kills my horse, and Murong Fu, who hurts my beggars, disciples important? It turned out that Chuan Guanjing saw Murong Fu's martial arts so powerful. And Xiao Feng, who hadn't been sure to deal with it by himself and others, made a breakthrough at this time. If these two people join forces, what other people are planning for them to clean up Xiao Feng, or go home early to wash and sleep? After all, there are some tricks. Although in some cases, they can play a big role, but once the martial arts you want to deal with reach a certain level, you can directly crush everything violently. No way. The two should never be allowed to join forces, thinking of the completeness of the place here, which could not help but be provoked. Having said that, Chuan Guanjing couldn't help but feel complacent. Although Murong Fu was powerful, Xiao Feng would not be too bad after the breakthrough. The best of these two is to lose both sides, even to the end. But Chuan Guanjing's idea is good, but reality is always so cruel. Just when Chuan Guanqing was complacent about his own words, Mirongfu still had to take action. Xiao Feng's rather heroic voice came, "Chuan Guanqing, to this day, you still want to be here to provoke alienation." Speaking of which, Xiao Feng no longer listened to Chuan Guanqing's words, raised his finger, held Chuan Guanqing's acupuncture point, and asked a small sneer who was dodged from the side, and asked Darren, Daxon, Daong, the helm of the four helms of the ceremony, who passed the merits and enforced the law, ordered them to bring them over. As early as Xiao Feng heard that Chuan Guanqing's words were not good, and he noticed that the gang's spirits were unusual, he had already expected that the gang had already undergone major changes. Later, when they were arguing for Mirongfu, the disciples' expressions were not good. When they dealt with Mirongfu, they didn't even listen to their orders, but they also strengthened their thoughts. It was just that I didn't know at that time who these rebellious people were and what the reasons were, causing all the disciples, including the four elders of the beggar gang, to rebel together. I wanted to change with the same, but I didn't expect that Mirongfu had so easily controlled the disciples to help the disciples to prevent the 200 people from being the same party involved in the conspiracy. So that the brothers suffered heavy losses because of civil strife. In this way, there is no shortage of delicate Xiao Feng who will naturally seize this hard-won opportunity and want to solve the civil strife in one fell swoop. Seek flowers. Seeking collection. All in all. Chapter 24, Who is this person? Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you for the 3 monthly tickets. Ying Yang Yuan does not understand, add 2 more today. Sure enough, everything started to develop in accordance with Xiao Feng's ideas. Zhang Xuanxiang, who was quickly instructed by Xiao Feng, led Master Yi to subordinate the rudder, Zhang Ruod, and brought the people who passed the exercises and the law enforcement elders together. Then Xiao Feng inserted a knife into himself for the crime of helping the 4 elders. Seeing Xiao Feng's movements, Mirongfu couldn't help but feel a little touched, and wanted to stop it for a while, but when he saw Xiao Feng's awe-inspiring look, he couldn't help but sigh and stopped. Perhaps it was because of this, Xiao Feng will be liked by almost everyone in modern times. But then, when I saw Xiao Feng with a knife in my body, I was still there and wanted to hear why Chuan Guanqing wanted to fight him back. Mirongfu couldn't help but be anxious. 21. Slaughter first, then there is still some thoughts to listen to these. Mirongfu couldn't help but regret this time. Why didn't he just put a lot of weight on it? Just know that Mirongfu's behavior was just to hit the face, but the shot wasn't too heavy. But although it is not important, but these people in the beggar gang want a good luck, and no one comes for a month, but it is a cessation. But if he had just taken special care of Chuan Guanqing, knocked off his front teeth and made his mouth speechless. But what Mirongfu wanted to say was stopped by Xiao Feng's eyes. But where Mirongfu cares about this, as long as it is on his own mind. But just when Mirongfu wanted to get started, the beggar helped his disciples to send the military, but it made Mirongfu's feet take back. But just when Xiao Feng wanted to see it, the old immortal Elder Su also came to Xingzi Forest. Elder Su, like the original, once took the wax pill in Xiao Feng's hand, and asked everyone to wait for Kong Min's woman to arrive. At this time, everyone seemed to have agreed to the general agreement. Taishan Muxiang, Tan Gong Tan Po, Zhao Qunsan Li and others came one after another. At this time, I saw Tan Gong, Tan Po, Zhao Qunsan, Li and others like the original book, and began to pull the skin and put their mouths down. Mirongfu frowned, but said nothing. With Mirongfu in attendance, Azu did not speak at random, so there was no such thing. Tan Po wanted to fight Azu. But this change in the plot is also a life of Tan Po. Otherwise, if Tan Po dared to give Azu a hand, then she had only one result, and life was better than death. But now Murongfu did not pay attention to this, but thought of the next, which is the secret of Jiaofeng's life experience. It was at this time that it became the beginning of Jiaofeng's tragedy. Should I stop this from happening? After all, although these people are well prepared and prepared a lot of personal evidence, in fact, there are still many flaws. But Murongfu is very clear after all, Jiaofeng is indeed a kitten. Even if Jiaofeng didn't know this, he could not change this fact. If Jiaofeng himself didn't even know his life experience, how sad and unfair to Jiaofeng. After entangled for a long time, Murongfu did not entangle a reason, but since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't think about it anymore. When the time comes, we will see the move, and the move will be based on our heart. Murongfu was pondering here. A small sedan came into the forest, the sedan curtain lifted, and Kong Min, who was all on the body, walked down from it. This is Kong Min's woman? She looks impatient yet? No wonder you can be so enchanted by so many people, and she is infatuated with her. That's why in the original book, Duan Zhengchun learned that Jiaofeng came back to kill himself because Kong Min the reason. I still couldn't help but go to her, as if this hadn't happened. But like Kong Min, people who can kill their killers even with their own children, even if they are beautiful, are not their own dishes. Now that Kong Min is here, then, the conspiracy against Jiaofeng is about to begin. Seeing Kong Min arrived, Murongfu couldn't help but know that the climax of the plot was coming. Therefore, I also settled on my mind and wanted to act on my own initiative. At this time, I saw that Kong Min bowed his head, bowed to Jiaofeng Ying, and said, "The undead Mammon wins, see the Lord." Jiaofeng paid another salute and said, "Sister-in-law, polite." Mrs. Ma said, "Unfortunately the deceased husband died, and many of the helpers and all uncles took care of the funeral." At this time, Jiaofeng was very polite to Kong Min because of Ma Dayuan. And at this time, Jiaofeng thought that Mrs. Ma must have discovered the important clues of her husband's death, and then she arrived in person, but she didn't report to her first, but she sought Elder Su to know the judge. There must be something wrong, but I don't know. Soon the plot developed to Kong Min, the so-called legacy letters. Through Kong Min's secret words, Jiaofeng also gradually realized that there was a major conspiracy to deal with himself. Although Chuan Guanqing and the four elders' rebel gangs had already leveled off, it was clear that the matter had not ended. When I heard Mrs. Ma say here, I feel relaxed and disgusted. After all, in Jiaofeng's heart, the clear is self-clearing, and the turbid is self-turbid. He doesn't do anything to lose heart in his life. No matter what is wrong, he can help himself. Then came Elder Su about the so-called letter opening. Then, under the persecution of Tan Po, Zhao Qianzhen Li wanted to tell the story about Jiaofeng's life experience. Seeing this, Jiaofeng even stupidly listened to these people talking bluntly. But I really don't know what to say about Jiaofeng being stupid, or is he upright? Don't you really think you have a clear conscience? Do others have no way to take you? However, Murongfu didn't stop thinking about it. Murongfu figured it out just now, not to mention Jiaofeng's life experience. Jiaofeng has the right to know all this. Just seeing the beggars and the faces of these so-called martial arts seniors, Murongfu felt enough. Although once Jiaofeng's life is revealed, according to this group of characters called Huaziai, Jiaofeng will not be allowed to take the position of gang helper. But isn't it a beggar gang helper? In Murongfu's view, this gang leader not only did not benefit Jiaofeng, but also limited Jiaofeng everywhere. And the tragedy of Jiaofeng's life was not caused by improper beggars, as long as he found a way to stop him from being splashed with dirty water, and then tell him who took the lead in his brother may be better for Jiaofeng. At this moment, the Zhiguang fake monk had finished Jiaofeng's life. But Jiaofeng obviously couldn't accept it. Jiaofeng shouted loudly, "No, no! You bullshit, fabricated such a nonsense to frame me. I'm a majestic man, how are Kitten Hulu? Sanhu Agong is my biological dad, you can talk nonsense. Suddenly, with one arm, grabbing Zhi Guang, he grabbed his chest with his left hand. Just before Murong Fu wanted to persuade him to persuade, a pretty evil voice came. What about the Liao people? What about the Han people? Brother Chiao's majestic man, as long as he has a clear conscience, why should he care about these? The character of the protagonist will then gradually change. Do whatever you want, and cross the rivers and lakes. Seeking collection. Seek flowers. Various requests. If you like Superman in the martial arts world, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The literature update of Superman in the martial arts world is the fastest. Chapter 25, Murder the Dragon. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you for the 3 monthly tickets. Ying Yang Yuan does not understand, add 2 more today. Hearing what the person said, Murong Fu could not help frowning. Who is this person? Why don't you have any impression? In fact, this person was here early. When Xiao Feng wanted to insert a knife, he came here. And Murong Fu was aware of this when he first arrived, but he didn't care. But don't you want this person to come up with such a sentence? Or is it because of your arrival, the reason for the butterfly effect? I didn't think about it for a while, and Murong Fu didn't think about it anymore. I just saw that although this person's realm was still the pinnacle, but his internal strength was even higher than that of Xiao Feng, which was far beyond the limit of the pinnacle warrior. This is a little weird, and Murong Fu looked at people's martial arts mentality as if he was familiar with it, but when did he read it? But he didn't remember it for a while. However, Xiao Feng said that when he heard Zhi Guang and other people speaking, Rao was a tough guy who still faced tens of thousands of troops and still did not change his color. For a while, he was at a loss. Hearing this person's words at this time, I do not know whether to be angry or to laugh. It can be heard from this sentence that the coming person also identified himself as the identity of the Liao people, but he did not look down on him because of his identity as the Liao people. However, after all, there was a cultivation of the congenital realm, and soon Xiao Feng settled his mind. He first fisted to this person and said, "Thank you Xian Tai for comfort. But Xiao Feng is the Han Chinese, and please Xian Tai not to listen to rumors." With that said, Xiao Feng turned to Zhi Guang and others and said, "Where is my hatred when Xiao Feng waits with you? It even caused you to frame me like this." After hearing this, Zhi Guang shook his head and said, "In fact, Wang Gangzhou was also very cautious to you at first, but then I saw that you learned martial arts and entered the country quickly, generous and heroic, treat others kindly, respect him, and act everywhere. His mind, gradually sincerely likes you. Later, the more you make merits, the greater the prestige. The beggar gang up and down together, is to help outsiders. Also know that the beggar gang future lord is none other than you. But Wang the gang leader has always been undecided, because you are a kitten. He tried 3 major problems for you, and you can solve them one by one, but he still has to give you the 7 major credits before he teaches with a dog. At the Taishan conference in 1 year, you created a strong gang against 9 people, and made the gang tremendous. At that time, he had no room for hesitation to establish you as the gang lord. As far as the old gang knows, the gang has been known for hundreds of years. There is no second helper, and it's hard for you like you." I saw Zhi Guang sighed for a long time, and there was a pity on his face, which was really disgusting. Next, Elder Su wanted to read the letter to Xiao Feng, but he didn't want to be taken away by Zhi Guang and swallowed it. Xiao Feng was completely angry this time. "What do you mean by this? Anyway, it is also evidence of your identity, you just swallowed like this." In fact, there were just 2 people who could prevent this scene from happening, but unfortunately this later man, and his own plan, would naturally not stop it. But Mirongfu was still thinking about the identity of this person, and he didn't pay attention. "What are you doing?" Xiao Feng only roared. Mirong regained his consciousness, and saw that this man had swallowed the letter. He couldn't help but stunned himself and forgot to stop it. But the next step is for everyone to take responsibility for each other and want to hide the identity of the lead brother. When Mirongfu wanted to clean up these people, he said he would take the lead. Later, some evil-looking men smiled at the corners of their mouths, and stepped forward and said, "Brother Qiao wants to know who is the lead brother." Well, Xiao Feng thought carefully, and as soon as he heard that the man seemed to know who the lead brother was, he asked, "Does Xiant Tai even know who the lead brother is? Please tell us." Xiao Feng is grateful. "Oh, I don't need you to be grateful. I just need to ask Brother Qiao to ask for something. I don't know what Brother Qiao thinks." Hey! Xiao Feng apparently didn't expect that this person wanted something from himself. After all, he didn't have a long body. Although he knew that this person didn't seem to be what he thought, he seemed to have some conspiracy, but after all, do you want to know that the lead brother has the upper hand, or say, "I don't know what Xiant Tai wants"? As long as Xiao Feng has it, can I give it to you? What? Who are you? How do you know? How could you possibly know? At first these people didn't care about this person, but after hearing Xiao Feng's words, I was a little anxious. Zhig Wang and Zhao Qianzhen Li hurriedly asked. However, this man obviously didn't speak to Xiao Feng as well as he could, and clearly he could talk about what to do. I saw this person's figure flashed and slapped at the two of them. They even beat the two of them together and vomited blood, flew down, and said softly, "Noisy." He seemed to be looking at the ants, and generally looked at the two of them, and then ignored them. He turned to Xiao Feng and said, "In fact, it's very simple. How about dog fight?" Boom! Hearing the words of this person, the beggar disciples around and the elders were in an uproar. When this person just started to fight with Zhig Wang, they could say that they had not responded, so they did not stop it. But now this man is trying to conspire with his own school. Now, all the disciples of the beggar can't calm down. To know that a martial art is about a gang's inheritance hope. It is also the basis for ensuring whether a gang can survive forever. If an outsider learns martial arts from his own school, that means digging the foundation of his school. Even if it is a basic martial art that is stolen by someone, if it is known by that sect, then it is also an endless enemy, not to mention the gangsters in his own door. And this person not only wanted to conspire his own school, but also spoke almost generously in the senior ranks of his gang. What does this mean and why does it make sense? This is too much to put yourself and others in the eye. Mirongfu was shocked when he heard this man's words. He didn't want this man to be plotting Xiao Feng's martial arts. It is myself, although I have ideas, but I have never thought of how to plan. After all, I don't want to hurt my friendship with Xiao Feng. Boy! Who are you? Don't you know that you're looking for death? The elder Chuangong shouted at the man, but he also clasped the weapon with both hands. It seemed that he was going to be wrong. Hit. Seek flowers. Seeking collection. Various requests. If you like Superman in the martial arts world, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The literature update of Superman in the martial arts world is the fastest. Chapter 26, You Are Dying. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you for the 3 monthly tickets. Ying Yang Yuan does not understand, add 2 more today. Hehe. Who am I? What do you count? Also deserve to know the name of this seat. I saw this person as if he heard something interesting, and looked at the elder Chuangong with interest. "Boy, you are looking for death." Elder Chuangong was furious when he heard this man's words. So no more asking for this person. Directly it is a knife, slashing at this man. But the man didn't hide or flash, just stared at the knife. Just before the elder Chuangong was approaching, when he saw the man, he saw that the man raised his right hand and grabbed it, and he caught the thunder. Seeing that he was full of anger, he was so easily caught by this man in one hand, and the elders of Gong Gong couldn't help but change his face. He wanted to take back his knife, but in the hands of men, as if it were embedded in steel, he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried. Seeing the movements of the elder Chuangong, the man could not help but scornfully smile. "It's time for me." When I saw this man, I stretched out my left hand and slammed my palms like a fly's. But obviously Qiao Feng will not do this. Even Higuang just left, Qiao Feng did not respond. But now, after all, although these people are owed to themselves, Qiao Feng is still unwilling to let these people be cleaned up in his own face, and from the original book, Qiao Feng was obviously driven out of these gangs by these people, but when he heard that the beggars were in trouble, he still hurried to rescue. And since the two elders just passed the law enforcement because they did not agree to rebel against themselves, they were also arrested by the four elders. It can be seen that these two people still have their own self-identification. I saw Qiao Feng, his body flashed, and came to the two of them. With his left hand, the elder Chuangong pulled away with a soft hand, and his right hand slapped Kong Long with regret. After all, this man has the strength of a great consummation. After seeing Qiao Feng come to the rescue, he also palmed himself and responded slowly. For a time, the force sprang from the left hand. It seems to take this opportunity to compare with Qiao Feng. Feeling the man's violent internal force, Qiao Feng frowned, and also added a bit of strength instantly. Kong Long regretted, and it was not long. He played very hard, and he still had to leave 20, which has already been fascinated by Qiao Feng. Boom! I saw these two people, this palm down. Qiao Feng firmly stood without backing off, but the man took 5 steps back before he released all his strength. Win or lose for a while. In fact, if Qiao Feng did not break through the innate, want to rely on hasty palm, it is really not easy to overcome this man. After all, this man is more than twice as deep as Qiao Feng. Jianglong Jiang, really worthy of the world's first palm. Qiao Feng was repelled by the palm. This man was not only angry, but also surprised. It turned out that the man thought he would lose to Qiao Feng because of the fact that he had 18 palms. The thought of being able to get the dragon's 18 palms soon was a bit hot. The desire to get the dragon's 18 palms is even stronger. I haven't consulted this Xiant Tai name taboo. Only Qiao Feng said, although Qiao Feng would like to know who the big brother is, but if he wants to use it, we can't help Zhongzheng to exchange for the school, but it's impossible. Qiao Feng would rather check it slowly, rather than promise Xiant Tai. He. The name is just a code name, just don't say it, just call me a wicked evil lord. The man was not angry after hearing it, but said with a smile, there is nothing in the world that can't be changed, only the rewards in exchange are not enough. Since the news of a leading brother is not enough, then I don't know how to add the news of your biological father. What? Qiao Feng didn't think there was anything at first. After all, Qiao Feng knew that it was impossible for him to say what he said. He gave Jianggongzang to this man. This person is not a kind of person, and he has such strength at this age. If he is getting his own dragon palm and other kung fu, I am afraid that few people on the rivers and lakes can really control him. Where do I know that this person will say it next? Such a passage? What do you mean? If Qiao Feng really is that Keaton, then Qiao's biological father must have been, already. Oh! Uncle is not dead now. And he is still alive and well, just like Uncle did fall into the cliff, but fortunately he was caught by a big tree, and he was not dead. You mean? Seeing this young man nodded lightly, Xiao Feng also said that he didn't appear in his own feelings. On the one hand, he was really a kitten, and on the other hand, his biological father was still alive. But he asked, I don't know, my father is okay now. Not good. Uncle is very bad now. These years, Uncle wanted to take revenge and practice martial arts. Now he has gone into flames without knowing it, and he has to suffer endless pain every day. I am afraid it is not far from death. He who listened to this self-proclaimed evil monarch was quite compassionate. What? Where is my father? What's wrong with him? Xiao Feng was anxious and asked anxiously. Oh! But this evil lord just smiled a little, didn't speak, just looked at Xiao Feng. Seeing the appearance of this evil monarch, Xiao Feng immediately reacted, and Li Fan wanted his own martial arts. But how can one hand over the gang of martial arts for the sake of one's own self? For a while, he was hesitant. However, the evil monarch also seemed to see Xiao Feng's contradiction, and he did not force it. Instead, he said, in these days, if I want to go to Shaolin, if Brother Xiao thinks clearly, when can he find him? Hearing this, Murong Fu had some speculation about the origin of this evil monarch, but he was not sure about it. Just when Murong Fu said that an evil monarch was about to leave, how could this evil monarch turn around and want to come here on his own? Still waiting for Murong to reconsider the reason, he only listened to this man, did not look at Murong Fu, directly faced Azu, Abi, Wang Yuan and others, and started to tease, the three beauties. I don't know if I can tell the next name, the next one the girl is admired tightly. Hearing this, Murong Fu didn't know the man's plan and couldn't help but get angry. Dare to knock on the corner of the wall in front of yourself. I saw Murong Fu burst into tears. You are dying. Seek flowers. Seeking collection. Various requests. Chapter 27, Origin and Reason. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you for the great devil in Marvel. Add one more today. Celebrate the flowers finally breaking through. Add one more. Hey! This person obviously did not expect Murong Fu to speak like this. After all, Murong Fu's character should not be like this in his mind. Is it because of love? So he said, hee. Who am I to say? It turned out to be Bei Murong? Why did I say something wrong? It's just down. Murong Fu's anger had already faintly appeared. This person knows Murong Fu, why dare to be so rampant? That's it. Isn't a man's martial arts high but a lunatic? That's right, but it's good to see him martial arts, but I'm afraid it's far worse than Murong Fu? Isn't the woman who molested Murong Fu now looking for death? It's good to find death. It's better to anger Murong Fu and kill this man. It's a dare to beat my beggar to help me to learn. It's just looking for death. Just now the beggars helped everyone see that they had to leave first and wanted to stop them, but most of their own people had just been picked up by Murong Fu. And Xiao Feng can't count on it for various reasons. Looking at it, this person was about to leave, but where did he know that this person actually ran over to die, provoke Rong Fu? It's just the God-blessing gang. Hey? Why, are you very powerful? Obviously, this self-proclaimed evil monarch also heard some comments from the disciples of the beggar gang, and he did not have any doubts. After all, in his impression, Murong Fu was just like Xiao Feng. Characters. How could the voice be louder than Xiao Feng? Wow! Am I right? Did this person ask Murong Fu really well? Yes, you heard it right. That's what he said. This time, this person is dead. It's just a pity that it's not my hands that help me. Oh. So, I don't know what you have to teach. The evil monk apparently did not put Mirongfu in his eyes, and looked at Mirongfu with contempt. He. What do I have to teach? He. You immediately know what I have to teach. Mirongfu smiled angrily. Then I saw Mirongfu, turned around and said to Chiao Feng, Brother Chiao, say goodbye. See you later. After talking, I saw Mirongfu, his body disappeared from the ground, and the next time the belt appeared, it was already in front of the evil lord. I saw Mirongfu slap and patted the evil king. What? The evil monarch was obviously taken aback by this accident, and subconsciously wanted to resist, but with his skill, where can he stop Mirongfu, who used the power of the superhuman body? Bang! With the palm down, the man flew back in response to a spit of blood, and kept spraying out. If it weren't for Mirongfu, he still had something to ask him. This person who had already died could not die anymore. At this time, Mirongfu stepped forward to lift the person and flew away. It was only then that Mirongfu's voice came from far away, Yu Yan, A Zhu, and A Bai. You are the third brother of the Bao, Songhe Tower, when you come, wait for me, I will go. Who are you? You can't be Mirongfu. Soon he came to a secluded place. Mirongfu threw this man to the ground, and this man also took a sigh of relief from the serious injury just now, and asked weakly. Who am I? Am I not Mirongfu? Then what about you? You, Tan, then. Mirongfu said blankly. What? You. How do you know? This person was obviously unacceptable. How do you know my identity? Okay. Today I have fallen into your hands, I admit it. What do you want to do? It's simple, your appearance can be changed, but your breath can never be changed. Say, how do you know those things? Why should I tell you? It is to tell you, what good do I do? He. It seems that you haven't recognized your situation now. Mirongfu said amusedly, why? Why do you depend on you in my hands, just because you are dead now? Humph. Oh. Of course you can also be a tough guy. I wonder if you have tried the taste of life and death. Life and death symbol? How do you have a life and death symbol? What do you want to do? No. Don't plant me a life and death symbol, I said it. Soon Mirongfu asked from the mouth of Yu Tan what he wanted to know. It turned out that this tour was frank, and I was still in Juxianswang as a young owner. Suddenly one day, a white-haired old man told him that there was a great fortune in Wulyangshan waiting for him. So Yu Tanzi came to Wulyang Mountain, and didn't first get the Baiming divine power. After receiving the Baiming Shen Gong, because of his unwillingness to become a vegetarian, Yu Tanzi did not stay at the bottom of the infinite mountain in Dali. Then came to Dali. After Yu Tanzi remembered all the scriptures, she wanted to burn them down, but thought of Li Qiushui's painting above, she left behind. Then Yu Tan was in Dali, constantly looking for some people to absorb the internal force. Soon, he had a strong internal force, and his strength rose to the top. But also once, when absorbing internal force, he found the wrong person, was injured, and lost this magical skill during the escape. It was also due to Duanyu that when Duanyu came to Wulyangshan, he was picked back by Duanyu. Therefore, this frankness was not found. At this time, thinking that he didn't have any attack moves, he hit the idea again, on the head of the six-weight sword, but Yu Tanzi also knew that according to his current strength, it was impossible to steal the six-weight sword. However, Yu Tanzi happened to meet Kumomachi in the temple, and actually let him get the six-sword Excalibur. After getting the six-piece Excalibur, the man thought of the Qiao Feng incident again and thought about it. He also wanted Qiao Feng's dragon drop palm method. So while practicing the northern deity divine skill, the six veins Excalibur, he came here. I had arrived in Wuxi the day before Mirongfu and Qiao Feng were fighting at Songhealo. But at this moment, Yu Tanzi actually encountered it, because when he and Mirongfu were seriously wounded, he saw that Haidamo was actually injured. Originally, even if there were only the Biming Divine Skill, Lingbo Microstep, 6 Veins Excalibur, and the cultivation of the ultimate peak from these days, he is not a rival of Yomo Mazai. Naihato Mazai was injured and, as he claimed, absorbed all the internal power, but when he pressed Hato Machi's martial arts, Hato Mazai said nothing and was killed by him. But because Kyumaki's internal force was too deep, he didn't finish refining until today, and it was precisely because of this that Utanzi had just come over just now. Seek flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Various requests. Chapter 28, Still Can't Let You Go. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you for the great devil in Marvel. Add one more today. Celebrate the flowers finally breaking through. Add one more. It turns out So Mirongfu couldn't help but think that it was no wonder that Duan Yu stated that Dolly's incidents were very inconsistent with the original work. No wonder he just looked at this man's martial arts a bit familiarly, but he didn't think of it. In fact, after Mirongfu obtained the Biming Divine Skill, he integrated the characteristics of Biming into his own Tao Yi, so that Tao Yi also had the ability to absorb the skills of others. Then during a trip, I found a few unholy people who wanted to absorb their internal strength and give it a try. It is easy for Mirongfu to absorb all the internal powers of this person, but soon Mirongfu discovered that the skill of these people compared with himself, the quality gap is really too big, and only his own continuous refining can discharge it. The dross turns into pure internal force, but after refining for a whole day, only a few strands of internal force can be harvested. It's not as good as self-testing, and it's growing much faster. So that Mirongfu felt that this was not absorption skill at all, it was simply absorbing poison. Later, Mirongfu wanted to give these internal forces to his own jade dish as a nutrient. However, the artificial jade dish ignored these unrefined internal forces and left Mirongfu speechless. Originally Mirongfu thought that his own way of doing things was not useful. But at a quiet opportunity, I absorbed a master of the ultimate period, and found that this person's internal force is very pure, that is, the internal force obtained from the time spent in refining, and the internal force obtained by being able to run on its own with its own internal force. Quite. If you don't ask me why, Mirongfu's internal force can run on its own. If so many mental methods are integrated, the protagonist can buy bento directly. This time Mirongfu was a little bit happy, since those who are in the extreme period of cultivation have such effects. What about innate? Innate? So Mirongfu paid more attention, but with the passage of time, Mirongfu did not encounter a congenital person who cultivated above. Mirongfu himself knew that one was eligible, but for this sweeping monk, Mirongfu really couldn't care less to absorb its internal force. After all, he was so big. This one sucked away his internal force. Hang up directly? So, Mirongfu has never used it. But if you didn't miss the story of Dolly, you might not have anything like this person. At this time, Utanzi saw Mirongfu thinking, looking around, trying to find a way to escape. But the thought of Mirongfu's powerful strength is extremely quick. And now he was seriously injured again, a moment of despair. After Mirongfu's thoughts, he looked at Utanzi fiercely and said, "Do you have any last words?" "What, he is going to kill me?" This thought filled the mind of Utanzi in an instant. If you can't die, you won't be able to get the upper level exercises. How can you just die in the face of forcing your face? I saw Utanzi, knelt directly in front of Mirongfu, and kept kowtowing to Mirongfu. While kowtowing, he said, "Please, don't kill me. Seeing that we are all from the martial arts people, I beg you to bypass me this time." Ah! I just didn't do anything to Wang Yuan, did they do anything to hurt them? Please. Well. Seeing Yu Tanzi, he was guilty of Mirong Fu without any guts, and was begging for mercy. Mirong Fu was speechless for a while. It's a pity. If you don't think of Yuan and others, it just annoys me and I can let you go. Just listen to Mirong Fu with a sigh and say, you leave the six-weight Excalibur. Thank you very much. Hearing Mirong Fu's words, Yu Tanzi heard the hope of life, and thought that as long as he spoke the six-sword divine sword, he would let himself go. Xiaoming Guantian, where does Yu Tanzi care about what kind of magic? Just like Mirong Fu's six-sword sword, Mirong Fu analyzed it, this person did not commit fraud. Do you have any last words? What? You still want to kill me? You can't count your words, how can you do this? You can't kill me. You can't. Mirong Fu shook his head, so he didn't say anything. Mirong Fu saw Yu Tanzi's head. Call out. There is no imaginary scene. I saw a golden light flash, and this Yu Tan turned into a golden light, and escaped. What's going on? What exactly took him away? But Mirong Fu didn't react, but his supervision still let him see a little bit. This is not Yu Tanzi's escape. Is there something sheltering him? Or, what else has he not explained? Or, what he said is just a lie? Seeing the back of this man leaving, Mirong Fu suddenly felt as if something was going to happen, but after thinking about nothing, he shook his head, only as an illusion. Soon Mirong Fu returned to Songhe Tower, and at this time Wang Yuan and others had just arrived. After Mirong Fu left, these beggars helped disciples take pictures of Mirong Fu, and they dared not do anything to these people. As if forgot, Mirong Fu was still the suspect who killed Ma Dayuan. Cousin, what shall we do next? Wang Yuan asked. After listening to Mirong Fu, he thought for a while and said, let's go to Shaolin. It's good to go to Shaolin, you can explain to the group of monks in Shaolin, cousin did not kill him Shaolin. He. Mirong Fu smiled, but did not answer. Mirong Fu went to Shaolin to explain what happened to the group of bald donkeys. However, Mirong Fu also knew that it was difficult to explain, so he did not answer. But said Mirong Fu went to Shaolin, there are indeed 3 things to do. The first is that depending on the situation, the Chiao Sanhua couple was rescued. After all, Mirong Fu still loved the couple before crossing. The second is that I want to see the Shaolin Yi Jinjing. After all, this is a well-known exercise in the Golden Book. The third and most important thing is to want to meet the sweeping monk. Seek flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Various requests. Chapter 29, Save Jiao Sanhua Couple. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you for the great devil in Marvel. Add one more today. Celebrate the flowers finally breaking through. Add one more. Deciding on the next trip, Mirong Fu was not in a hurry and walked slowly along the way. It didn't take much time to come to the bottom of Shaoxi Mountain. Shaolin Temple is located under the 5 breast peaks of Song Mountain. From the perspective of the mountain, it is quite good. Mirong Fu thought for a while and went to live with Jiao Sanhua and his wife. Anyway, his home is near Shaolin Temple, if there is nothing, you can go to Shaolin. Soon Mirong Fu found a farmer under the mountain and asked Jiao Sanhua and his wife's house, then they brought Wang Yuan, Azu, and Abi to the house of Jiao Sanhua and his wife. Just when Mirong Fu wanted to knock on the door, a man dressed as a woodcutter came behind Mirong Fu and asked, "Boy, don't you know what happened?" "Uncle, Su Mirong Fu and Xiaogu is Qiao Feng's friend. This time I came to Shaolin to ask the 2 elderly people on behalf of brother Qiao. First, I have something to do in Shaolin and want to live here. God. Mirong Fu answered directly. Oh? Are you Fenger's friend? I'm Fenger's father. Come in, come, you come in and sit down. Hearing Mirong Fu, the old man was very happy to open the door and invited a few people go in and sit down. Old lady. Fenger's friend is here, so don't hurry up and take a look. Hey! Is Fenger's friend here? I'll come here. An old lady came out of the house soon. You are Fenger's friends. Haha. Come and sit down. Then the old lady moved in a few stools, and then said, Fenger is a gang leader and he rarely returns home. I don't know. Fenger, what's going on now, how are you doing? Oh. Auntie, don't worry. Brother Chiao is fine now. I guess it will take a few days before he comes home to see you. Will Fenger come back? That's good, that's good. The old lady, as if she had thought of something, said to Chiao Sanhua again, Old man, the guest is here, I'll go and soak first tea, you are going to catch a chicken and kill it, and give it to a few guests later. Hey! Okay, let me go now. No need to be so troublesome. We will just have a bite to eat. Mirong Fu said quickly. How can you listen to auntie, you are sitting here, we are going to prepare for it. Without even waiting for what Mirong Fu was saying, he turned directly to prepare tea and meals. Cousin! Is this Chiao Feng's parents? Really passionate? Well, yes. Well, these days, we will stay here temporarily, and I will go to Shaolin Temple to do some things, which is also convenient. Soon under the hospitality of Chiao Sanhua and his wife, they arrived at night. Mirong Fu thought about it. Chiao Feng returned home at about noon and saw the body of Chiao Sanhua and his wife. At this time, the body of Chiao Sanhua and his wife still had residual heat. Obviously, he had just died soon. The Sanhua couple will be in danger. Mirong Fu thought for a moment. Since there was nothing to do tonight, why not take Yu Jingjing first? If you want to do it, Mirong Fu went to Wang Yuan's room and told them. He went directly to Shaolin Temple quickly. Mirong Fu, who has seen the original book, naturally knows that Yi Jingjing is in the Bodhi Temple. Although Shaolin is big, Mirong Fu quickly found a place and directly shot the sleeping point of the young monk who lived here, and then took Yi Jin through. This process seems to be a long time, but with the speed of Mirong Fu, it is really only a few teas, and Mirong Fu returned. Cousin! Did you just go to Shaolin to hold a book? It turned out that Wang Yuan's daughter, when she heard that Mirong Fu was going to Shaolin, was still a bit worried. After all, Shaolin was also a big school for hundreds of years, and the Megatron, he returned in Mirong Fu's house. Yes, this is the Shaolin Yu Jingjing. Since you came to Shaolin, you have to take it over to see if it is not. Then, Mirong Fu asked Azu to bring a pot of water and told the secret of the Yu Jingjing. The woman then wets the book with water. Sure enough, a picture was presented. So it turned out that I said how hard it has been since the Shaolin for thousands of years. This is the reason. Yi Jingjing is the Bodhidharma's handwriting, and everyone in Shaolin naturally cherishes the anomalies and protects them in thousands. How could it be so wet? I want to come here for hundreds of years and Shaolin didn't even know this secret. Well. Yes, Aju is smart. Mirong Fu smiled and said, Okay, you go to bed first. I'll first look at how powerful this Yi Jingjing is. Okay. Soon after a night, Mirong Fu stretched his body. It is comparable to the northern Ming Shen Gong, but not bad. But for Mirong Fu, it's just good. Mirong Fu spent all night, and then thoroughly learned this Yi Jingjing into his own way. Although he hasn't slept all night, for Mirong Fu, there is no fatigue. Mirong Fu looked at the day outside and it was already dawning, so he didn't sleep anymore and went straight out the door. This is the Chiao Sanhua couple, but has already prepared breakfast, and wait for Mirong Fu to eat. Mirongfu looked at the enthusiasm of Jiao Sanhua and his wife. While eating this not-so-fine meal, he thought that he must not let the two die like this. Just after eating, Mirongfu's eyes fell. He shouted out the window, "Not only a friend is here, but please come out and see you. Someone's here." Wang Yuan's daughters looked tight for a day. "Is anyone here? I'll go check it out." "Uncle, don't go there. This man is afraid of Brother Qiao's enemies. He can't help Brother Qiao outside, so he wants to take you two as hostages. Threat Brother Qiao. Leave it here to me, don't move." Humph. Hearing Mirongfu said that he was Qiao Feng's enemy, the comrades were furious and no longer hidden. Flying over, he moved towards Mirongfu and Qiao Sanhua's couple, which is a kind of strong Vajrayana. Seeing the martial arts of the coming person, Mirongfu shook his head. Xiao Yuanshan's qualifications were very powerful. Unfortunately, because of the things he had done 30 years ago, he was forced to practice the Shaolin martial arts and his wife's tragic death. Up to now, it is a pity that there hasn't been a breakthrough in the innate. Mirongfu's current strength is that he can easily defeat Xiao Yuanshan without using a superhuman body. I saw that Mirongfu was also a flash in the palm of his body, blocked in front of the Qiao Sanhua couple, and faced Xiao Yuanshan. Boom! Xiao Yuanshan turned back a few steps directly before stopping. Knowing that he is not an opponent, Xiao Yuanshan is also a bachelor. He turned directly and ran away. Seek flowers. Seeking collection. Various requests. Chapter 30, The Death of Xiao Yuanshan and Mirongbo. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you for the great devil in Marvel. Add one more today. Celebrate the flowers finally breaking through. Add one more. Cousin, the man just used Shaolin's Dolly King Kong? It's just that this Shaolin monk would come to kill, said Wang Yuan and looked at Qiao Sanhua and his wife. It was indeed Shaolin Dolly King Kong's palm just now. Mirongfu paused and said, but whether it is Shaolin Bald Donkey, I don't know. What are you talking about? What Shaolin Temple Master? Nothing. Uncle, don't worry. With my Mirongfu, you two will not lose. Mirongfu didn't explain, and said to Qiao Sanhua with a smile. Besides, on the other side, Li Fan has found that his strength is not enough to cross the rivers and lakes. In addition, before being forced to ask Mirongfu for mercy, he finally escaped his life with the help of a baby. Reached the peak. In the past few days, I have been constantly absorbing the internal forces of others, but no matter how I absorb them, the internal force has been constantly increasing, but it is just not able to break through the innate film. This is when Li Fan hit his target on the Shaolin Yi Jinjing. It is a pity that Li Fan was late for Mirong to take a step back because he had absorbed the internal force. When Li Fan arrived at the Shaolin Temple Bodhi Temple, he discovered that Yi Jin was missing. Li Fan kept thinking about it, and finally thought of Mirongfu. It must be him. Must be him. Mirongfu. Lin Tian. I must kill you. Since he couldn't find the Yi Jinjing, Li Fan left Shaolin Temple and wanted to think about other ways. Where did you know that Li Fan met Xiao Yuanshan, who had just escaped from Qiao Sanhua's house? Originally Mirongfu did not seriously hurt Xiao Yuanshan, but it caused the recurrence of Xiao Yuanshan's old illness. Seeing Xiao Yuanshan's uncomfortable look, Li Fan licked his lips. His eyes glowed as if to eat Xiao Yuanshan. Boy, who are you? Do you want to die? Don't leave me alone. Although Xiao Yuanshan was injured but the intuition of a warrior was still keen, he naturally felt Li Fan's unwilling gaze, but he knew his current situation. Only intimidated. Oh. Your secret disease is on, then you are Xiao Yuanshan. Li Fangzi smiled, I didn't expect me to meet you here. So painful. Do you want me? Help you end the pain? Rest assured. Soon, but it won't make you feel pain. Boy, you are looking for death. Xiao Yuanshan was furious when he heard Li Fan's words. Although he was in pain, he was violently aroused, and he still forced his internal strength to force Li Fan. However, Li Fan was also careful, but Luck Lingbo microstep and Xiao Yuanshan circled. Soon Xiao Yuanshan finally could not support it, revealing flaws. Hey! Xiao Yuanshan, give me your inner strength. At this moment, Li Fan flashed to the side of Xiao Yuanshan, and landed on the dantian of Xiao Yuanshan with his palm. Nothing was exhausted by Li Fan. As the internal force disappeared, Xiao Yuanshan could no longer suppress the dark disease of his body, and his eyes gradually lost color. A generation of masters, scumbags hate it. Although Xiao Yuanshan did not break through the congenital, but he has polished his internal strength extremely purely over the years. Under the influence of Xiao Yuanshan's pure internal force, Li Fan's internal force, which was not pure enough, was constantly refined. Boom! At this moment, Li Fan broke through to the congenital realm, and the surrounding spirits also poured into Li Fan's body. Li Fan's internal force is far more than ordinary people, this even let him directly break to the peak of the innate early. Just when Li Fan just received the merits, I saw Li Fan's eyes flashed, Who? Come out! Haha! I don't want it to be that Xiaohe broke through here, but just passed by and left here. It turned out that it was Mirongbo. Mirongbo just came out of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and suddenly felt that the heavens and the earth had abnormal aura, so he came over and looked at it. Where do you know that you just met Li Fan, who has just broken through completely, knowing that she is not your opponent's Mirongbo, or nonsense, she turned and ran. Hee. It turned out to be you. Li Fan said with anger in his eyes, Ha ha ha. I just wanted to go to Mirong for revenge. I don't want to meet his old man here. I really want to help me too. I see you stay here. After Li Fan finished speaking, he directly carried out Lingbo's microsteps with all his strength. The strong man of the innate realm could be described as a life transformation. When he was born, not only did his lifespan greatly increase, but he could live 2 babies. The overall strength is about 10 times stronger than the ultimate warrior. Although Li Fan has just broken through the innate, and he is not stable in controlling his own strength, he is also much stronger than Mirongbo. Still waiting for Mirongbo, he flew away. And Li Fan came to Mirongbo, without any fancy, he gave a straight palm to Mirongbo. Mirongbo deserves to be a dragon of the 4 dragons, and he is very mature and knows that his strength is too much. He directly transports and fights, and wants to move away. However, Mirongbo said that although he had great strength, he still did not move Dou Zhuangxing to the highest level, and although Diao Zhuangxing was miraculous but always had limits, this Li Fan's power has exceeded Mirongbo's realm of fighting to star shift. With only one move, Li Fan restrained Mirongbo. Li Fan licked his lips and said something strange, Before Mirongfu insulted me in every way, it was a pity that my martial arts were too poor. Now I'm hungry and have broken through innate, if you then use your martial arts to help me break through the innate midterm, then let Mirongfu know that I killed him with his Lao Zi's skills, I don't know what his expression will be. Ha ha ha. Speaking of Li Fan directly, buckling Mirongbo's artery with his hand, Baiming Shengong launched, but for a moment, Mirongbo's internal force was absorbed. Li Fan, however, ran a few circles of the Baiming divine skill, which transformed Mirongbo's internal strength. It can be seen that the innate ingenuity is powerful. Pap pap. Li Fan had just refined Mirongbo's internal strength, and directly broke through the innate midterm. Feeling the powerful power in his body, Li Fan could not help squinting with comfortable eyes and muttered, Mirongfu, you are dead. I will let you know what life is better than death. Li Fan looked at it, and there was no Murong Bo who was still dead next to him. He smiled contemptuously and slapped his hand on Murong Bo's head. "Stop it!" Just then came a rant. Unfortunately, Li Fan's palm did not stop at all. Slap! Murong Bo fell down in response. Seek flowers. Seeking collection. Various requests. Chapter 31, Kill. Reflect. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. The coming people are Murong Fu and Xiao Feng. As early as Li Fan's breakthrough before, Murong Fu had noticed the situation here, but then Xiao Feng hurried back. Murong Fu knew that the person who made the breakthrough was only a breakthrough to the congenital, and he didn't care. Everyone talked about it first. When they learned that Murong had rescued Xiao Sanhua and his wife, Xiao Feng was shocked with cold sweat, but could not help thanking Murong Fu. Xiao Feng determined in his heart that he must return to Murong Fu. Soon Murong Fu felt a sense of uneasiness, and the martial arts practitioners reached the realm of Murong Fu. Naturally, it would not be said that it was a temporary illusion. Is there something going on? After thinking about it, Murong Fu decided to follow his own feelings. He told Xiao Feng and others to go over and look at it. Xiao Feng thought about it and asked to go with Murong Fu. Murong Fu did not refuse. Directly carrying light power, he came to Li Fan's side. Where did I know that when I came over, I saw Li Fan slap him and shot the dead Murong Bo. For a while, he was stunned. In fact, before crossing, Lin Tian also hated the Murong family. But where do you know that Tianyi made people make Lin Tian cross into Murong Fu? There is no way, since it cannot be changed, then only accept it. In this way, Murong Fu didn't know how to deal with his relationship with Murong Bo. Fortunately, Murong Bo had to pretend to be dead. Until Murong Fu passed over to the present, neither of them had met. Although the two did not meet, after all, Lin Tian still inherited all the memories of Murong Bo, and Murong Bo meant that as the biological father of this body, Murong Fu did not know what to do for a time. What Murong thought about at the beginning, simply waited for the development of the plot to let Murong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan turn their enemies into friends and become monks directly. I did not expect this meeting, it was Murong Bo's death. Yo! It turned out to be Murong Fu, you shit! Li Fan saw Murong Fu's arrival and couldn't help but burn with anger. Why, it's so cool to see Murong Bo's death. You can rest assured. You will see him soon. Hee hee. You are very good. Murong Fu now does not want to say to Li Fan duo. I saw that Murong Fu directly exhausted the power of the superhuman body and came to Li Fan in an instant at a very fast speed. No martial arts. Murong Fu now feels that he wants to vent, and hits Li Fan with a straight punch. What? This time Li Fan was gone, just because of the breakthrough. He was so satisfied that he didn't take the world's people into his eyes. Li Fan didn't even think that he had clearly broken through the innate. How could he be so far away? Isn't this a great at all? Just when Murong Fu's fist was about to hit Li Fan, he suddenly saw a red light on Li Fan's body. Seeing this scene, Murong Fu thought of what happened to Xingzilan before, and it was not good. Suddenly the internal force separated from the body, and hit Li Fan at a faster speed than his own hand. Bang! Just at the moment Li Fan was about to leave, he was hit by Murong Fu's internal force. Li Fan seemed to be blocked by something when he was running fast, and turned a few meters before Murong's recovery. After a tumble, he fell to the ground. Humph! This time Murong Fu didn't give him any chance. He came directly to Li Fan and kept punching at Li Fan. Boom! A sound came from Li Fan's body. Although Li Fan now has a mid-congenital training, he has to put in hundreds of thousands of catties of strength. The internal resistance to striking is also extremely strong. But it's far worse than Mirongfu. In these years, Mirongfu's progress has been slow, but his superhuman body can also exert thousands of tons of strength in his hand. If he tries his best, he may reach tens of thousands of tons. With Mirongfu's heavy punches going down, Li Fan was almost beaten into puree. Rao is so, Mirongfu still had enough time to burn incense before stopping. Brother Mirongfu. This was Chiao Feng next to him, who wanted to comfort him. I'm fine. Mirongfu waved his hand and shook his head. Brother Mirongfu saw Mirongfu's appearance. Chiao Feng was not good to say anything, but just stood there silently and accompanied Mirongfu. He said that Mirongfu doesn't know what he thinks. After all, his memory of Mirongbo, but from the former Mirongfu, has no feelings. But after all, it is his own father who sees Mirongbo dying in front of him, and he can barely say that he died because of his benevolence. If I took the scroll of Biming Shengong directly from the beginning, maybe this would not happen. This time, because of his negligence, the benevolence of the woman, let his body father die. So next time? Will it be Yan Yan? Will it be Azu Abi? No way. I will never allow these things to happen. If I have killed my beloved one for my own reasons, I really don't know what to do. I am afraid that I will be uneasy for a lifetime. Thinking of Mirongfu's seriousness here, he couldn't help but flash a bit of fierceness. It seems that he is still not cruel enough. Mirongfu, Mirongfu, this is not a modern society. No one here tells you any laws or reasons. When thinking of this, Mirongfu shook his head in a funny way. It is a modern society. Why not tell you everywhere? What law, reason? It's not because of his own brain fever that he thought this society was as beautiful as a fairy tale, and then he died so much that he passed through. After so many years, I still haven't awakened. From then on, although Mirongfu will not randomly kill innocent people, but anyone who dares to bully me will kill him. Anyone who dares to mess with me and cares for me, will kill him. Never leave any hidden dangers to yourself again. Thinking of Mirong compound here, he settled down. Said to the nearby Chiao Feng, Brother Chiao, go back first. Although I don't know why my father pretended to die, but now. Hey! Brother Mirong, you Chiao Feng said hesitantly. Just then Chiao Feng saw another body. When he saw this body, Chiao Feng couldn't help but panicked, as if this person had a special relationship with himself. Chiao Feng walked over and tore off the masked cloth of the body. Seeing this man's face, he was shocked. This and this. This is impossible. It turned out that Xiao Yuanshan's appearance was very similar to Chiao Feng, as if it had been carved out of a mold. Chapter 32, First Sight. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. After Mirongbo and Xiao Yuanshan died yesterday, Mirongfu and Chiao Feng buried the two at the back hill of Chiao Feng's house. After Chiao Feng asked Chiao Sanhua and his wife, he finally determined that Xiao Yuanshan should be his own father. Seeing Chiao Feng's appearance, Mirongfu still did not tell Chiao Feng the truth of what happened 30 years ago. After all, the two parties are dead, so why not find yourself uncomfortable? Although Chiao Feng still didn't know who the lead brother was, he decided not to look for these so-called truths. And Chiao Feng thought that he had been spending too little time with Chiao Sanhua and his wife in these years, so he decided to retreat on this mountain and accompany Chiao Sanhua and his wife. Mirongfu did not know what he thought of Chiao Feng, whether it was good or bad. But at least it's better than in the original book, to be infamous and kill your beloved one yourself. Come on. Yuan, Azu, Abi, this time I went to meet a real monk who was a good person. You stayed here with Brother Chiao. I will go back as soon as I go. Mirongfu felt that he had come to Shaolin now. Seeing that the monk hadn't done this, he wanted to go to see it and left. Having come to Shaolin's Murongfu once, he soon came to the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Although it is now daytime, no monk found Murongfu. Murongfu came to the Tibetan scripture pavilion and frowned. This place is so big. Where is this little monk? Can't he shout? Murongfu thought for a while and smiled slightly. I didn't expect that I didn't need my superpower for a long time, but I forgot, but I was Superman. Although the strength of this Superman is a bit watery. Thinking of this, Murongfu pushed his internal force to his ears, increasing his super hearing ability. Soon, the entire Shaolin temple was within 100 miles of his hearing. Hey! It turned out that Murongfu heard the people in a small room beside the Tibetan classical pavilion, whose heartbeat rate was 10 times slower than that of ordinary people. Murongfu was surprised and at the same time determined the position of the sweeping monk. I saw Murong's recovery form flashed, and came to the door of the sweeping monk's room. I don't know which donor is visiting, please come in and talk. Without Murongfu knocking on the door, an old voice came from the room. Murongfu couldn't help but feel a little shocked, but he just used Superman's body and didn't make a noise. How did the old monk know? But not to mention that in the original book, the old monk is a true monk, and Murongfu is extremely confident in his superhuman body and is not afraid. Directly and generously went in. Hey! The sweeping monk saw Murongfu coming in, looked up and down, and was a little surprised. Not to mention that Murongfu's young age even took the pinnacle of peak cultivation, he trained a very pure body, even compared to the internal strength of the warrior of the Grand Master's realm, and Murongfu's body is obviously full of infinite explosive power. It's just that they feel a little threat. But in the end it was a good monk, and the old monk said with a smile, I don't want the donor to be so young and come to such a level, that is, the old monk is also only for life. In Xiaogu Murongfu, have you seen the master? This time Murongfu came to have something to ask. Murongfu saw that the consummation of his innate consummation could not see the old monk at all, but he was also prepared. After all, Xiao Feng knew his strength before, but he didn't break through the innate. The old monk wanted to take Xiao Feng's palm unpreparedly, just stepping back a few steps, spitting a bit of blood symbolically. How could it be innate repair? So he asked, I don't know the master, can you tell me something about the realm of cultivation? Hey? Don't even know that this cultivation realm, the cultivator has reached such a level? The servant is really a genius, broken and hopeful. The sweeping monk was stunned when he heard Murongfu's question. Then he sighed again. Regarding the sweeping monk's sigh, Murongfu only responded with a wry smile. Since this is so old, give it to the donor, tell me about this cultivation. It turns out that the congenital is the guru's realm, and the guru is the grand guru, and once it breaks through the guru, it is the legendary broken void realm. Before the congenital, even the congenital, can rely on the accumulation of time, accumulate enough true energy, you can force a breakthrough. But if you want to break through to reach the master or grand master, you must rely on your own understanding. In fact, this master's realm is still innate cultivation, but on the basis of innate understanding of his own artistic conception, he can completely control everything in his body, which can be described as another transformation of his own soul. It can be said that ordinary people simply cannot fully control their own strength, and besides being able to increase their own strength, martial arts learners can also enhance their mastery of strength. We generally say that martial arts are unique, that is, using these unique skills use your power better. However, once you reach the level of the master, it is an ordinary punch and one foot, which can fully exert all the strength of the body. At this time, if you want to improve your attack power, you can only use the power of the artistic conception. Your own artistic conception can not only enhance your strength, but also weaken the enemy's strength. Therefore, although the strength of the warrior in the guru realm is the same as the power of the warrior in the innate realm, even a warrior in the early stage of the guru can easily kill the warrior of the innate consummation. As for Grand Master, it is another transformation of internal force. At this step, the internal force liquefies. By this time, not only the mental power has completely rid the body of the shackles, but it can also be used like the God's consciousness. It is his own speed and a qualitative change, which is directly increased tenfold, reaching millions of pounds of strength, which is really terrifying. As for the broken void, it is said that the internal force of liquefaction should be further concentrated into a solid. But to do this, if you can't do it by practice, you must learn by yourself. At that point, you can break the shackles of space and reach a higher world. The so-called skyrocketing of people is probably the kind of people who refer to it. The sweeping monk himself is a warrior of the Grand Master. Just after Murong Fu arrived, this sweeping monk was also discovered by his own spiritual strength. Hearing Murong Fu here is a bit puzzled. According to the old monk, the state of broken void is only tens of millions of pounds, but if you explode with all your strength, you should be able to barely achieve tens of millions of pounds. But why haven't you broken the void? Seek flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Chapter 33, First Shot. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Murong Fu thought about it and asked his suspicions to the sweeping monk. Ah! Has the power of the donor already reached such a level? It really is the gift of the heavens, said the sweeping monk in surprise. Oh, if Lao Guan is right, the realm of the donor is just too good. Congenital realm. Good. Murong Fu nodded. That's right, the donor is now free of the unparalleled strength of the world, but he can only play 1/12, that is, he uses his own martial arts, but also only 5/10. So the strength can't reach the condition of fragmentation at all. Moreover, fragmentation can be achieved only by the unparalleled strength. According to Lao Kun's knowledge, there is a strange person in the western region, who is also a genius, and the cultivation of dragons is like a throne. The limit, with great strength and unrivaled world, also broke the limit of the Grand Masters no more than 10 million pounds, to the same level as the donor, but just wanting to break the void is not only a force that is unparalleled, but also has to reach the sky. Together, the realm of the interaction between heaven and humans, under the blend of heaven and earth, breaks the imprisonment of space. Otherwise, space is incomprehensible, and it exists between the reality and the reality. Can it be touched by human power? The sweeping monk paused and said, the power of heaven and earth is so great, just like the rising and falling of the ocean tide, its strength is more than 10 million, but it still hasn't seen its breaking the void. In other words, do you have to have a corresponding state to break the void? Murong Fu shook his head as if he had thought of something. The master said that the order will benefit a lot, but I don't know if the master can let the boy experience it, the realm of Grand Master. After speaking, Murong Fu stared at the sweeping monk very firmly. However, the sweeping monk did not refuse and said, the donor's experience is good, so it will help the donor to break through in the future, but this is the Tibetan Buddhist pavilion, it is not suitable to use force, and the donor and me are invited to come. Speaking of seeing the sweeping monk, it seemed to walk slowly outside, but Murong Fu found that as he continued to accelerate, his distance from the sweeping monk never changed. Murong wrinkled his brows and was about to use Superman's body to speed up the test. The sweeping monk has stopped. The donor is here, this is it. Well. Murong Fu looked around and found that he and others had been unknowingly and came to a deserted suburb. Then take the initiative, said the sweeping monk. Did not look like the previous impermanence, only to see the sweeping monk put the broom aside, his expression became solemn, and he became solemn. Then you're welcome. Facing the sweeping monk, Murong Fu didn't care too much. Knowing that the old monk was the master's practice, he had millions of kilograms. The superhuman body was used directly, and with a bang, Murongfu came to the floor sweeper, but Murongfu didn't use his full strength, only 5 levels of strength, and punched the ordinary Luhan fist, hitting the floor sweeper. The donor should use all his strength. The sweeping monk just stretched out his hand and let Murongfu take a few steps. Hey! Seeing the strength of the monk, Murongfu couldn't help but get serious. Murongfujian's sweeping monk just snapped his 5 layers of strength just so freehand. I know that if I don't use my best, I'm afraid I will lose. I saw that Murongfu's expression was solemn, his legs slightly curved, and suddenly it was like an offline arrow. Shooting at the sweeping monk, his hands were turned into palms, but it was used. Murongfu merged with the world's palm to create a broken Dao palm. This palm is named after breaking the Dao, but it is based on his greatest desire to break the shackles of Dao. But this time there was no such freehand brushwork as I just saw. When Murongfu just came to the sweeping monk 5 meters, he seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, and his speed slowed down strangely. At this time, Murongfu seemed to be aware of it, and felt as if he had carried millions of pounds of weight around him. Every step and every action of myself is bound by infinite. At this time, the monk sweeping the floor, with a slight smile, seemed to come slowly to Murongfu in front of him. Murongfu couldn't help being surprised, struck out with all his strength, and the sweeping monk shook his head without using any special skills. Bang! This palm Murongfu felt that his strength was at least tens of millions in shackles, but he didn't expect that it was just a sweeping monk who played a tie, and each side took 5 steps back. Since this is not possible, Murongfu thought of it here, and used it, super speed, and wanted to entangle with the sweeping monk with speed. Because of the mood of the sweeping monk, Murongfu's speed was at least 50 times the speed of sound. Seeing that he came behind the sweeping monk, he punched out and couldn't help but smile. The martial arts in the world could not break fast. Although it was not all right, but if the speed reached a certain level, it would be different. Just when Murongfu thought that he had won, the sweeping monk turned around strangely, blocking Murongfu's record. Hey! Although Murongfu was a little surprised, he was not in a hurry, but thought it was an accident. But as he moved quickly, no matter how fast he changed his offensive, the sweeping monk seemed to be stronger by him, and the breeze was blowing across the hills. Each time, he blocked his attack at the most critical time. After playing for a while, Murong saw that no matter how hard he tried, he could not beat the monk. With a sigh, he stopped. Until I don't want the donor to not only be infinitely powerful, but also to be the best in the world. Seeing Murongfu stopped, the sweeping monk regained what he had just been, and said slowly, the donor doubts that he has just done his best. Both the speed and the strength are far stronger than Lao Qin, why is he not an opponent of Lao Qin? Hearing the monk's words, Murongfu did not answer, but the expression of doubt was still told by the monk. The sweeping monk didn't sell the guanzi, and Bite said, Lao Kun just said that it is impossible to fully control his own strength without reaching the guru, but the donor thinks that he seems to have exhausted all his strength, but in fact, he did not exert his own strength. The strength of the donor just now was the strongest, but it was only about 6 or 7 million catties. And the donor did not comprehend the artistic conception, and indeed did not know the beauty of the artistic conception. Even in Loguan's artistic conception, even it's the smallest dust drifting, and I can't hide Lao Qian. But with his little brother, I can reach this step very quickly. However, Lao Qian sees the strength and speed of the donor, and suggests that when the donor can be in the Song dynasty, go and see with the King Kong sect of the western regions. He said that he would no longer wait for Murong to reply, and then walked slowly towards the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Is the Great Song Palace and the King Kong sect of the western regions? I'll see it. Murongfu murmured. Seeking collection. Seek flowers. Chapter 34, AZ. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Son, does my mother really live here? A Zhu asked nervously at Murong in a hotel in Xinjiang City, Henan Province. Yes, your mother-in-law is in the bamboo forest of Xiaojing Lake. It's just where this place is. I don't know, but I will ask the shop's second child later. Murong Fu looked at Azu's expression. Some funny. That's right, Sister Aju doesn't have to worry, since the son said yes, then he must be there. Abi beside the side also said aside. It turned out that after finishing the monk sweeping the same day, Murong Fu and his 3 daughters lived in Qiaofeng's house for a few days before leaving. At this time, because Qiaofeng knew his true identity, he did not want to set foot in the rivers and lakes again, and did not want to see other people in the rivers and lakes. He sent the 18 palms of the beggar gang, and passed the dog stick technique to Murongfu, and wanted Murongfu to pass these 2 exercises back to the beggar gang for him. Qiaofeng did not think that Murongfu would be greedy for his 2 unique skills. In the past few days, Qiaofeng and Murongfu played many times, which also showed Qiaofeng that his current martial arts are really far from Murongfu. Later, Murongfu also explained to Qiaofeng. Regarding the practice of the realm, he learned that Murongfu was already equivalent to a great master, and Qiaofeng couldn't help but sigh. After Murongfu learned several martial arts of Qiaofeng, after thinking about it, he also left an extremely profound internal skill mentality, hoping to make up for the shortcomings of Qiaofeng's internal strength, and then took the 3 daughters to see Aju's mother. Just as several people were narrating, they suddenly heard footsteps outside the door and someone shouted loudly. Murongfu went outside the door and saw a big man on the street covered in blood and holding 2 boards and axe straight up and down. This big man is full of ribs and bearded, with a powerful look, but his eyes are scattered, and if he is crazy, he is a lunatic. The pair of big axe in the hand is made of pure steel, which is very heavy, so that when opening and closing when attacking Ning has a certain law, the gate is strict, and it is like a famous style. The man's plate axe became faster and faster, and he couldn't help shouting, "Hurry, hurry, go to the 1,000 protagonists and find the door." Hearing this, Murongfu still didn't understand where he was. Unexpectedly, there was no Qiaofeng, so I encountered such a thing. Murongfu murmured a little. Murongfu doesn't intend to take care of these idle things, but Wang Yuan, who has no experience next to it, can't bear to pull Murongfu's clothes. Murongfu thought that any important thing, he nodded to Wang Yuan. Then Murongfu walked in front of the man and reached out to point at his waist rib. Unexpectedly, although the man was comatose and his martial arts were unconscious, the axe handle of his right hand turned over and hit Murongfu's abdomen. However, Murongfu's cultivation practices will naturally not be hurt. A gentle touch stopped the man. Then there was an exchange asking for others to report. This is nothing, but when he learned that the owner was going to report, he actually lived in Xiajinghu. This time Aiju was anxious. Although he didn't know whether this would be related to his mother, he still looked at Murongfu with tears. Murongfu naturally couldn't bear the look of Azu, so he came to the shop immediately and asked where Xiaojinghu was going. It turned out that in the northwest of this hotel, Xiaojing Lake went all the way to the west and walked 7.5 miles, and then saw a dozen big willow trees, 4 in a row, a total of 4 rows, 4 out of 4, 8 out of 4, 341-12, 440-16, a total of 16 willow trees, and then hurried northward. I walked out 9.5 miles and saw a blue stone slab bridge, but I couldn't cross the blue stone slab bridge on the left, but had to cross the small wooden bridge on the right. After crossing the bridge, we went westward, northward, and westward. In short, we could not go wrong along the path. After walking 21.5 miles in this way, I saw a large lake like a mirror, which was Xiaojing Lake. Murongfu and others came to Xiaojing Lake soon after. Where did I know that another man stopped here and learned from this person that the 4 wicked men had not yet arrived? At this time, Azu was relieved and stopped urging him. Later, when they were looking for the Fangzulanzi, they suddenly heard a chuckle in the left bush of the lake, and a stone flew out. Unbiased, he cut a fisherman's fish by the head of the lake wearing a hat, and cut it in two. The fisherman's fishing line was interrupted, and he was also taken aback, and said loudly, "Whoever tricked Chu, please show up." There were loud noises, the flowers and trees separated, and a young girl came out, with a purple shirt all over her body, only 15 or 16 years old, 2 years younger than Aju's Hang, a pair of big eyes, and her face full of good spirits. She glanced at Azu, and ignored the fisherman. She jumped up and down before Azu, took her hand, and smiled, "This sister is so handsome, I like you so much." Speaking is quite tongue-in-cheek, and the bite is not correct, just like the foreigner's beginner language. Seeing the lively and naive girl, Azu smiled and said, "You look good, I like you more." Seeing here, Murongfu couldn't help but think, is Aza here? Murongfu couldn't help thinking of the last scene of Xiaofeng's self-death in his novel. Until Aza digs his eyes and jumps into the cliff holding Xiaofeng. Jinlong's Tianlong, Murongfu has read the TV station and the novel no less than 10 times. Although it has been a lapse of years now, I still remember clearly that I admired the big hero Xiaofeng as a child. I didn't pay much attention to this Azi. The only impression was that this was a saucy and disgusting girl that made me very unhappy. But as time went on, Murongfu discovered that whether it is the heroes and heroes on TV who are talking about national justice, or the couple who are talking about the same life and death, or what they said during the worship, the brothers who died on the same day in the same year and the same month did not have this girl who had disgusted themselves. Murongfu once imagined that if someone could do this to himself, how could he be happy? Thinking of Murongfu here, he couldn't help but look at Wang Yuan, Azu, and Abi, who were full of tenderness. Just when Murongfu heard a voice came. "You offended my brother Chu, there is nothing good." "Really? I just don't want any good results. The worse the result, the more fun." The middle-aged man stretched out his left hand and leaned on her shoulder. The girl shrank back abruptly, blinking and trying to avoid, but she acted fast, but the middle-aged man was faster, and the palm of her hand sank, and she took her shoulder. The girl's shoulders were relieved, but the middle-aged man's left palm seemed to be firmly attached to her shoulder. Seeing that Murongfu, who has a good opinion of Azi here, will naturally not let Azi suffer, even if this person is Azi's personal father. I saw Murong's regained shape flashed and came to the two. The fan in his hand hit the middle-aged man's hand, and the middle-aged man's words were bounced straight. Then Murong Fudang shook his head in front of Azi and said, "This girl is just a little bit of nonsense, I think you still don't care about these with her." Chapter 35, Recognize, for collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you step by step for the 100 rewards. Thank you Benai Yuan Chenmo for the 100 rewards. Add 2 more changes today. Hey? Are you? The middle-aged man saw Murongfu repulsing himself so easily, and he was really good. I never wanted to hurt this little girl underneath, just to see this little girl a little bit familiar, I don't feel good about it, I want to make fun of it. Well. Murongfu couldn't help but sigh, but you were right to him, but he still said, in Xiagusu Murongfu, there are 2 things about Xiajinghu. Oh. Kasunan Murong, who was famous on the rivers and lakes, was really well deserved at first sight. Duan Zhengchun was shocked and could not help saying, I have seen Murong son in Duan Zhengchun, the southern king of Xiaodali town, I don't know Murong. Why did Fu Gong come here? It turns out that uncle is the south king of Dali town. Although Mirongfu already knew, he said with a little surprise of 3 points. The next time I came, I first reported to a big man with an axe, saying that a big bad guy came to find him. Uncle is in trouble, but the other thing is related to the uncle and the owner of this little mirror lake. Brother with an axe, don't you know what happened to my brother now? Duan Zhengchun said urgently. He would feel wrong and asked again, I don't know what happened with me and this little mirror. The owner of the lake has something to do with it. I wonder if you can say it. Azu, come here. Mirongfu said that he had pulled Azu over and said the identities of several people, as well as the relationship. What? You mean, Azu is mine, it's me and Axing's daughter. Duan Zhengchun was very happy when he heard it, he could not help shouting, Axing, Axing is coming out soon, our daughter finally found now. This is the side of Azi can't help a little mouth upset. It turned out that Azi had been restrained by Duan Zhengchun, and couldn't help being anxious. At this moment, he saw a handsome young man dressed in a Chinese costume and rescued himself only with a touch of light. No one has taken the initiative to care about themselves and helped themselves. Then I heard Mirongfu's conversation with the man, and suddenly thought that he seemed to have such a gold lock, and there was such a paragraph on his shoulder, and there was a bit of speculation in his heart. It's no wonder which sister in the pink clothes just got a little bit affectionate, it turns out we are sisters. Soon Ruan Xingzhu came hurriedly, Brother Chun, what did you just say? Our daughter? Where is our daughter? Seeing Ruan Xingzhu's anxious look, Azu couldn't help shouting, Mother! You! Are you my daughter? Ruan Xingzhu heard Azu's cry and turned to hold Azu's hand and said with some excitement. Yes, Mother, said Azu, who gave his gold lock to Ruan Xingzhu, and quietly showed Ruan Xingzhu the paragraph on his shoulder. My hard-working daughter! I finally found you. After confirming the identity of Azu, Ruan Xingzhu couldn't help crying like she was happy and pitiful. Unfortunately you still have a younger sister, don't know how is he now. Hey! Didn't you just find your daughter? She was crying so sad. This is Azi who didn't know what the reason was, and he said with a temperament. Hey! Is this girl? This is Ruan Xingzhu who also saw Azi, but it stands to reason that when Azi speaks like this, he should be angry, but seeing this little girl, Ruan Xingzhu feels like seeing Azu, kind, but can't get a little angry. You want to know? I won't tell you. After hearing Ruan Xingzhu's question, Azi turned his head. At this time, Azu saw Azi as a temperament, smiled, and asked, Little sister, my name is Azu. I don't know what your name is. Can you tell my sister? Since my sister asks, then I will tell you. My name is Azi, Purple. Azi looked at Azu and said. Azi? My sister is really a good name. Azu said silently in her heart, Azi's name said. Well, that is. Mirongfu saw that their conversation could not help but a little speechless, this one. I really can't look at their mother-in-law. Mirongfu said, Azi. Are you a star student, Ding Chunkai's disciple? How do you know? Seeing the handsome boy who had just saved himself, he asked himself, but Azi didn't make a temper, but just said in surprise. I not only know that you are a disciple of Ding Chunkaiu, but also that you have just stolen his wood king Ding and escaped, I am right. How do you know this, are you also my master sent to catch me? Azi said could not help tightening his sleeves, as if who was preparing to attack, but he was hesitant to see Mirongfu. Oh! Just because Ding Chunkaiu is not qualified yet, send me. Seeing Azina's hesitant look at wanting to shoot at herself, but not wanting to shoot, Mirongfu couldn't help but smiled, I just wanted to tell you, Ding Chunkaiu's Dafa practice method, but Xiamen's misrepresentation. It's just a practice. If you like it, I can teach you a kung fu. You can kill Ding Chunkaiu in 1 year. Hey! How could there be such a magical skill in the world? I'm not a 3-year-old kid, but you want to cheat me. Seeing Mirongfu said he was not sent by Ding Chunkayu, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. My own son, now Shijia, is an enemy. And how do you know my identity, do we know? I know you because of Azi. Are you Aju's sister? What? I had just heard that Azi was a disciple of the Xingsu school. This section of Zheng Chun was a little unhappy, but I didn't expect Azi to be his own daughter. What do you say? Azi is also my daughter. Ruan Xingzu was also stunned at this time, but then thought of his good feelings for Azi for no reason, could not help but believe a bit. How do you know? I just listened to you, I only know. This is the doubt of Hoaza game. When I was Cha-Cha-Ju's identity, I found it. Mirongfu shook his head. Azhu next to him heard Mirongfu's words and couldn't help but move himself. Don't I think that the son still cares about himself like this all the time? Sure enough, Azi took out his gold lock piece, which caused a few people to feel another burst of joy. For a few people at a time, all of them forgot to have a strong enemy, but just talked to themselves. Chapter 36, Slaughter the Wicked, for collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you step by step for the 100 rewards. Thank you Benai Yuan Chenmo for the 100 rewards. Add 2 more changes today. Soon a short figure was flying, and he ran towards here as if he was running out of sight. He was followed by 2 people, and the 2 men walked with dignity, and the martial arts were obviously quite good. The little man who took the lead saw Mirongfu and others, and could not help but shouted, the hero, the great villain is coming, let's go. At this time, Zheng Chun and other talents remembered, didn't you just say that there were big evil people coming to trouble? Duan Zheng Chun let go of his 2 daughters and hurriedly walked to the 2 wounded. He pressed the pulse of the 2 and realized there was no worry about his life. He immediately had a happy face on his face and said, the 3 are hard, Gufu. The 2 brothers are fine, so I can rest assured. The 3 bowed and saluted, and they looked very respectful. At this moment, I heard a long roar in the distance, followed by a metal-rubbing voice called, the turtle son of the last name, you can't escape it, just obey your hands. Lao Tzu looks at your son's face go, maybe you will be spared. A woman's voice said, you can't spare his life, but it's still not your turn to be the master of Yu Sansan. Isn't the boss still going to die? Another voice said in a dark voice, the last name is Duan. If the kid knows what is good, it is cheaper than not knowing what is good. This person managed to send far away, but was obviously lack of energy, but it seemed that his body was not injured. Hearing here Mirongfu shook his head. Sure enough, even if many plots were changed by himself, he should still come back. It's just that this period of yanking somehow didn't even come with them? Mirong frowned. Mirongfu hated the 4 wicked people very much. Of course, if he didn't see these people, Mirongfu wouldn't be in a hurry, and he would go to kill these people, but since he met them now, he didn't let it go. Perhaps some people think that among these 4 people, Duan Yanking and Ye Erniang are pitiful people besides the crane in the cloud, and the South China Sea crocodile is also silly and cute. But Mirongfu didn't think so. Duan Yanking didn't say that. He said Ye Erniang, just because her son was robbed, he killed a baby a day. How many 7,000 or 8,000 babies have been killed in the past 20 years, baby Hiku? This Ye Erniang was blamed by thousands of swords. The joint Shaolin Suansi is not a good thing. Some people say that Suansi is still a person who dares to take responsibility, because he breaks the ring and becomes a semi-suicide. I can only say that you have been cheated. This Suansi has been guilty for so many years. Why did he not die sooner or later, but he wanted to die at that time? Wasn't it that my own breaking point was exposed at the time, if it didn't die, not only would his reputation be wiped out, even if he survived, would he still be an abbot of Shaolin? What do the people in the Shaolin Temple and the people in the world think of him? As a sinner in Shaolin Temple, what will the future be like? Therefore, Sun Si died, and this death seemed to show how much he was righteous, how responsible he was, and how regretful he had committed the mistake. Mirong Fu can only say why you have gone. And yet Ernie Ang kills, you Sun Si, don't tell me, you don't know, since Sun Si knows, don't say to take Yet Ernie Ang, just need one sentence, even if Yet Ernie Ang won't kill again, but has Sun Si expressed anything from beginning to end? And yet Ernie Ang was originally a woman of the Liang family. Why is his martial art so high? In the final analysis, it is still Sun Si religion. That is to say, the 7 or 8,000 babies killed by Yet Ernie Ang also had a share of Sun Si, but could you see that Sun Si had a bit of regret and couldn't be bothered? This South China Sea crocodile seems to be stupid, but let's say the Valley of the Wicked, just because of another person's words, he was killed. Just as Mirong Fu was contemplating, several members of this family had already started fighting with these 3 wicked men. However, although the martial arts of these people are still quite good, they are still worse than these 3 evil people. Son. This was Ezu, who couldn't help but shook Mirong Fu's hand and said, "Don't be afraid of me." Mirong Fu shook his head helplessly. After Mirong Fu finished speaking, he did not see him stepping forward, holding a fan in the air, and saw that Yun Zhonghe's weapon, which had just hit the man named Zhu, was opened straight. "Who is this? Uncle Ben Ben?" Yun Zhonghe immediately awakened and quickly backed away a few steps, looking around. For this thief Mirong Fu too lazy to say anything to him, directly. Pomp! He rang loudly, and the Yun Zhonghe fell down. Upon a closer look, it turned out that Mirong Fu had opened a hole in Yun Zhonghe's head with one finger. Fourth. This time, the South China Sea crocodile god and Yet Ernie Ang were shocked. "Who is it? Come out!" "His grandmother. Lao Tzu must cut your head off Dang Yi Lake today," Nanhai Crocodile said directly. The third one shuts up. "I don't know which senior is here. If I annoy seniors here, leave here and invite seniors to be strange." Just the words of Nanhai Crocodile God shocked Yet Ernie Ang. Killing the hand of the crane in the dead cloud is obviously much higher than that of others, and he said immediately. Speaking without waiting for Mirong Fu to answer, he transported light merit and wanted to escape. Mirong Fu raised his hand and wanted to kill her, but suddenly thought of something, but Mirong Fu's lips wriggled, but there was no sound, but this Yet Ernie Ang, trembling, obviously wanted to turn around, but quickly left behind. Seeing Yet Ernie Ang's departure left the South China Sea crocodile god, but it was a bit silly, but this one was not stupid, and he took the light and wanted to escape immediately. But would Mirong Fu let him do so, gently stomping his feet, and a stone flew up, and this Mirong Fu fan flicked gently. And the stone hit the head of the South China Sea crocodile straight and fell from midair. Just hang like that. This saw this scene, but it shocked Duan Zhengchun and several officials. Although they usually heard rumors about Mirong Fu, they thought it was an exaggeration. Especially Duan Zhengchun, when he saw Mirong Fu, even if he had just been repulsed by Mirong Fu, he thought that because of his carelessness, he thought that Mirong Fu was so young and strong, but it was almost the same as himself. Where do you know that it is so powerful? Not waiting for several people to sigh, a voice came again, "Ha ha ha! Duan Zhengchun is your death today." Okay. Some people may ask why Yet Ernie Ang was let go. Liu Yi felt that Yet Ernie Ang was the real first wicked man in this dragon. It would be too cheap to die if she died like this. Because Yet Ernie Ang died, Sun Si kept acknowledging that no one would believe that he had an affair with Yet Ernie Ang, who had no evildoers, and had a son. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 37, A Zhu Chuxiu, for collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you step by step for the 100 rewards. Thank you Benyuan Chenmo for the 100 rewards. Add 2 more changes today. At this time, a man wearing a green robe, holding 2 thin iron rods, and a face like a zombie, replaced the legs with an iron rod, and flew over very sensitively. This is full of evil intentions? I don't know what caused him to take a step late, but I just regretted letting this person escape. Mirongfu shook his head and thought. Well, Duan Yanqing, who had just arrived here, was too arrogant before he saw the bodies of the 3rd and 4th elders. They couldn't help but be shocked. If the 2 of them died after a fight, they wouldn't be overwhelmed, but looking at the injury, it was obviously killed by 1 blow, and the 2 did not even have a trace of resistance. This is what you can't do. For a period of time, Yanqing couldn't help but retreat, but the thought of this murderer's martial arts was so good that his legs were abolished. Even if he had been a hard worker in these years, he might not be able to reach that person. The thought changed and said, Duan Zhengchun, the grievances of you and me today are my family's family affairs, and have nothing to do with others. At that time, the father and emperor's benevolence didn't kill your 2 brothers. What a shame, today you dare to fight alone with me, and the grievance between you and me. Don't you? You gangster thief, and I want to fight with my protagonist. The protagonist slaughtered this gangster thief today. We don't need to talk about the rules of the rivers and lakes, just hug it up. Can't help but say. Why Duan Zhengchun, don't you dare. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect my Duan's door, generation of heroes, even such a genius out of you. Ha ha ha. Duan Yanqing said immediately after seeing Duan Zhengchun's hesitation. Hey. Since this is a matter of my Duan family, then naturally there is no need to fake hands with others. Today, Duan Zhengchun will fight you, said Duan Zhengchun, holding the sword up. Seeing Duan Zhengchun's movements, Mirongfu was speechless. You clearly couldn't beat anyone else. You have the opportunity to swarm up. You have to talk about such rules and regulations. You have to fight alone. How much okara is in your head? Sure enough, this piece of Zhengchun is just the first-class peak strength, but Duan Yanqing has decided the initial cultivation behavior, that is, his own inconvenience, and Duan Zhengchun cannot contend, but more than 20 strokes have already exposed the defeat. Seeing Ruan Xingzu here, he couldn't help but feel anxious, and immediately asked several officials to go up to help, but then Azi mocked Duan Zhengchun as a hero in the original book. This time, Duan Zhengchun, a self-proclaimed hero, was stimulated and said aloud, "What's the difference between life and death? The one who comes up to help is not able to get along with me, Duan Zhengchun." Oh! Mirongfu couldn't help smiling when he heard Az's words, Azi. But seeing Duan Zhengchun's embarrassment, why is it so comfortable? As time went on, Duan Zhengchun began to perish. Although Mirongfu didn't want to shoot, he couldn't let Azhu see Duan Zhengchun dead in front of him. Just when Mirongfu wanted to shoot, Azhu flashed his body, patted the 2 of them, separated the 2, and then immediately stood among them, saving Duan Zhengchun. This Azu and Abi were because after Mirongfu got the Yi Jinjing before, Mirongfu summed up the essence of Yi Jinjing and passed it on to the 2, so that the 2 finally broke through the ultimate cultivation practice. This Azu. It's not bad to let her practice her hands. Even if you look at yourself, you won't be afraid that Azu will be in trouble. Mirongfu shook his head and thought. Well? Who are you? Why should I intervene in my Duan family? Duan Yanqing couldn't help shrinking his eyes when he saw Azhu's martial arts. I'm the daughter of the southern king of Dali town and the Duan family, why can't you intervene? It's you, but a chaotic thief, dare to be so arrogant. Azhu said, Father, go ahead. Leave it to me here. Azu, your martial arts. Hee. Don't forget my father. I'm from Gasu Yanziwu. My son's martial arts are unparalleled in the world. Naturally, we little girls have to learn both hands. Lest people make jokes in the future. My daughter's martial arts are not as good as my son's. 1 in 10,000, but it's enough to deal with this guy who is not human, ghost or ghost. Azul looked at Mirong Fu and said with some pride. Hey? Are you from Gasunan Mirong? Duan Yanking couldn't help but was surprised. Before the rumors about Mirong Fu, others might think it was false, but Duan Yanking didn't. Mirong Fu battled Jiao Feng on the same day. Duan Yanking can be said to know clearly that the beggar gang fights the dog formation. It seems that these two people were killed by Mirong Fu, but I did not expect that Mirong Fu was actually related to Duan Zhengchun, Duan Yanking thought. However, Azu did not care whether Duan Yanking was preoccupied, and directly transported Ling Bo's microsteps. He immediately came to Duan Yanking's body and pointed out. This finger was not a yang finger, but a joint fingering. Seeing that Zhu shot suddenly, although he was in a hurry, Duan Yanking, who had been through 100 battles, reacted instantly. I saw Duan Yanking, one scepter pointed to the ground, and the other raised his hand a little, counteracting Zhu's finger strength. Meeting Yan in this period of yanking really seems to have met the nemesis. Participating in fingering, silently, if practiced to a great success, it will not be much weaker than the Six Veins Excalibur. But Duan Yanking was unable to respond to this silent because of physical reasons. The Yi-Yang finger, light and changeable, focuses on punching and healing. Aka's Lingbo's microsteps, but it is the supreme pace of evasion in the dragon. It is just that Duan Yu has just learned that there is no internal force at all, and it can be mixed like a fish. This is the case. Moreover, Mirong Fu was still watching. Duan Yanking didn't dare to arbitrarily kill the killer, or even hurt Zhu. Otherwise, if Mirong Fu got rid of it, he would have no chance at all. There was something in my mind, Duan Yanking's hand speed, the reaction could not help but slowed down. Between the rise and the fall, both of them were at the very beginning of the extreme cultivation, and soon Duan Yanking fell into the disadvantage. Between Lingbo's microstep players, not only will they not consume internal power, but they will also accumulate internal power. With the passage of time, Duan Yanking finally revealed a flaw because of internal force. Zhu Ping often also dealt with people such as storms and evils, so naturally he would not let this opportunity pass because of lack of experience. I saw Azu, suddenly 1 foot, flew up and slapped to Duan Yanking. Seeing this palm, Duan Yanking hurriedly blocked it with a scepter, but this palm was obviously not so simple. Turning around anyway, it was another palm. With the power of this palm, Azu fluttered again and hit. Go with. This palm was created by Mirong Fu according to the water waves of Dongting Vitang, named Bibo 9 heavy waves, endlessly, palm by palm, making the enemy unstoppable, but blocked. Under the continuous force you will also be seriously injured. Under the palm of 3 hands in a row, Duan Yanking spit out a blood, obviously was seriously injured. The last chapter may be updated later. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 38, Savage Girlfriend Mu Wangking, for collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you step by step for the 100 rewards. Thank you Ben Yuan Chenmo for the 100 rewards. Add 2 more changes today. Gasu Mirong, really well-deserved reputation. I did not expect my Duan Yanking, even a little girl of Mirong's family can beat it. But this girl is the martial arts of Gasu Mirong, not my Duan's scholastic. My Duan Yanking is not lost to the hands of thieves such as chaos ministers, but lost to the hands of Gusu Murong. Ha ha ha! Duan Yanking defeated by Azua said indifferently. After Duan Yanking smiled, he stopped breathing. But Duan Yanking saw his hopeless survival and shattered his heart. Seeing Duan Yanking's death, Duan Zhengchun couldn't help but sigh. Sister! I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Can you teach me martial arts? Azi didn't care about the atmosphere of the scene. Seeing that Azhu was so powerful, she couldn't help but ran to Azhu next to her. This elder sister's martial arts master teaches, if the younger sister wants to learn, I will ask the son. Azhu said with some doubting. You mean the handsome young man, is his martial art really so powerful? That's the son, but Nan Murong is called North Jiaofeng, South Murong on the rivers and lakes. Although Jiaofeng and his son have the same name, in fact, the son's martial arts are stronger than Jiaofeng. After listening to it, Azi ran to Murong Fu and looked at Murong Fu up and down. He said, Did you just say you want to teach me a martial art? What martial arts do you have? Is there any elder sister after I practice? Oh, your martial arts mental level is not much different from that of your sister. It's just that your mental style is a little quicker. If you don't exercise restraint, it will only allow you to break through the congenital in less than a month, but... What? You said to break through innateness. Azi didn't wait for Murong Fu to finish, immediately interrupted and said in surprise, how could there be such a mindset? In Az's heart, Ding Chun Kaiyu is nothing more than an excellent practice. That is already the most powerful person in the world. As for the congenital Azi, he only heard Ding Chun Kaiyu say that he had never seen it before. At the same time, there is some unbelief. Okay. Az, don't be so rude. Zhang Chun also came over and said at this time, thank you Murong and son for helping me, otherwise today I'm afraid I'll fold here. As for the little girl just casually said, please don't take it seriously. Although Duan Zhengchun didn't believe that there were any exercises that would allow Aza to break through the congenital within a month, Murong Fu taught Aza that a kung fu wasn't just a good idea. This is known from Aju's strength. Aju was younger than his own old man. Since I said I would teach Aza martial arts, I would definitely teach, but my uncle didn't need to say it anymore. Murong Fu looked at Duan Zhengchun, so dumbfounded, he chimed in, and couldn't help getting angry. Didn't see me talking to my sister? Okay. Murong Fu forgot his idea of beating her daughter. As he said, Murong Fu turned to Az and said, Az, come with me later, I will teach you. Oh. Now that the strong enemy has been eliminated, we have found the two daughters who have been separated for many years today. It is really a double happiness, and it is also time to celebrate. Everyone should not stand here, but my family goes to sit, I give everyone cook some food. Ruan Xingzhu also said at this time. After listening to the crowd, they did not refuse, leaving two officials to take care of the body here, and soon everyone came to the residence. After taking care of the meal, the crowd found their own accommodation and wanted to rest. Murong Fu had just returned to his house and wanted to meditate and take a break. He suddenly smiled slightly and said to the door, Az, come in. The door is unlocked. Hey! How do you know that I'm here? I'm already very careful. But Az obviously didn't care about this, and said again, isn't that what you said to teach me Kung Fu today? Of course. Looking at Az's trust in himself, Murong Fu was still a little bit happy. Murong Fu didn't want this lady woman, or went to the future results and said, do you know the identity of your master? Master's identity? Master is the master, what is his identity? Murong didn't care after listening, so he told Az about Ding Chun Kaiyu. You mean, in fact, my master is a disciple of the Xiaoao school? And my master just learned some minor aspects of the Xiaoao school? Really superior martial arts are not at all? Dafa, but inferior martial arts. Azi obviously, I was very surprised by Murong Fu. After all, in Az's heart, Ding Chunkai was already the first in the world, and no one in the world was an opponent. Today Murongfu told her that Ding Chunkai was not a big deal. It's just that Aza didn't know about it. He seemed to have no doubt about Murongfu's words. This is unbelievable for Azi who has lived in an environment where he has been deceived since childhood. So what martial arts do you want to teach me? Isn't it powerful? Azi looked up and looked at Murongfu pitifully. What I want to tell you is the supremacy of the Xiaoao school, the Baiming Shen Gong. How do you like it or not? Murongfu said with a slight smile. What? You mean, are you going to pass me the Baiming Shen Gong? Good. Why don't you like it, then forget it. Murongfu said with a sigh. No, no. I want to learn, I want to learn. You teach me. Okay. After speaking, Murongfu began to teach Azabi Ming Gong, and then told the main points of the divine skill to Aza one by one. Azi is also smart, but after all, it is not as super memory as Murongfu. Murongfu spent a whole night before letting Zi remember it completely, and then asked thousands of times to prevent Zi from absorbing internal power at random and improving his strength. Fast. When Murongfu watched around Xiaojing Lake, he suddenly heard that two people were walking towards the bamboo forest by Xiaojing Lake. Although the two are far apart, it is nothing to Murongfu, who has super hearing ability. When Murong listened to it with multiple hearts, the voice of the two of them changed into Murongfu's ears. Only one person heard, "Be careful, this slut's martial arts are not high, but they are tricky." Another young woman said, "She is alone, and my daughters have always cleaned her up." The big woman said, "Don't talk, just go up and kill the killer, don't hesitate." The girl said, "If Dad knows." The older woman said, "Well, are you still looking after your dad?" Hearing here, Murongfu only thought of it and knew the person coming, but it was Mu Wangqing's mother and daughter. But shouldn't these two people come at night? Thinking of this, Murongfu couldn't help but smile. The plot was stirred up like this by himself, where else should there be? Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 39, Savage Girlfriend Mu Wangqing, Part 2. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Then they saw the two walking on their feet, one came towards the gate and the other came to the house, apparently wanting to attack back and forth. This was the appearance of Murong's return, and suddenly appeared in front of them. At this time, only the young woman said, "Hey, who are you? What about that with the surname Ruan?" Her voice was cold, and her tone was very rude. But knowing the woman's character, Murongfu didn't care, but kept looking at the young woman up and down. At that time, the older woman said, "What's the difference between Zunjia and Ruan Xingzua's bitch? Who is this woman? Come on." But Murongfu saw the young woman who was too lazy to look at the older woman. The young woman shouted, "Are you deaf or dumb? How come you are silent? And you are not allowed to look at me like this." The tone was full of anger. The young woman stomped her feet, her long sword shook, her blade shook, her buzzing, the tip of her sword leaned against Murongfu's temple, not far from the grave. She shouted, "If you pretend to be stupid, you will be bitter and you will eat." Murongfu was not in a hurry. When the blade was half a foot away from his shoulder, he saw that Murongfu gently stretched out and clamped it. Then he caught the sword and realized how hard the young woman was. "Not coming out. You, let go of you," this young woman said in a hurry. Looking at the appearance of Mu Wangqing's barbaric girlfriend full of modern society, Murongfu couldn't help but want to tease him. Murongfu not only let go, but also took a sword and pulled in his own direction. But it was just in the future that Mu Wangqing couldn't let go, and pulled into his arms. Asshole! You stop! Seeing Murongfu bullied her daughter like this, the woman who reacted couldn't help but be angry, and stabbed Murongfu with a sword. However, Murongfu didn't turn his head back, reached out a little behind him, and stopped the old woman. At this time, Mu Wangqing was suddenly pulled into his arms by Murongfu, and he couldn't help being confused. Murongfu was full of masculinity because of Superman's body. The attraction for girls is unparalleled. Mu Wangqing felt Murongfu's warm breath, and could not help feeling a warmth. Intuition should not leave him for a lifetime. But soon Mu Wangqing reacted and couldn't help but blush. Struggling to leave. You let me go. Mu Wangqing said to Murongfu while struggling, but this was a serious voice, but it seemed like a coquettish voice. Oh? Why should I let go of you? Murongfu pretended to be serious. You are not my husband, can't hug me. Really? Does that mean I am your husband and can hold you? Of course. What should I do? I just want to hug you. Or should I? I am your husband so I can hug you. Mu Wangqing heard Murongfu's words, and somehow he was shocked. He wanted to refuse and felt as if he couldn't say it. He could only continue, now, let me go first. Do I let you go and let me be your husband? You rascal! You will never let go, me, I will kill you. Can you kill me? Why? I'm your husband, you killed me, don't you want to stay alive for a lifetime? You! I won't be widowed for you. Don't you want to die for me? You still let me go, my mother is still here. What's such a hug? Oh! It turned out to be the mother-in-law's reason. Okay, let's hug and hug another place, said Murongfu, holding Mu Wangqing and taking a light hand to come to an empty room. What do you want to do? Mu Wangqing couldn't help but see Murongfu holding himself into a room, then he jumped back like a frightened rabbit and closed his arms. Seeing Mu Wangqing's appearance, Murongfu couldn't help but touched his nose. What happened to me just now, how could it be so frivolous? Actually also brought this Mu Wangqing to the room, is it because he has been a virgin for so many years, his blood is strong and his blood is surging? Thinking of this, Murongfu couldn't help but smile for a while. He had 3 confidants, but he is still a traverser who is probably the most misunderstood. It seems that it's time to get married as soon as possible. Murongfu didn't think about it. He just managed to deal with a few women in this way, although they certainly wouldn't refuse. However, Murong still has his own persistence. Although he cannot guarantee that he can still be like a modern society, only one wife is unrealistic. But for the woman she likes and loves, Murongfu will still hold a beautiful wedding for them, and then talk about others. Hearing Murongfu suddenly not speaking, Mu Wangqing glanced at Murongfu secretly. Seeing that Murongfu seemed to be in deep contemplation, Mu Wangqing could not help but gently walked beside Murongfu and gently shook his hands in front of Murongfu's eyes. Seeing Murongfu still didn't respond, Mu Wangqing couldn't help but sip and immediately wanted to leave. But just took a step, and then returned, could not help secretly looking at Murongfu. Then he picked up his sword and wanted to pierce Murongfu's sword, but when his sword was still a distance away from Murongfu's temple, he stopped again. Then Mu Wangqing took a few deep breaths, another sword, but stopped at the end. When the Emperor Mu Wangqing wanted to stab it 5 times, a voice spread, "If you want to stab, then stab it, why do you hesitate like this?" "Oh! I know, you must be reluctant." Speaking of Murongfu, both hands made a move to Mu Wangqing and hugged Mu Wangqing over. Who was Murongfu? As soon as Mu Wangqing made some moves, he already knew it, but he ignored it at the time. Later, she saw Mu Wangqing several times, as if she wanted to kill herself, but she couldn't stop. Can't help it, Zhu Muqing is really fun and tight. Since you are reluctant, you must have wanted me to be your husband. Come and hurry and call your husband. Mu Wangqing seemed to know that he could not escape, or that he did not want to leave Mirongfu's arms. He didn't struggle. When he heard Mirongfu's words, Mu Wangking gave a small bet and didn't answer. He just turned his head away. Just when Mirongfu wanted to say something, a voice came, "Mr. Mirong, Wangking is my daughter, don't you hurt her." Oh! Unexpectedly, Duan Zhengchun discovered it as soon as possible. Feeling Duan Zhengchun and others were looking here, Mirongfu sighed in disappointment and released Mu Wangking. Humph! Mu Wangking glanced at Mirongfu and ran away. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 40, Xenomorph. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Cousin. Where are we going next? Well, next? Let's go find a good thing. But Mirongfu suddenly remembered after seeing AZI, there is still a good thing, he has forgotten to take it all these years. Hey! 2 small tails behind, not yet out. Hey! How do you know me, brother-in-law? Well, since AZI knew his relationship with Azhu, he began to please Mirongfu, so he got this name. For the name AZI, Mirongfu is very without a word, he was not Jiao Feng. He repeatedly asked AZI to change his title. AZI didn't listen. There is also a brother-in-law, I am obviously one person. How do you say 2 people? Hee. Mirongfu smiled, flashed behind him, and then came back instantly, but when he came back, he still held a very beautiful woman in his hand. You, let me go. Why should I let go, but if you call me husband, I might consider it. Hey! Then hug it. Mu Wangking said no more, and she calmly took Mirongfu's arms. Originally from Kong Muwanking and others, Mirongfu stayed for another day after coming, but when they saw Duan Zhengchun like a light bulb, they always swayed in front of themselves, but as his father-in-law, he couldn't beat him. Or just slaughter it. Mirongfu thought for a moment and thought that there was nothing wrong here anyway, so he simply left. So the next day, she took Wang Yuan and her daughters to embark on the itinerary. They didn't want to just leave. AZI and Mu Wangking caught up with them. Son, you don't want to bully Wangking's sister. This is Azu who can't help but smile, he doesn't know that he usually gets along well, how could he like to play tricks on bullying Mu Wangking? Well. What did Azu say? I can't bear to bully Wangking. Didn't you see me? Wasn't it afraid that Wangking would be tired and hug Wangking without any effort? Mirong said seriously. Son, if you say that, aren't you afraid that Sister Aju is jealous? At this time, Abi also laughed aside. Good you Abi. Even I dare to ridicule, I think you are jealous? Or should I talk to my son, let him also hug you well? I do not want it. Time was quietly passing by everyone. Soon Mirongfu and others came to the nearby Jianjianzong temple. Along the way, apart from meeting a lot of disciples of the stars, they came to find trouble, but they were calm. Instead, AZI wanted to absorb the skills of the stars of the sect of the northern sect, which was stopped by Mirongfu. According to Mirongfu, the internal force of the sect is not to say that it has no poison, but the internal force is too modeled, and its absorption their skills are better than self-cultivation. After all, this Baiming Shengong is not only capable of absorbing internal force, but Wuizi in the original book is also not alone in practicing the supreme internal force. But even if angry, Azi did nothing to Mirongfu. Kunlun's heterogeneous ice silkworm was taken by the Shaolin apostle Hui Jingyuan from Kunlun, thousands of miles away. As for the specific place, how to find it is inexplicable, but now he and the ice silkworm should be building orders for the Mingzhong temple. Azi, give me your Wood King tripod. Mirongfu said to Azi. I don't. No. Hey. Now you know me. Azi is obviously still angry. Before Murongfu didn't let himself absorb the internal force, he only saw Az's mouth curled up and said, "But if you ask me, I can consider it." Hey! Originally, I said that if you lent Shen Muangding to me, I could promise you a condition. But since, don't you borrow it? No, I only have said Murongfu and kept looking up and down Azi. You, good. I lent you, but said yes, you have to promise me a condition. Azi, who was clearly uncomfortable with Murongfu's unwilling eyes, immediately spoke. Azi then threw Shen Muangding to Murongfu. Murongfu arranged Wang Yun's 4 daughters in a large inn in the city, but did not bring them. Although Murongfu looks from the original book, this time there is no danger, but after all, this is to deal with highly toxic things. If the 4 women accidentally something, Murongfu should not regret lifelong. You should know that Murongfu had obtained Yi Jinjing before, and even studied it carefully. Today, it can be said that no one can understand Yi Jinjing better than Murongfu. Yi Jinjing is indeed very powerful. If you follow the step-by-step practice, as long as you practice well, if you want to become a super master, it will come naturally. But if you want to be like the middle of the original book, you can get an extremely deep internal force just by practicing Yi Jin in a few months. Even if it is scum in other aspects, you can still compete with Qiao Feng. 10 tricks, that is impossible. However, Yu Tan did it. Among them, there is no reason for this heterogeneous ice silkworm, and it would not be believed that Murongfu was killed. It seems that this heterogeneous ice silkworm is not as simple as that. Soon Murongfu came to the Mercy Temple. Murongfu looked at it and went straight in. The reason why Murongfu wanted Aziz Shen Muangding before was just in case. After all, if he didn't find the ice silkworm, he could still try it with Shen Muangding. After Murongfu entered the temple, he found a young monk and asked him where he was going. Soon came to the vegetable garden in the backyard. Murongfu looked around and found that the ice silkworm frowned. It shouldn't be. I had inquired clearly before. This Huijing has indeed placed orders here. Hasn't this Huijing found a different ice silkworm? Just when Murongfu wanted to take out Shen Muangding, suddenly it was still clear and sunny, but the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. Murongfu couldn't help being overjoyed. It seemed that this exotic ice silkworm was still there. Sure enough, after a while, a line of fire on the west corner burned over, and immediately burned to the front. Murongfu looked at it and saw that it was not the line of fire, but something was crawling in the grass. When the grass met, it immediately changed. Withered, at the same time the cold became stronger and stronger, and the surrounding trees even froze frost. Then I saw that the silkworm was pure white like jade, with a slight bluish-blue color, more than double the size of an ordinary silkworm, like an earthworm, transparent and crystal-like in body, and fat and pretty cute. If any girl saw it, it must be I can't help but want to tease. Seeing Murongfu here no longer hesitated, I saw that Murongfu took out the ready-made gourd in his right hand, and gently moved the left hand towards the heterogeneous ice silkworm. The ice silkworm suddenly flew into the sky and flew towards Murongfu's side. Murongfu smiled slightly, pointed the gourd mouth at the ice silkworm, and put the ice silkworm into the gourd. Then I saw Murongfu's backhand pull, and the gourd with ice silkworm disappeared in his hand instantly. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 41, the character broke out. Seeking collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Today's collection is full of 100, plus one more. Yesterday the flowers did not reach 300. But 267 also set a record of flowers in a fleeting day, plus one more. Only this time, there will still be 300 in the future. Hey! Who are you, kid? What are you doing here? At this time a rough voice came. Well. Although Mirongfu just found someone coming, but Mirongfu didn't care. After all, with his own strength, there was really nothing he couldn't solve in this world. But when Mirongfu wanted to leave, looking at the monk's appearance, he suddenly thought that this was not Huijing. He just wanted to get this ice silkworm before, and he never thought about how to use this ice silkworm. Whether to continue to be kept as a pet, or to enhance strength. I seem to be the internal force of pure yang trained by the power of the sun. If I absorb the power of this cold ice silkworm, is there really no problem? Although nothing will happen, will it be wasted? As for the transfer of this ice silkworm to several women to enhance their strength, this idea was only flashed in Mirongfu's mind, and was then abandoned by Mirongfu. Who knows how this ice silkworm enhances its strength and what effect it has? Who knows if a few girls will be like Yutan, not only does not die, but also internal force, if Mirongfu himself, Mirongfu still dare to gamble, but for the woman she likes, I really dare not let them gamble. Moreover, Mirongfu still remembers this Huijing sentence in the original book, how can you be so unruly and secretly go out to play alone? It made Lao Tzu worry for a long time, for fear that you would never come back from now. Bringing you don't know what's wrong, and I don't understand how I will treat you with pain. In this way, what else you have to do will come from ruining the future, and no one will come to pity you. What does this mean? Is it possible to say that this ice silkworm has any future, or that it is exceptional? I don't know the monk, but Huijing. Mirongfu couldn't help but think of this. Well? Who are you? How do you know me? Huijing said with some doubts. So, you are Huijing, so good. Mirongfu said carelessly, completely without the embarrassment that he had just taken Huijing's painstakingly and took away the ice silkworms from Kunlun Mountain. My eyes are nonsense, I heard that you have an ice silkworm? Well, I don't want ice silkworms from you either, so you tell me how to raise ice silkworms. Hey? How do you know I have ice silkworms? Hey, my silkworms! The monk changed his color instantly and said to Mirongfu, you said, did you put my silkworms? Take it away. I took your ice silkworm? Ha ha! The Buddhist monk can search me casually. If the search comes out, I will return you, but if the search is not available, how can you get your silkworm rearing method? Teach the ice silkworms. Mirongfu was proud for a while, and it took him so long, but he almost forgot that he still has a space where he can hold living things. Huijing didn't really search, but just looked up and down beside Mirongfu, and confirmed that the ice silkworm was not on Mirongfu's body. After all, if Mirongfu had ice silkworm on her body, how could the air of strange cold cover up? I couldn't help but thought to myself, could this silkworm run out to play again? Thinking of Huijing here, he didn't want to bother about Mirongfu, he just wanted to leave. Monk, you have seen it. Did you want to go before you have said anything about ice silkworms? Mirongfu said aside. You go. I don't know. Oh. You are fine. Hearing Mirongfu's laughter, Huijing could not help but shudder, is there anything to happen? Sure enough, he felt right. Is this the case? I didn't expect this ice silkworm to have such an identity and potential. Mirongfu couldn't help but be surprised. In fact, the reason why Huijing will betray Shaolin is not because she broke the ring, but because of this ice silkworm. Huijing, I don't know where I got a piece of cloth with special characters. I didn't care about Huijing. Where did I know that even if I accidentally found this piece of cloth in water, I didn't immerse it in the fire? Non-combustible properties. This time Huijing really paid attention to this piece of cloth, and then after many inquiries, I realized that the text recorded above was Qin Shi Xiao Hao. As for the meaning, it is probably recorded that Qin Shi was a peculiar man, the top of Kunlun, got a strange ice silkworm. After 10 years of hard cultivation by this number of people, this ice silkworm gradually evolved and eventually derived wisdom. The spirit, able to practice by itself, has reached a broken state. And this strange person also relied on the essence of the sun and moon absorbed by the ice silkworm during the usual practice, and even reached the realm of broken void. Before the ice silkworm finally broke, it left an egg. According to this strange person's estimate, if there is no particular reason for this egg, I am afraid that it will take at least 1,000 years to hatch only by absorbing the essence of the world. However, the old ice silkworm, broken with the strange man, was left behind, information about the egg of the ice silkworm, and the cultivation method of the ice silkworm. On a special cloth. I hope that future generations can help this little ice silkworm. After knowing these circumstances, this Huijing could not sit still, broken void. Even if you don't know. If you know that there is such a shortcut in front of you, there is a great possibility that the husband and wife will be turned against each other and the father and son will become enemies. So Huijing decisively left Shaolin to find this ice silkworm, and finally he was really found by him. This is because the ice silkworm just hatched out, and the top of Kunlun is naturally not able to stay, so Huijing took this ice silkworm bringing it to the Mercy Temple. Murongfu is cheap, but even without Murongfu, the original book will be obtained by AZI, which is really a waste. This was Murongfu's gratification. He didn't go directly, otherwise he would have wasted this ice silkworm in vain because of his temporary negligence. I was afraid that Murong would repent of his death. After all, Murongfu, who has been trained by countless novels, although he does not know what kind of ice silkworm is, but also knows that the more difficult this birth is, the longer the time, the more powerful it represents. This ice silkworm was hatched after thousands of years. Is this because the bloodline of this ice silkworm is very high? Although Murongfu didn't know how this ice silkworm fell to the lower plane of Tianlong world. But this is not the time to care about this. Murongfu grabbed the cloth directly from the monk's hand, and then placed the cloth in his jade dish space, and he was relieved. Then Murongfu looked at Huijing who was still on the ground, moaning constantly, and hesitated for a while. Is Huijing killing? Or kill? Or is it killing? Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 42, What happened to Jiao Feng? Seeking collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Today's collection is full of 100, plus one more. Yesterday the flowers did not reach 300. But 267 also set a record of flowers in a fleeting day, plus one more. Only this time, there will still be 300 in the future. It's not that Murongfu doesn't want to let him go. After all, the temptation to break the void is too great. If this is passed by Huijing, I am afraid that all the warriors in the world will come to Murongfu for trouble, even if it is the sweeping floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Murongfu also dare not guarantee. Others are not counted, but aren't there so many Grand Master warriors? Ever since Murongfu had swept away the monks, he dared not underestimate the heroes of the world because of his own superhuman body. Moreover, he will not be okay, but it is difficult to guarantee that those crazy warriors will not trouble Wang Yuan and others. How can I make the mistake of the Northern Ming dynasty skill again because of an outsider? All threats still disappear in the bud. After resolving Huijing, Murongfu quickly returned to the inn where the few women were. Cousin! Have you finally returned? Murongfu saw Wang Yuan's daughters, and when she saw herself come back, she just smiled, then shouted to herself with some hesitation. Hey! Why? Is something wrong? Mirongfu couldn't help but tighten his heart, and then looked at the women, seeing how many women were standing here in a good manner, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was just my cousin. We were bored just after we left. We wanted to go out to sea. We just walked to the road. We heard some warriors say, "What is in that village?" and discuss the murder of Jiao Feng. We looked at cousin and Nha Jiao Feng's brother-in-law and thought about returning immediately to wait for cousin, so let cousin know the first time. Wang Yuan sorted out the language and said to Mirongfu. What? They're going to kill Jiao Feng. Mirongfu couldn't help but think of something when he heard Wang Yuan's words. Shouldn't the plot of Jiao Feng vs Juxian's Wang pass? And this time because of myself and another traverser, hasn't Jiao Feng's plot already become unknown? Isn't Jiao Feng carrying any burdens, killing the teacher and killing his father? Why did they kill Jiao Feng? Forget it, let's go check it out. Mirongfu thought for a while and said. After all, Jiao Feng is his first friend in the world, and he has nothing to do anyway. But Mirongfu was not in a hurry. He walked slowly towards Juxian's Wang along the way. After all, with the current martial arts of Jiao Feng, those people still wanted to hurt Jiao Feng. On the way to go, Mirongfu and others also inquired clearly the beginning of this matter. Speaking of Kongmin's woman, a few of the elders with Chuan Guanqing did not want to let go of Jiao Feng. Jiao Feng used to be the chief of the beggar gang, knowing too many secrets of the beggar gang, and encouraged the few stupid people of the beggar gang to contact all parties and kill Jiao Feng. But precisely during this time, because of the general's general intention, Bian Guan suffered a loss in the hands of the Liao people. This whole championship put the hat of this defeat on Jiao Feng's head and said it was Jiao Feng Tong's style. Letter. Although the time dragged on for a long time, it made the Quangwan King several people successful. I said that I had forgotten something at the time, but I originally forgot to kill these people. I blamed the traversal at that time and made myself go anxiously. Mirongfu couldn't help being speechless for a while. Although a few people walked slowly, they quickly came to this Juxian's Wang. When several people came to Juxian's Wang, everyone had just arrived. Mirongfu thought about it and didn't pay attention to these people who couldn't help himself. I found a place and sat down with a few people. Wait for the development of the situation to be quiet, and this time, no one was injured and Jiao Feng is needed to save, and I don't know if Jiao Feng will come. Brothers, thank you brothers for coming to participate in the hero meeting that we are waiting for today. This is a person who came out and said, the reason why I waited today is to remove one person. Here I invite the beggar to help Elder Su step forward. After listening to this, Elder Su said, the two brothers of Brother Shui Shui invited today to gather heroes from all walks of life here, just for the newly born Jiao Feng in the martial arts, which is also ashamed. I did not expect that my gang will actually remove Zhou, a villain such as Feng brought such a scourge to Dasong. Originally, after Jiao Feng left, I didn't even want to do anything to Jiao Feng, but I didn't expect this villain to be so despondent and betrayed me. Today it is said that it is impossible for me to help only the beggars to kill their relatives, kill Jiao Feng, and use our beggars to take the lead. Good speaking. That's it. This Jiao Feng really should be killed. Seeing the appearance of these people, Mirongfu shook his head. The idiot deserved to be an idiot. It was really too stupid. Seeing the non-stop performance and singing of the crowd, Azi on the side was a little bit idle. I saw Azi's eyeballs turned around, and quietly left Mirongfu's table, mixed in the crowd, and said, Yo, it's really nice. Here is the troupe, it's really fun to sing like this. On the way back, Azi already knows that Jiao Feng and Mirongfu have a good relationship, so naturally they want to help Jiao Feng. As soon as Azi's words came out, the scene was silent for a moment. They looked at the crowd one after another. Yo! Why don't you sing? Sing quickly. I have to watch the drama. Azi saw the crowd looking for herself, perhaps because Mirong Fu was here, not afraid, nodded and pointed. This AZ. Mirong Fu couldn't help but smile when he saw Az's performance. Son, Azi is still young, don't blame her. This was Azhu who looked at Mirong with some worry. I don't blame Az, but I think Az is a little cute. My son likes it very much, in fact, you are the same. Don't be so handicapped because of me. Do whatever you want. My son will take care of anything for you. Mirong Fu smiled. Son. After listening to Mirong Fu's words, several women looked at Mirong Fu with emotion. Little girl, who are you? Whose daughter are you? Why are you talking indiscriminately here? This is used to males, pressing down his anger. The people present were also glaring at Azi. You must know that although the people present said martial arts or something, it was nothing to Mirong and others, but after all, they were also the head of a party. Such insulting words. But everyone couldn't guess Az's identity for a while, but he didn't do it. Whose daughter am I? What do you do with you? What is you? Azi is worthy of the original troublemaker, and said indifferently, it's just because you are all messy, crooked, and worthy of knowing the girl's name, you are not happy to sing your play of the bear conference. If you can make the girl look comfortable, the girl said that she can still reward you a few small money. He said that Azi was actually in his arms and took out a copper plate. Just when Azi wanted to throw this copper plate down, he thought about it, and then used internal force to move this copper plate into two halves, and threw it to everyone. At the same time, he also said, no need to thank you. Okay, I will reward you for the remaining half. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 43, Kill. Seeking collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Today's collection is full of 100, plus one more. Yesterday the flowers did not reach 300. But 267 also set a record of flowers in a fleeting day, plus one more. Only this time, there will still be 300 in the future. Wow, as Az's words just fell, everyone only felt the blood rising and flushed. The so-called Xia Israeli martial law prohibition means that these martial artists, because of the practice of the exercises, have excessive qi and blood and are very irritable. There was a slight discrepancy. Where have you been so insulted? So everyone was in an uproar instantly. Where is the cheap maid? Dare to talk like this? Today I will teach you your father. Then the voice of an old lady came. It turned out that the nearest Tanpo with Azili. At this time, although Azi said that she had worked very hard to practice the Biming divine skills, but because during this time, she never found a suitable person, Mirong Fu did not let Azi absorb the internal power. There is still a gap, plus this time Tanpo is more suspected of sneak attacks. Seeing Azi will be successful. However, this time it completely annoyed Mirong Fu, to know that Mirong Fu himself was reluctant to go to Azi. Mirong Fu, who knew the fate of Azi in the original work, was very sorry for Azi. You are a lonely old lady, who is something, and dare to go to Azi. Ever since Mirong Fu decided to give Azi a good future, he will not be allowed to embark on the tragic fate of the original book. Regarding Azi's affairs, Mirong's reappearance stage was extremely heartwarming. And from these days, it can be seen that Azi is particularly concerned about Mirong Fu. Regarding Mirong Fu, even if Mirong Fu did not allow Azi to do this, and did not allow Azi to do so, causing Azi to be very unhappy, but it was not as general as the original book, and it didn't make a difference. No matter who you are, just go ahead. You should know that Jiaofeng was in the original work, and it was also used by Azi. This Tanpo dared to face Mirong Fu, and started to Azi. Isn't this death? Seeing that Aza was going to be hit by Tanpo, Mirongfu instantly flew up and hit Tanpo with a palm. You are merciful. It turned out that when Tanpo just wanted to start, when playing Aza, Azu also found out, but Azu wanted to rescue too late. Boom! This palm was Mirongfu's anger, which was the second time Mirongfu came to this world, using his inner strength and the full blow of the superhuman body. Although Mirongfu usually seems to have no temper, he speaks well to everyone. Sometimes, it won't matter if you provoke Mirongfu. But Mirongfu also has his own perseverance and bottom line. Obviously his own woman is one of her bottom lines. According to Mirongfu, if anyone who dares to deal with his own woman can be forgiven, is this man still a man? Mirongfu now has the power to hit with all his strength. Although he can't fully exert it, there are still millions of pounds. The crowd only heard a loud noise, and Tanpo instantly turned into a blood mist. For a time, the scene was extremely silent. Whether it was the martial arts clamoring before, or those who did not want to act rashly because they did not know Az's identity, they all looked at this scene with a dull gaze. No one thought that Mirongfu would actually be here, and he would kill without warning. And it was so terrifying, so terrible. Xiaowan! Two screams awakened everyone. Mirongfu, did you kill Xiaowan? How could you kill Xiaowan? Tan Gong saw Tanpo's body was beaten to death, as if he couldn't believe it. Because I saw it in Xingzi forest before, several people still remember Mirongfu, and only listened to Tan Gong's sad words. It seems that I haven't killed Mirongfu for a long time, but the random hare, who dare to slap me to Mirongfu. Mirongfu smiled slightly and glanced at Azi and others, slightly said, in this world, no one can bully my Mirongfu's woman. No matter who it is, dare to deal with my Mirongfu's woman, I will do everything, go to the poor and the next, to Huangchuan, destroy its 10 tribes, blame it on the door, and put it down. Ha ha ha! A good Nan Mirongfu, really cruel. My surname is Tan, so here, aren't you going to destroy me? You come. Do it. Only listen to Tan Gong, the voice was rather bleak. Oh. There is no need to say so much to the dead Mirongfu. I saw Mirongfu smiled slightly, slapped to Tan Gong and Zhao Qunzhen Li. Bang! Another blood mist. After seeing it, everyone swallowed saliva and took a step back unconsciously. At this time, the Yoshi twins did not know whether they were not afraid of death, or what they said. Mirongfu, you are unreasonable, just clearly this little girl. First insult me and wait, why don't you talk, don't you want to teach her what is wrong with you? Hee. Really? But what about that? Mirongfu shook his head and glanced at everyone. What about my Mirongfu's woman, insulting you? My Mirongfu's woman, if you scold you, you have to suffer. To beat you, you have to stretch out your face. To kill you, you have to stretch out your neck. Dare not to listen, dare not to stand, dare to resist, only their greatest sin. You. Mirongfu. Are you really such that I am like nothing? Obviously, these people had never seen such an unreasonable person as Mirongfu, but they were really afraid to take the lead in Mirongfu's martial arts. However, Yu Yu's Huang is indeed the original, because Jiao Feng only smashed the weapons of these two men, turned into a suicide idiot, and said directly. Mirongfu was too lazy to look at the Yoshi twins again. The fan lifted up, and with a sword, he split the two directly in half. Mr. Mirongfu, what happened today is what I have waited for. I apologize, and please, Mirong, don't worry about it. At this time, Chuan Guanqing, who was on the side, saw that everyone had a standing posture. I was shocked. After all, Mirongfu was so powerful. Others might think it was exaggerated, but he wouldn't think of Mirongfu's face, his face felt hot and painful. Chuan Guanqing knew that with these people, there was no chance to hurt him. Mirongfu would be defeated by Mirongfu. After knowing Mirongfu's invincible martial arts, Chuan Guanqing was afraid of revenge. Now where dare to ask these people to do it? He said quickly, and wanted to calm down Mirongfu's anger. You know, just now that you and others haven't started yet, you Mirongfu is going to punish the 9th and 10th clan, and it has nothing to do with me. Xiao Feng Bei's Huang. Just then, there was a sound like thunder exploding outside. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 44, If you rely on shamelessness, you can also prove it. One more, ask for collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you for the monthly ticket of Lejunyi 136. 5 more today. If Mirongfu did not start, Xiao Feng came to worship Chuang. These people said they would not be happy. After all, he and others just took the opportunity to kill Xiao Feng. But now the situation is different. Just standing on the opposite side of Gurong Mirong, the most important thing is that Mirongfu's martial arts are still so powerful. With a slap, you can smash people to pieces, and now the same known Xiao Feng is here again. It is said that Xiao Feng's martial arts are slightly better than Mirongfu's, but how can he be weak? Where to go? The two teamed up, and the people here are swarming up. I am afraid that the result will be unpredictable. Thinking of this, some people could not help glancing around, and began to look for a retreat around, and when the situation was wrong, they immediately fled. Especially Chuan Guanqing, when Mirongfu appeared, could not help being pale. Gentlemen can be fooled by the fact that they face Xiao Feng alone, and Chuan Guanqing is not afraid, but in the face of Mirongfu, Chuan Guanqing's intuition is hidden among so many people, and it will not be safe. Soon, a big man walked in directly. Hey! This man is Xiao Feng. After Xiao Feng shouted, he walked straight in. But there is no indignation of the imaginary crowd. Xiao Feng looked in the direction everyone could see and laughed, ha ha ha. I don't want Brother Mirong to be here today. Brother Xiao is here. Mirongfu said with a smile, as if he had just killed him. I heard that there is something here, and what kind of bear meeting is here, and I came over to see the excitement. After all, this everyone in the world, I have watched the conference. But I haven't seen it alone, the bear conference. Hey! Xiao Feng's appearance was mad, but his heart was delicate. After hearing it, he knew that Mirongfu was here to help himself. He said that he had just moved his hands, and his heart moved for a while. Thank you Mirong. With these native chickens and dogs, why did Xiao Feng have my eyes? But I can't say that. Just now, these people dared to deal with my Mirongfu's woman. Mirongfu shook his head and said, no way. Don't leave these local chickens and dogs today. What, these people, dare to start fighting with my younger siblings? It seems that today I have to kill Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng has long regarded Mirongfu as his own, good brother, and his senses to Wang Yuan's daughter are also good. This suddenly angry. Okay. Xiao Feng, Mirongfu, it turns out that you two are a nest of snakes and rats. It seems that the same day you reported to the Liao people that you have Mirongfu's share. Today, I and everyone will definitely call you both to come. No return. This was a young man in the crowd shouting loudly. Good. Good talk. Today, I will kill these two. After all, everyone is a group of fledgling warriors. Today, they were screamed by Mirongfu and Xiao Feng, one bitter piece of waste, one bite of chicken and dog, and they did not take their eyes in the eyes. It seems that they are still fighting and trying to kill others. This is unbearable for uncle and aunt. The chi and blood of the people have been up for a long time, and now some people have taken the lead, and everyone does not feel the response. Chuan Guanqing, where do you want to go? Mirong Fu said suddenly. It turned out that this was completely clear. After seeing Mirong Fu talking like this, they knew that the big things were not good. Today's hands are a foregone conclusion. Xiao Feng, Mirong Fu and the two teamed up. Once they started, the people here might be dead. Chuan Guanqing, who is a little clever, naturally does not want to die, so he can only take advantage of everyone's idea to disperse and take advantage of this to escape. But he didn't want to see Chuan Guanqing just walk to the door. He was found by Mirong Fu and shouted. Hearing Mirong Fu's words, everyone looked at Chuan Guanqing in unison. The whole crown is clear, but it ignores everyone. In its view, these people are already dead. He swallowed, and immediately reversed the black and white. Mirong, I heard that these wastes, I even want to find the trouble of Zhou Jiao. How heroic is Qiao Gang? It was originally intended to dissuade the people, but the people who spoke lightly, these people did not listen. Then these wastes even dared to offend Mirong's son. It is simply a sin of evil. Hearing Chuan Guanqing, not only everyone present, was stunned. Even Mirong Fu felt 10,000 heads of beasts, rolling in his mind, and kept saying, have seen shameless. Never seen such shameless. If his martial arts and his shamelessness, so realm, is it not that God has already killed the Dao, or Hung Jun Lao Dao, I am afraid that he is not a united enemy. Oh! Chuan Guanqing, what do you mean? If you didn't say one today, you wouldn't want to leave today. Good. Chuan Guanqing, today you better give us a statement. What else do you want? Offended Mr. Mirong Fu and framed gang's helper. These wastes are just scumbags. You don't have to wipe your neck quickly. It's clean. Don't let Mirong Fu and the helper Qiao do it yourself. Since Guanqing opened his mouth, there was no reason why anyone would go. The grass on the wall died the fastest. Now that he has decided to stand on the side of Mirong Fu, Chuan Guanqing is the only way to go black. Just being so hungry, can Mirong Fu let him go? Ha ha! Mirong Fu saw Chuan Guanqing's performance and couldn't help but laugh for a while. Chuan Guanqing! Are you looking for death? This is a man close to the door. As he spoke, he wanted to kill Guanqing. When Mirong Fu saw Xiao Feng coming, he couldn't help but want to have a good drink again. Naturally, there is no mood to listen to these people singing here. Raising his hand is a finger chi, shot at Chuan Guanqing, even headshot Chuan Guanqing with the man. This is Mirong Fu, a combination of the 6 veins divine sword and Shenhe finger and other methods to create the god of slaying. It consumes less internal power than the 6-piece Excalibur, but it is more powerful. The 6-weight divine sword must be at least innate in order to be able to be carried by heart, but this of killing only needs excellent repair to be able to carry out the wish. Mirong Fu! You little man, clearly Guanqing is talking to you, don't want you to kill him, really a generation of devil. Today I will kill you too here. Everyone, these 2 people are full of evils, I don't have to talk to them about the rules and regulations, fight and shoulder to shoulder. Not bad. Everyone go together. Kill. 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 Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 45, Xiao Aizai, 2nd, Ask for collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you for the monthly ticket of Lujinyi 136. 5 more today. The strongest among these people is only an old bald donkey that Shaolin had repaired in the early days, which naturally could not hurt Xiao Feng. Soon he was basically killed by Mirong Fu and Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng didn't want to be a killer at first. Even Mirong Fu didn't think of killing all the people here. After all, Mirongfu was not a killer. But seeing that someone wanted to do something with Wang Yuan and others, this time completely annoyed Mirongfu, and the two of them took their full efforts, but within minutes, they almost killed these people here. Today, only Xuemuhua, who was specifically left by Mirongfu, and the monk who was cultivated at the beginning of the summit. Mirongfu beckoned to Aza at this time. Aza was originally said to be Mirongfu's woman just by Mirongfu. For some time, she was confused for a while, and she didn't even know what happened just now. This was when Mirongfu called himself, and couldn't help but react. For a time, the blushing quickly ran to Mirongfu's body like a ripe apple, and he stood there at a loss for a while. Come to Aza. Haven't you always said that you have practiced the peerless divine skills, but you didn't use the power of martial arts? Now I'm going to destroy this old monk halfway. You don't have to worry about it because your skill is too weak. Instead, he was sucked. Mirongfu didn't notice Azi's abnormality and said directly. Ah! Azi looked like this at this time, and did not usually escape normally, just nodded and came to Mirongfu's side. Hey! Azi, what are you doing? Is there anything? At this time, Mirongfu only saw Azi's abnormality and asked a little strangely. No, no. Aza said quickly, shook his head, as if not dare to watch Mirongfu. He calmed down a little bit, and then started the Biming divine skill, and began to absorb the skill of this old monk. Mirongfu looked at Azi and saw that it was really nothing, so he shook his head and ignored it. At this time, Xiao Feng could not help seeing Mirongfu and Azi's actions. However, Xiao Feng was a Shaolin teacher after all. He was still a little scented about Shaolin, so he wanted to plead Mirongfu to see if he could let this old monk go. You know, if it wasn't just a beggar gang, the only important figures who came this time were Elder Su and Chuan Guanqing, and they were killed by Mirongfu early. Relax. Brother Qiao, since you plead for the old monk, then let him go after a while, but the old monk's skill will have to be left. Mirongfu heard Xiao Feng's pleading and looked. There are many people watching the killings around. A few women, except Azi, are very uncomfortable, but seeing that they have not left, they stay here to accompany themselves. Speaking of, Mirongfu thought for a while and then introduced Xiao Feng to Azi and Mu Wangqing. Because of this old monk's coma, Azi soon absorbed the internal force of his life. Just waiting for Azi to refine this internal force, coupled with his own internal force, said that it was not impossible to break through the initial stage of the extreme in one fell swoop. Then Mirongfu ignored the old monk. Xuemuhua, where is your master? Take us to see it. At this time, Mirongfu Ki said to Xuemuhua next to him. Humph! Obviously Xuemuhua thought that Mirongfu was going to be unfavorable to his master. In addition to Mirongfu's killing, Xuemuhua naturally turned his head away. Xuemuhua, since you are a disciple of the Xiaoao school, then do you know what a unique skill the Xiaoao school can only practice? Mirong frowned and opened his mouth. You, how do you know that I am a disciple of Xiaoao? Xuemuhua was shocked and asked immediately. Azi. Mirongfu looked at Azi and said. Azi heard Mirongfu's words, combined with the pastimes she had told herself before, and she knew what Mirongfu was about to do by herself. She came to Xuemuhua and said, this is the master of the school. Ming Shengong. I am a close disciple of Master Xiao Azi, the founding ancestor of this school. The master heard that my faction has been messed up by a rebel, and I was specially ordered to come to accept the position of the leader of the Xiaoao school. Ordered you to take us to meet nephew Su Xing. Humph! What do you know about my secrets? You want to lie to me? Xuemuhua hasn't finished yet. Azi arrives at Xuemuhua's Baihui point with one hand. Gushing, this feeling is exactly the same as the Biming Shengong mentioned by his master. Of course, Azi just stopped at the touch of a button, and didn't want to exhaust Xuemuhua's internal strength. But now Xuemuhua's heart is still somewhat confirmed Azi's identity. But for Azi, he came to accept the position of the head and was a generation higher than his master. Xuemuhua was still somewhat difficult to accept. After all, in the opinion of Xuemuhua, AZI is no more than a teenage girl film, that is, he is several years older than AZ's age, let alone his master. But at this time Xuemuhua was afraid to defy AZ's order anymore. Brother Qiao, I don't know what you plan to do next. After seeing what was going on here, Murong Fu also said to Qiao Feng. Since Brother Murong has something to do, since he went, Qiao must hurry home. Otherwise, the parents in the family are worried. Okay. But before I left, the two of us went to town to have a few drinks. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Xuemuhua, how far is it from your master Su's nephew? A few days ago, Aza fully realized the treatment of being a big sister. One day, this Xuemuhua was tossing enough, but Xuemuhua not afraid to resist. It's almost fast, but it's only 2 days away. Xuemuhua said, sassafras sweat. Hey! Who are you? Just when AZI wanted to say something, suddenly Murong repelled and stood in front of the AZI couple walking in front. At this time, AZ and other talents saw the person in front of them. I was shocked. This man was so powerful that he didn't even notice his arrival. Even if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe there was another person here. Wang Yuan and others only know that this person is very powerful, but not how powerful. However, Murong Fu did not. Murong Fu had a battle with the sweeping monk before. Naturally, it was clear that the person in front of him had the same master as the sweeping monk. I thought of Wang Yuan and others, still here, could not help being secretly vigilant. Oh! Little friends don't have to be nervous, but they didn't expect that little friends would have such a strong cultivation behavior at this age. It's really a pride of heaven. I still didn't believe the old bald man before. The white man paused. He said, as for my identity? Didn't the little girl in purple dress just say that she was my closed disciple? Why don't I even know this master now? Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 46, Have a problem with Xiao Azi? 3 more, Ask for collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you for the monthly ticket of Lujinyi 136. 5 more today. What? This surprised everyone. Not to mention that AZI smiled awkwardly after listening. Even Murong Fu was shocked. He didn't expect that he and others would just go out and see Xiao Azi. And listening to the words of Xiao Azi, it is obvious that he knows himself. From what he just said, it is obviously what the sweeping monk told him about himself. Unexpectedly, the old monk had friendship with Xiao Azi. Yes, in the original book, this old monk recognized Kumomachi's little incompetence at a glance, and naturally understood the Xiao Ao school. This explains why. At this time, Murong Fu was slowly looking at Xiao Azi. It doesn't matter if he looked at it, it would be like destroying Xiao Azi humanely. What do you say? It turns out that this Xiao Azi looks so handsome, there are wood. Is it because Murong Fu is not because of the superhuman body's addition to his temperament? The most important thing is that this man is still in a white dress fluttering, with a folding fan outside. Properly dressed protagonist. Wow! Who is the protagonist? Are you dressed like this? You are not afraid to be seen by the protagonist, and you are extinguished easily. An old immortal, obviously at least 100 years old, and dare to come out to pretend not to be beaten thunder. Murong Fu felt extremely unbalanced at this time. If Wang Yuan and others were here, Murong Fu was afraid of hurting several people by mistake. I am afraid that Murong Fu must be a strong action player, leaving some things on his face. You are the master of Xiao Aizai, Aza has long been awaited. The side Mirongfu immediately interrupted and said, Azi. You are not allowed to call him master. You call him like this, doesn't it mean that I am Mirongfu, who is 1 generation younger than him? You are my Mirongfu, who you see no need to please, no one will be shorter than others when I see them. There is no one in the world who can make Mirongfu bow his head. Oh! Azi was startled when he heard Mirongfu's words. He could not help but lower his head. He glanced at Mirongfu secretly and whispered back. He he. What the little friend said. With the strength of the little friend, and the talent, it is naturally no worse than anyone. And as the little friend's red face, these little girls naturally have to intersect with my peers. After talking about the Xiao Aizai, I thought about it and said, but since this little girl in purple clothes has already practiced my school of Zhongzhong school, it is also a person of my Xiao Ao school. Since I can't be a disciple of my Xiao Aizai, I will be my Shimei, well. Since Shimei wants to be the leader, I will let Wei Aza pass this leader to you. Hearing this, Mirongfu could not help frowning. What does this Xiao Aizai mean? The words seem to reveal the feeling of being good with yourself. No, it's not a good relationship, but Mirongfu always feels that this Xiao Aizai doesn't seem to be so casual on the surface. Just for a moment, I don't know what his purpose is. After all, this man in the original book didn't come out, and no one knew if he was dead. But now it does appear alive in front of me. And it can be seen that, over the years, this Xiao Aizai has been very moist. Well, Xiao Aizai naturally cannot know the things of several of his disciples. As long as Xiao Aizai comes forward to mediate, I can't believe that the matter between these disciples cannot be solved. Moreover, with the strength of Xiao Aizai, and medical skills, it has to be said that it is Tian Shantong Mu's physical problem, Li Qiushui's scarring problem, and even the problem of Yazai's failure. But what about Xiao Aizai? It really seemed like a supernatural person, but he didn't pay any attention to some of his own disciples who were killed. This is simply unscientific. It requires a master to be supernatural. Originally Mirongfu didn't want to agree, but looking at Xiao Aizai's smile, Mirongfu couldn't help but feel a little chill, if he was alone, but looked at a few women. Mirongfu thought about it, anyway, he was not a leader, and it had no effect on Azi. As long as he waited for others to be more careful, he would see the move. Thinking of Mirongfu here, he couldn't help saying, then thank you brother Xiao Ao for his kindness, Azi doesn't thank you, brother Xiao Ao. Azi, thank you brother. This is Azi said to see Mirongfu agreed, could not help but said with some joy. I didn't think in my mind whether this Xiao Aizai had any bad thoughts about himself and others. Seeing Azi's appearance, Mirongfu shook his head with a smile. You, are you grandpa? Xuemuhua just recovered from the shock just now, and said. Good. I saw Xiao Aizai, as if he didn't put his apprentice in his eyes at all, but nodded his head gently, not even looking at Xuemuhua. It seems that Xuemuhua is not like ants along the way. This time Mirongfu was more sure of his thoughts, but he did not show it. The people chatted for a while, and the Xiao Aizai left. Just before leaving, Xiao Aizai showed Xuemuhua his skills, and then ordered Xuemuhua about it. He also gave Xuemuhua a token about Azi and asked him to give Wu Yazi the thing. Afterwards, Xuemuhua was a little angry about being deceived by Azi and others at first. But now, where to know it was exposed, but Azi's identity not only did not decline, but also a generation higher. Xuemuhua didn't know how to describe his mood. Xuemuhua. This is Zonggu Mountain. My nephew without Yazizi is here. A few days later, after his identity was changed, Azi had tossed Xuemuhua even more. Good. The teacher is in the valley. Xuemuhua couldn't help but see when she finally got to the place. Finally, Xuemuhua felt that she had never been as excited as she is today. Well. Okay, let's go in. Soon everyone came to the valley, which was an old man in the valley, and 7 middle-aged men were waiting here. Apparently Xuemuhua had already summoned him back before. I don't know which one is Uncle Aza's ancestor. Which old man came over and looked at the people and asked. This is me, Wu Yazi's nephew, where is it now? My Aza came to accept his position as the leader. Well. Please also ask Uncle Shi to follow me. Suzing nodded to Xuemuhua who met him before he said to Azi. Seeking collection. Seek flowers. Seeking a reward. Chapter 47, No Yazi, 4 more, please collect. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you for the monthly ticket of Lujunyi 136. 5 more today. The crowd followed Suzing's guidance and came to the 3 wooden houses. Suzing asked everyone to go in, but he stayed outside. Mirongfu had seen the original book and knew that Wuiaza was inside. So you're welcome, and with a hack, the thick siding broke into pieces. The girls looked at Mirongfu, and they were puzzled. How could Mirongfu break the door directly, so that the people inside had caused Mirongfu not to succeed, and Suzing beside him was not only angry, but also with a smile on his face, he would be confused. However, Mirongfu did not explain to bring the girls, so he went inside. Soon Mirongfu and others came to an empty room. Mirongfu smiled slightly, and did not look for any portal, but also a palm, punching a hole in the wall next to it. It's also a lot of trouble to bring all the girls into the house while slandering this Wuiazi in my heart. The crowd had just walked in, and only heard an old, low voice across the board wall, it's Uncle Xiao, have you come? Ah! Originally gloomy here, coupled with the powerless voice of Wuiazi just now, he surprised Abi and held Mirongfu's arm tightly. Master, is there a ghost? Oh, where is the ghost? It's a person, don't be afraid of me. Mirongfu shouted inwards, hey! No Cliff, don't say anything, scare my Abi arrived. Speaking soon, everyone saw Wu Yazi. Except for Mirongfu, all the girls could not help but be surprised. I saw another empty room inside, but there was a man sitting in the air. Especially for Abi, who was just appeased by Mirongfu, the first thought was, there is a ghost. Screaming, he hugged Mirongfu. This time Wuiazi was also somewhat depressed. Although he was old, he didn't show his old age because of the martial arts of the Xiaoao school. Not only that, Wu Yazi looks very handsome. Today, Kung Fu in a tea was treated as a ghost twice by a little girl. Can't help saying, little girl, I'm not a ghost. Look carefully. At this time, the girls looked at him again, and then they could see clearly that there was a black rope bound to the man. The other end of the rope was attached to the beam, and he was suspended in the air. Just because the wall behind him was dark in color, the rope was also black, and the two blacks overlapped, so the rope could not be seen. This is a relief for talents such as Abi. You are Wu Yazi, master nephew. This is Az's bold opening. Yes, I am Wuiazi. Wuiazi, how clever, I knew at once, this Az is the new sister of my master, that is, my little uncle. Wuiazi has seen Uncle Xiao, just because Wu Yazi is now inconvenienced by hands and feet, he can't stand up to meet him, and ask Uncle Shi to atone for his sins. It's nothing. This Az is rare, without embarrassment and cliffs. After Zi didn't know what to say, he turned to look at Mirongfu. Senior Wuiazi, who do you think this is? Mirongfu said and pulled Yu Yan back. Hey! Wu Yazi was shocked when she saw it. After all, this family of Sister Fairy, from Li Qiushui to the 3 generations of Wang Yuan's daughter, looked almost exactly the same. They didn't know it was cloned. Stillborn, Wu Yazi only looked at it and knew who was coming. Come and come, the good boy tells Grandpa, your mother, is it okay now? Are you my cousin? Who my cousin said? My mother's relatives are okay. It's from Yu Yan's note that there are few smiles. ALU, isn't it good? All grandpas are bad. This year, because of their semi-disability, they couldn't take care of ALU. Speaking of Wu Yazi, she was also sad. Come, good boy, come and show Grandpa. Well. Wang Yuan looked at Mirong Fu, and when he saw no objection, he walked over. Your life skills are really profound, even at the age of your grandfather. I want to be the next time today, there are already few people. Wu Yazi took a closer look. Wang Yuan, now that he has the midterm extreme the cultivation practice, was first shocked, fearing that Wang Yuan's practice was wrong, or what kind of magic skills he practiced. He walked his internal force around Wang Yuan, and found that Wang Yuan's internal force had never been seen before. But there is condensed purity and incomparableness, that is, it is better than his Biming divine skills. While relieved, he also has some doubts. Yes, Grandpa originally wanted to pass on his life skills with you, but seeing that your exercises are not bad, and have already reached such a level, it would be a pity if you abandon the exercises and practice. It's just a pity that you don't know what exercises you are practicing. This is what I created for Gothic, called Bihai Qing Tianju. Wang Yuan said with a slight smile. Ah! This was Wu Yazi's idea. This person has always been called by Wang Yuan's cousin. When Wu Yazi exploded at the sight of Mirong Fu, he saw that Mirong Fu had decided to make a peak. Wu Yazi has gone through these cultivations, and it can be said that the state of mind has been ups and downs, and has reached the peak of the master. Although he has not yet broken through the Grand Master, he can still feel the realm of Mirong Fu vaguely. This time, Wu Yazi was taken aback. What a monster this is! Want to come to Xiaowu as the 2 masters on the rivers and lakes today, Gu Sun and Mirong. Wu Yazi thought about the information he had received before, but couldn't help but sigh. He thought this North Jiaofeng, South Mirong, but so, I don't want to be such a genius, little friends are really well deserved. Oh! You praise it. Uncle Xiao, this time I came under the orders of the master, come and accept the position of the leader. Wu Yazi sighed and turned back to Azi, said, come on, this is my free party. Lord of the Rings, I will pass him on to you today. This is Azi, but he knew that Wu Yuzi turned out to be Wang Yuan's grandfather. He couldn't help being embarrassed by his unreasonableness and glanced at Mirong Fu. After thinking about it, I still took over this ring in the past. In fact, the reason Mirong Fu wanted Aza to be the leader was to find Tian Shan Tong Mu and ask for all her martial arts secrets. Although her martial arts can easily restrain Tong Mu from forcing her to teach herself, it can be seen in the original book that Tian Shan Tong Mu's temperament is very resolute. If she would rather die, or simply commit suicide, wouldn't Mirong Fu in vain. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 48, Breakthrough. 5 more, ask for collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Soon Wu Yazi called in the outsiders and descendants to complete the handover. At this time, Mirong Fu saw Wu Yazi's lonely expression and suddenly thought, can he treat this Wu Yazi's injury? You know, Superman's super learning ability is particularly exaggerated. Mirong Fu, in addition to creating exercises and practicing martial arts over the years, the others include the so-called Qingkai calligraphy and painting, 5 elements, and gossip, Kim and Dunjia farmland water conservancy, economic strategy, etc., which can be described as a thorough mathematics. Today, it can be described as astronomy, geography, 5 elements, and gossip, Kimandungia, Kinkai painting, calligraphy and painting, and even farmland water conservancy, economic strategy, and so on. Whether it is the so-called Dongzi Huang pharmacist, or the Xiao Aizai of the Xiao Ao school, when it comes to the knowledge and the essence of the learning, it is that the knowledge in modern times is far beyond the two. Soon Murong Fu's eyes narrowed and he scanned Wu Yazi's body up and down. In an instant, Murong Fu's eyes looked like the most advanced scanners, and all aspects of the whole body without cliffs, whether it was bones or cells, flashed in Murong Fu's eyes. Murong Fu frowned when he saw Wu Yazi. Unexpectedly, the situation without Wu Yazi has reached the point where it is now. If 10 years in the morning, Murong Fu is also sure to cure Wu Yazi, but now. It was then that Murong Fu suddenly remembered something that Murong Fu had always regarded as tasteless. This is a jade symbol that Murong Fu obtained in the hands of the Traverser before. At the beginning, Murong Fu didn't really know how to use it after he got it. Later he wanted to recognize the Lord by the blood in the novel, so he squeezed a drop of blood on the jade symbol. Sure enough, after getting the blood of Murong Fu, this jade symbol was like water and merged into Murong Fu's hands, and soon entered Murong Fu's danshan. At this time a message came. But it is the use of this jade rune. It turns out that this jade rune has 2 functions. After the owner is irresistibly threatened, he takes the owner away at the speed of light within 1% of the time. The second is the healing function. This healing function comes at a price. It can consume the vitality of the person being treated to treat the injury of the owner or others. Theoretically, no matter how seriously you are injured, as long as you have enough life, you can be cured. And the reason why the Traverser was able to jump around so quickly after being hit by Murong Fu again, even killed Murong Bo and Xiao Yuan Shan. But because Murong Fu itself, not to say that medical skills are superior. That is to say, because of the power of Superman's body, who can hurt Murong Fu with the sound of steel body, and in the later period, Murong Fu can easily surpass the speed of light by virtue of Superman's body. This thing is really not so great for Murong Fu. But now? Murong Fu looked at the loving Wu Yazi beside Wang Yuan. Frowning his brows again, according to Wu Yazi's current injury, it can indeed be cured, but in these years, Wu Yazi has been living in the cave all the year round, plus the thoughts and stagnation, his own vitality has been consumed. Otherwise, the original work will not rush to pass this skill to Suzu. Now if Yufu is used to treat Wu Yazi, the remaining few years of vitality in Wu Yazi are probably less than a few days. However, Murong Fu thought about it or told the treatment of Wu Yazi. As for how to choose, it is Wu Yazi's thing. Sure enough, there is no Yazi. I heard that I have a chance to heal, where do I care about a few days of life? With the help of Murong Fu's Jade Fu, Wu Yazi was completely restored. However, the life force is only 5 days. After Wu Yazi recovered, he became a little angry. After learning that Murong Fu wanted to marry all the daughters here, his granddaughter was only one of them, and Wu Yazi was angry. At that time, he shot and wanted to teach Murong Fu a meal, but where did he know the power of Murong Fu's superhuman body, but instead he was beaten by Murong Fu. If it were not in Wu Yazi, it was Yu Yan's grandfather. The situation is dying. I don't think it's true that Wu Yazi is really good. Soon 5 days passed. Little friend. Anyway, you are also my grandson-in-law. I don't have any gifts for my grandfather, so pass this skill on to you. Just hope that you will be better in your language anyway, don't let her be aggrieved. Wu Yazi said, but these days Wu Yazi also saw Murong Fu's love for Wang Yuan. After thinking for a few days, I decided to pass on my life skills to Murong Fu. Okay. Yuan is my Murong Fu woman. I will take good care of him naturally, but you still have any last words? I will look at Yuan's sake. If it is not troublesome, I will help you. Mirongfu thought about it or said with a sigh. In the past few days, Mirongfu and Wu Yazi were considered to have lost their years. If Wen Xiao meets, my traitor, help me kill me, that's it. Wu Yazi smiled and was not unhappy because of Mirongfu's rudeness. After talking about Wu Yazi, close your eyes and say, go ahead. Hey! Mirongfu is not polite at the moment, knowing that this Wu Yazi is going to die. This internal force is that he does not suck, and it is a waste. I saw that Mirongfu arrived at the Beihui acupuncture point of Wu Yazi, and picked up the Dharma in the first tactic of Yundao, and began to absorb the internal force of Wu Yazi. Wu Yazi is worthy of the master's consummate practice, and his internal strength is really incomparable. Although there is still a gap compared to Mirongfu, it has reached the standard of absorption of the chemical jade dish. Not waiting for Mirong to rejuvenate this internal force and change it into a jade dish, absorb it. Over time, the rate of absorption is getting faster and faster. Soon as Wu Yazi's internal force was absorbed, Mirongfu actually began to feel his own internal strength growth again. Mirongfu felt that it was at this time that the energy of his body appeared to be reduced. This time Mirongfu was a little excited, to know that his internal strength has not increased in a long time. Mirongfu didn't even think about it anymore. He sat on the floor and hurried up his internal strength. Boom! At this time, Mirongfu's body was like a black hole, absorbing the sunlight in the sky and the aura of heaven and earth into his body. With a loud noise, Mirongfu finally entered the martial inborn at this moment. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 49, Kill Shaolin. 1. Seeking collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you Ben Yuan Shenmo and Jian Jiaxiu for your monthly pass. Add more today. But the heaven and earth aura did not stop because Mirongfu broke through the innate. Boom! Soon Mirongfu was under the huge aura, and finally reached the mid-innate period. At this time, the aura began to slowly fall. After a while, Mirongfu opened his eyes and saw a slight flash of light in Mirongfu's eyes, exhaling lightly. Cousin! Young master! It turned out that Mirongfu's breakthrough just reminded several women of the time when Mirongfu awakened a few years ago. They came to guard next to Mirong's resurrection, but fortunately this time did not appear the last thing. Hee. You don't have to worry. I'm so good. Mirongfu laughed as he looked at the women with some worry. Master! This was a somewhat bleak voice. At this time, the women and Mirongfu remembered that Wu Yazi next to him had just lost her vitality, and her internal strength was also exhausted by Mirongfu, and she is now dead. Mirongfu sighed and shook his head. However, Mirongfu did not expect that after absorbing the internal force, he could use the absorbed internal force to replace himself to provide energy to the jade dish. This time I absorbed Wu Yazi's internal power, and I realized that I could not spend more than a cup of tea, and the jade dish made of chemicals reduced the absorption of the energy of my body, and I actually improved so much. It's too good to combine your own superhuman body with Dao Yuju. If you don't need to provide energy to the jade dish, wouldn't it be a few days, you could go around the earth and fly around casually, if you come back for more than 10 years, wouldn't it be super silver? Thinking of this, Mirongfu couldn't help but feel hot. It seems that I still have to find some innate masters in the future to let myself absorb the internal force. At the same time, I can't help but defamation. I have provided so much energy to this jade dish every day. I don't even care about myself. It's just like this. Brother-in-law, what are we going to do in the western regions? Is it to find my nephew of Tong Tong Shi, asking for his Lingji palace and robbing her martial arts? Seeing Wu Yazi is dead, Mirongfu and others there was no need to stay there again, so he took a few women and left. Let's go first, the King Kong sect of the western regions, and then go to Lingju Palace. It turned out that because Mirongfu had forcibly found Xuemuhua to lead the way, it is now more than half a year from the beginning of the original book, which means Tian Shantung it was still early for the grandmother to return to the old age. In this case, Mirongfu simply went to see the old monk who practiced the dragon like a dragon to the 13th floor. But the plan will never catch up with the changes. On this day, Mirongfu and others came to a hotel and wanted to take care of it and left, but they did not expect. Hey! Have you heard? What? It's about the two demons of North Jiaofeng, South Mirong. I know them. These two people were utterly mad and killed all the more than 100 heroes in Juxian Zhuang. It is said that Mirongfu also ordered to his own servants. If you stay, you will not let the baby under the full moon. Yes, I thought that these two men are chivalrous men, and I admire them in my heart. I don't want them to be such a man. Jiaofeng is a barbarian of the northern Liao people, naturally a brutal anomaly, but Mirongfu is Han. Help Jiaofeng, it is just the misfortune of my great song. Haha. You don't know this. Jiaofeng is a barbarian from the northern Liao people, it is true. But this Mirongfu is not necessarily a Han. A few days ago, it was reported that this Mirong family was after the Xianbei royal family. Later generations have taken the task of restoring the country. Of course, this is not the most important. It doesn't matter. You talk to everyone soon. Haha. It is said that this Mirong family is doing something bad for the restoration of the country. You know what Jiaofeng? 30 years ago, Mirongfu's old son Mirong Bo lied and reported that Jiaofeng's old son Xiao Yuanshan wanted stealing the secrets of the Shaolin Tibetan Classics Pavilion. It caused everyone to go to Yanmen Pass and kill Jiaofeng's parents. What? Are you saying that North Jiaofeng and South Mirong are actually enemies? Ha ha ha. Yes, I didn't expect these two. The big devil was actually the enemy who killed his father and his mother. Now I have some expectations. When will these two men come to a decisive battle? It is better to beat him and lose both sides. It's even better to die together. Is it you? Suansi. I didn't expect that. I haven't come to trouble you, but you dare to start with me first. It seems that there is no need for Shaolin to exist, it is the monk sweeper, and I don't want to stop it. Hearing the conversations of these people, Mirongfu could not help shooting a terrifying light. Young master, at this time, after hearing a few women, she couldn't help but worry. It's okay. It seems that we are going to Shaolin first. Mirongfu smiled and said. But Mirongfu did not go directly to Shaolin, but came to a medicine store in the city. This son, what do you want? Mirongfu didn't speak, and took it out of his own space, a golden token. When this person saw the gold medal, he couldn't help shrinking his eyes and took Mirongfu to the backyard. Congratulations to your son. I don't know if you have any orders to come this time. You go to spread the news. I will go to Shaolin to destroy the temple in 1 month after Mirongfu. At the same time, the order will continue. Yeruniang must be done within 1 month. Mirongfu finished. He left. Don't ask me, Mirongfu, where is the power? The years can only say that if Mirong's family has no such power. Then don't dream of reviving the country. Cousin. Do you really want to destroy Shaolin? The few girls on the side heard Mirongfu's words and couldn't help but be surprised. You know that although several women believe that Mirongfu's martial arts are invincible in the world, after all, double fists are hard to beat. Moreover, this Shaolin temple has been built for hundreds of years, and it has always been the martial arts Tebei Baidu. Its prestige has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Good. Since this Shaolin is going to die, then I can't say it, I will only fulfill them. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 50, Shaolin Shade, 2, for collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you Benai Yuan Chenmo and Jianji Exita for your monthly pass. Add more today. Murong Fu didn't rush to Shaolin, but the three women walked slowly towards Shaolin along the way, traveling to the mountains and waters. A Shaolin is not worth mourning every day for Murong Fu. Originally Murong Fu didn't want to take the girls, but no matter what Murong Fu said, they must follow Murong Fu. Murong Fu was helpless and impressed. Murong Fu thought for a while, and put a few girls back to Yanziwu. Murong Fu wouldn't worry about it. After all, although the martial arts of the girls were not bad, but they hadn't arrived yet, no one could match the standard. And the experience of several women's rivers and lakes is also pitiful. If someone caught the attention of a few women while they were away, then they would be overwhelmed if they were afraid. It's a matter of keeping a few girls by their side and sending them into their jade butterfly space if necessary. Being safe also avoids your miss and worry. Just when Murong Fu and others thought about Shaolin walking slowly, they didn't know that there was already an uproar on the rivers and lakes. Have you heard? Murong Fu released the words, and Shaolin will be destroyed in a month. What? What are you talking about? How is it possible? Where did Murong Fu come from such a courage? Know that Shaolin is not the one in Juxian Zhuang, so bully. Shaolin has been on rivers and lakes for hundreds of years. Taishan Baidu. I think this time Murong Fu is afraid that he is more fierce. That's not necessary. This time Shaolin heard that Murong Fu was going to attack Shaolin. It seemed that he was not sure. He was sending hero posts around Sanshan and Siu, inviting fellow citizens from all over the world to come to help. I heard that Murong Fu's demon martial arts, very clever, has surpassed the innate. Regardless of their contest, I will definitely go and see this contest. Good. But no matter what, I still rush to Shaolin to see, even if Shaolin will lose in the end, there must be a shocking war. As a martial arts person, I must rush over to see. Shaolin Temple, as a millennium ancient temple, has no idea how long it has been, and has not experienced any attacks. The little monks and big monks in the temple were not nervous. Only the remaining old monk did look sad, as if the dead dad had gathered in a Zen room to discuss something. Brother Abbot, how is this matter? Yes, according to Brother Xian Tong, the martial arts of Murong Fu has been so strong, Shaolin, I am afraid that it is the Grand Master realm that only the Bodhidharma Master has only arrived. Is this because I have many people and can compete? Ah! Since the battle between Jiaofeng and Murong Fu in Juxian, the people on the rivers and lakes have mostly cursed the voices of these two people. But they also think that the martial arts of these two people are invincible. This is for me for Shaolin, it's still bad. If you don't stop it, wouldn't it be a joke that martial arts came out of Shaolin? So, I passed on the past 30 years ago. I thought the two could fight each other. In the end, both defeated, or both died better, and Shaolin, fortunately benefited from the fishermen. In one fell swoop, the two were killed, that is, to convey to the world that my Shaolin martial arts are unparalleled in the world. The prestige is further improved. But I don't want to bring such a scourge to me. If he cannot stop Murong Fu in the future, then I will go out and convict. No. Abbot. This matter was decided by me and so on. How can you let you bear the blame? The blame is also for me. All the brothers, all have great merits with Shaolin, but I am only relying on my seniority, only then can I come here. Let me play this guilt. You. Alas! All right, said Suansi as if sadly wiped his tears, but no one saw a trace of joy in his eyes when he wiped the tears. Cousin, what is your jade butterfly space? What's wrong with me? Why don't you know that you still have such a thing? That's right, son, are you a fairy? Seeing all the females looking at their curious eyes, plus the problem in the mouth, they are one by one. They are Mu Wongking, who has few words in general, also looks at herself with curious eyes. Mirongfu couldn't help a headache and gently supported his forehead. Mirongfu said, "This is a problem. So, after I have time, I will explain to you one by one. Now let's look at it first. There is nothing missing in it." Before Mirongfu finished speaking, several women had already whizzed around in their own spaces, and they didn't even care about themselves. Mirongfu couldn't help being speechless for a while. Soon the women finished reading Mirongfu, which is not a big space for Jade Butterfly. "Cousin! Look at you, you haven't cleaned up at all. How can you live with nothing inside?" "That's right, we came in to buy some furniture. We have to build a few houses." "Good." After a day, Mirongfu finally stopped several women and couldn't help Mirongfu breathing a sigh of relief. Time always passes unconsciously. "Shaishan Shangxia, cousin, are we really going?" "Good. Now that Shaolin is about to be destroyed. So Shaolin is not necessary. But we are not going, but I am going. You will stay in my Jade Butterfly space these days." Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 51, Shaolin Shade, 3, for collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you for the monthly tickets of Yuan Chenmo and Jian Jiaxiu, one more each for today and tomorrow. The edition is complete today. At this time, Shaolin was already crowded with people. It can be said that the rivers and lakes walked away. Whether it was to come to help Shaolin or simply want to see the excitement, they had basically arrived in Shaolin in recent days. Walking at the foot of the mountain, Mirongfu already felt the situation on the mountain, but he didn't care. Several women are in their own Jade Butterfly space, and their only worries in this world are gone. Mirongfu was not in a hurry to walk slowly to Shaolin along the way. The four men dressed in rivers and lakes suddenly transported to Mirongfu. I saw one of them said, "Son, we have already done what you asked us to do. But, are you really going to destroy Shaolin?" It turned out that the people who came here were the four courtiers of the Mirong family. When these people heard that Mirongfu was about to destroy Shaolin, they were all wrong and thought it was a rumor. Where did I know that after a short while, I received the task from Mirongfu, and several people couldn't help but crash. You have to know that after knowing that Mirongfu would not want to revive what Big Swallows a few years ago, several people were still reacting fiercely. But when Mirongfu was unimpressed, he had to leave. After all, the owner didn't want to do anything, and he was still doing enough. However, several people deserved to be loyal, even if Mirongfu no longer wanted to restore the country, several people still silently recognized Mirongfu as the main. After all, to know that as a modern person, and when these children were young, they have spared no effort to help themselves and meet their own requirements, Mirongfu has always treated several people with equality, and returned his own shuage also wants to open a few people. This may not be a first come, but in ancient times, it made a few people completely mourn Mirongfu, that is, Mirongfu had no reason to ask several people to die, and few people would not frown. Therefore, Mirongfu has not ordered these people to really do anything in recent years. Where do you know that Shaolin is going to be destroyed suddenly? These people did not dare to neglect, immediately at all costs, after finishing Mirongfu's task as quickly as possible. He rushed over immediately. On the way back, several people were ready to die. If Mirongfu lost, then several people would try to hold back the enemy and save Mirongfu. Although these people believed in Mirongfu's strength, they told the truth to the whole Shaolin, and they still had enough preparation for Shaolin. They had no expectations in their hearts. Oh! At this point, it's impossible to retreat. Mirongfu looked at the worried people and couldn't help smiling, said, "You don't have to worry, but there is a Shaolin in every district. I can't hurt my son." Ha ha ha. It's not bad, but there is a Shaolin in every district. I have wanted to compete with them for a long time. Neither, nor. It's not a contest, it's a lesson. Seeing that the two started fighting again, Mirongfu couldn't help but blacken and interrupted, "Okay. Don't mix it up here. If it's just some Ronaldinho, I can guarantee your safety, but Shaolin Zhong, there is also an old monk who is so tight. It is also difficult for me to win him. If I were dragged down by then, you would be in danger. I'll wait to swear to follow my son." Several people couldn't help moving when they heard Mirongfu's words, but they looked at each other and said with a determined face. Seeing how a few people were determined to die, Mirongfu was very moved. "I wanted to refuse but looked at the expressions of the people. I was afraid that if they wouldn't let them go, they would commit suicide here. I thought that I would try to protect them later." So he nodded his head and walked up the hill. "Let's talk about Shaoxi Mountain. Did you say that Mirongfu didn't dare to come? It's been a few days. Who knows? But if I wanted to say that Mirongfu was not stupid, he wouldn't come if he didn't say anything. After all, Shaolin not only came back from all the masters in the temple, but also came with so many foreign aides. If Mirongfu didn't dare to come this time, her reputation would be completely stinky." Ha ha ha. "Shaolin Temple's bald donkey, my son came to exterminate the temple, can you wash your neck?" Just as everyone was discussing, a thick voice came and instantly shocked everyone on the mountain. The whole Moroyama suddenly became silent, and everyone dared not make one. These are the servants of the Mirong family. The storm and evil are different from Baobao's initial cultivation. Gong Yeqian, Deng Baishuan, and even the midterm strength. At this time, the stormy and violent binge was naturally extraordinary. Before the people arrived, Mirongfu had already shocked everyone before he even spoke. Seeing the stormy actions, Mirongfu also nodded and smiled. A few people in Mirongfu came to the mountain, and people everywhere could not help but unknowingly made away. The four of Gong Yeqian did not hold back at this time. They stood behind Mirongfu with their heads raised, and they looked at the people around them with contempt. Knowing that Mirongfu had several people present, the Shaolin side naturally could not show half a concession, or would Shaolin's reputation for hundreds of years be ruined. At this time, Xuanzi also led a group of monks of the Xuanzi generation, and came forward, but I did not know if I was afraid, and stopped at Mirongfu and others with a distance of 30 meters, and opened my mouth to Mirong. Repeatedly said, "Mr. Mirong. Don't know Mirong, what is the so-called thing this time? He he. Xuanzi, don't you know?" Mirongfu couldn't help but seeing Xuanzi's words, "Surely a bald donkey is a bald donkey, and his face is thick. My Shaolin and your Mirong family have always been better, even the poor monk also had a good personal relationship with the old Mirong donor. I do not know what is wrong with my Shaolin, and even caused the Mirong donor, such a big fanatic desire to destroy my Shaolin." Xuanzi also started talking nonsense with his eyes open at this time. "Why don't you know? Or did you say Shaolin did not dare to admit it?" Mirongfu said with a smile. "Since I built the temple in Shaolin, I always uphold the spirit of Feng chivalry. Although I dare not say what great achievements I have done, I have never lost chivalry or justice. But I don't know Mirong. What does the donor mean? I see that the Mirong donor has already had a magic barrier, and it is not weak to stay in me. Shaolin reads the Buddhist scriptures every day, and it is good to dissolve the body and mind. Perhaps some people would say that since Shaolin is to be destroyed, why do you say so much? Why do you say so much?" Li Yunian felt that Shaolin had been destroyed several times in history, and even the monks were slaughtered and the Tibetan scriptures were burned, but still it was quickly established again, and it is not a temple at all. Why is this? It is because Shaolin's reputation is so deeply rooted. As long as Shaolin's reputation is still there, Shaolin will not be destroyed for a day. Shaolin naturally wants to wipe out Shaolin from its roots. Shaolin can never be built. Shaolin's reputation has become a situation where everyone shouts. Thoroughly solve Shaolin, otherwise if the protagonist casually wipes out Shaolin, just left Shaolin has been built, cannot let the protagonist guard the Shaolin every day, destroy him? Of course, this is just a family statement, I hope everyone will support. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. If you like Superman in the martial arts world, please collect it. www.ltnovel.com. The literature update of Superman in the martial arts world is the fastest. Chapter 52, Shaolin Shade, 4, for collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Thank you Ben Yuan Chenmo and Jian Jiaxia for your monthly pass. Add one more today. Shaolin is worthy of Shaolin. It is because others have threatened to destroy the temple and even come to the door. They are still willing to give Mirongfu a chance. Everyone heard Xuanxi's words and couldn't help but appreciate it. Good, good. If our Qinglong gang had encountered such a thing, it would have killed him directly, and there would be so many places. This is the style of the great school for hundreds of years. This is the spirit of the Taishan Baidu among the martial arts in the world. I have never heard of a Qinglong gang in your area. How can it be compared with Shaolin? That's that, I can't compare with Shaolin when I wait. Oh. Really? Why? In my opinion, Yu Shaolin is nothing but a place to hide dirt and dirt, a murderous generation, a man who perverts fullness. That is the head of the four wicked people circulating on the rivers and lakes. In front of Shaolin, she was pure as a baby. Mirongfu ignored the opinions of everyone and just smiled. At that time, a few people dressed as martial arts people pressed a middle-aged woman to Mirongfu. The woman saw Mirongfu's eyes lit up, as if she wanted to say something, but she saw Xuanxi in the distance, and she couldn't help shaking her head anxiously. Hee. Xuanxi. I don't know if you can know this woman. Mirongfu saw this middle-aged woman grabbing over and asked Xuanxi. Seeing someone coming, Xuanxi couldn't help but change his face. Everyone saw Xuanxi's complexion, and he frowned frowning, so that there was no secret for women. Why? Xuanxi. Do you not know, or dare not answer? At this time Mirongfu took a step forward and said with internal force, You don't say, then I will say that this is among the four wicked people in the world. Ye Erniang, the second wicked person. In fact, in my view of Mirongfu, this Ye Erniang is really the first wicked person in the world. You must have heard of Ye Erniang's preferences. Mirongfu paused and beckoned behind him. At this time, dozens of martial arts men came with a mighty group of people. Everyone had begun to think that it was the strong aid that Mirong replied to. Where do you know that when you look at it, you are just a group of civilians? And most of these civilians are elderly and women. At this point, everyone was a little baffled. What do you mean by Mirongfu? With a large number of civilians, can you expect them to help you? Not with the passage of time, everyone soon discovered that there were more people here. This mighty, I am afraid there are at least tens of thousands of people. However, Mirongfu ignored the reaction of everyone and continued, this Ye Erniang has killed one baby every day for 24 years so far. How many babies have to be killed in these 24 years? 8,000. There are almost 9,000 babies. Hiku, the babies, have you caused Ye Erniang to kill them so cruelly? Speaking of Mirongfu's voice, he gradually became a little sad and angry. Under the influence of Mirongfu's internal force, the martial arts people were gradually brought into Mirongfu's feelings, and Mirongfu was satisfied. Nodded, these people are the families of these suffering masters, just because the road is too far away, the time is too tight, and not all come. Wow! Everyone could not help being upset at this time. You must know that these people usually know that Ye Erniang kills a baby every day. Although angry, he just cursed. It has not been calculated. Today, Mirongfui said it out, only to find that Ye Erniang had already killed such a baby, could not help but take a breath of breath, to know that these martial arts people, although usually killing often, but to say who is killing more than 1,000, I am afraid that I really can't find a few, let alone nearly tens of thousands of people, and tens of thousands of babies. This is okay, after all, it is just a data, everyone knows that there are many, but it is only imagined in mind. And Mirongfu actually called the family who wrote this bitter lord today. This time, the suffering master who looked at the mountains and the wild, everyone swallowed. This visual impact is indeed too great. Everyone just thought about all the babies and so many people. You know, Mirongfu said, these people are not all. How can Ye Erniang get it? Everyone asked in his heart. For a time, the crowds were excited, and someone shouted loudly, please also ask Mr. Mirong to punish this Ye Erniang with thousands of dollars. Never let her die comfortably. Not bad. As soon as this remark came out, the group of heroes agreed. Hee. Don't worry, everyone is not curious, why should Ye Erniang kill so many babies? Mirongfu suppressed everyone's voice, went to the cloth in Ye Erniang's mouth, and said aloud, Ye Erniang, why are you killing these babies? Say. Good. Hurry up. The martial arts person beside him also said. Ye Erniang looked at the people around her, and then at Suansi, and she committed suicide in her heart, but Mirongfu now got Ye Erniang dead again. Immediately said, Ye Erniang, if you dare to die, I will give you 9 sons with incense sticks on your buttocks, and give them to the suffering masters, but I don't know how they will treat your son? I'm curious. You. Ye Erniang heard Mirongfu's voice, and she couldn't help but feel tight, said, it was someone who robbed my son back then. I don't see other people having children, so I killed one every day. Baby, let the hate out of your heart. What? Ye Erniang actually killed so many children for this reason, which is simply unreasonable. Yes, it was just because his own child was robbed that he killed so many children. Ye Erniang was really a sinner. Hee. Mirongfu smiled and said, so who is your child's father? No, I can't say it. I can't say it. No, you must say today. Tell everyone, who is the father of your child? Say. No, please, don't force me, don't force me, this child's father, I really can't say it, I can't really say it. Please. Ye Erniang, while kneeling, kept reassuring Mirong shook his head. Really? Why can't it be said that the father of this child still has no status, or the father of this child can't have children? Mirongfu ignored Ye Erniang's appearance and now knows how to kowtow, so go early. Why are you going? Good. Hurry up. This child's father is certainly not a good thing. The people on the side also responded. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Seeking collection. Chapter 53, Shaolin Shade, 5. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Hee. Ye Erniang, if you don't say it, I will kill your son, if you say it, I will tell you who your son is. Let you meet him before he dies. See Ye Er as the mother stepped back, Mirongfu continued to press. You, please, please, don't force me, please." After listening to Yang, there was only a desperate non-stop kowtow. When Murong Fu saw this, he could not help frowning. Sun Si was really cruel. "It's all like this, but I haven't even come out to admit it." Yes, in the original work, Xiao Yuan Shan apparently already knew this matter, and it was about to be announced to the public, which Sun Si took to admit. "Now you are relying on the fact that no third person knows that you are so fearless?" Mu Rongfu couldn't help but let out a chill. "Since you don't say it, I will say it." Murong Fu stepped forward and said, "Yang, you were a good girl, gentle and beautiful, and dignified. But when you were 18, you received the martial arts high strength, well-identified man was tempted to give birth to this child by him, right or not? But this man only cares about his reputation and his future, and he doesn't care about your young girl, unmarried. What a miserable situation is it to have a child? Is it right? Don't you really say I don't know? You met in Xiun cave, he asked mother-in-law Jiao to give you birth, all sorts of things. Do you want me did the 50 or 10 public say it? What? No, you can't say it, you can't say it." At this moment, suddenly heard the abbot Sun Si said, "Sinzai, Shanzai. As you have karma, you have karma. I don't know that Murong Fu, my child, is my child okay now?" As soon as this remark came out, the group monks and all the heroes shouted in unison. The expressions of surprise, horror, contempt, anger, fear, pity on all faces are indescribable. The abbot Sun Si was highly respected, and all the martial arts admired him. Who could have thought that he would do this wrong? After a long time, the disturbance gradually stopped. "Ha ha ha! Sun Si, why did you finally admit it?" Murong Fu said this way, "Sun Si, I asked you Yang to kill, can you know Sun Si? Ha ha, you as an abbot of Shaolin, how would you?" "I don't know, since I know, I don't need to take down Yang, it only takes one sentence, saying that Yang will not kill again, but you Sun Si has expressed anything from beginning to end? And Yang was a good woman. Why is his martial arts so high? In the final analysis, it is still Sun Si religion. That is to say, the 7 or 8,000 babies killed by Yang also have a copy of Xian Ci, and you have a copy of Shaolin? But these years, you have been being the tallest abbot of Shaolin in the previous generation, there is more than one point of regret, not getting over it. Is this the chivalrous Shaolin in your mouth, the fair Shaolin? Over the past 2 decades, the tens of thousands of babies who died because of your Shaolin are Higu. Yu Sun Si is still the same as the abbot of Shaolin. What about the other monks in that temple? I said that in Shaolin Mingli, you are so bright, and you don't know how much you have done in the dark? How many people at dawn have been harmed? And Wulin is the same. I'm Yurongfu. Today I'm going to take the place of the sky, destroy your Shaolin, and let's see the next day. What can you say about Sun Si? Wow! Everyone heard Murong Fu's words and couldn't help but open their minds. Should it be as Murong Fu said, this Shaolin is really a set in the light, a set in the dark? If there were no previous foreshadowing, these people would not believe anything, but now? Everyone looked at Shaolin's disciples, and their eyes could not help being a little flat. Murong Fu, you at this time, Shaolin's disciples naturally had to speak. It's just that Murong Fu would give them a chance to defend themselves, and said that they pressed the monks of Shaolin Temple and said, Yang, can you wonder who your son is? If you kill this young monk, I will tell you, who is your son. Speaking of Murong Fu's side, a young monk who had just been pushed up by his men threw it at Yang. This Yang, just as if she was confused, heard Murong Fu's words, but she couldn't help but light up her eyes and pat the palm with all her strength. The little monk flying over. Bump! Seeing this little monk, he fell down and was killed by Yang. I have killed him. You tell me soon, where is my son? This is Ye Erniang anxiously said. Ye Erniang! Isn't there a 9 world of incense on your son's upper and lower backs? Do you see what this is? When I saw Murong Fu, the clothes on the back of this little monk's back instantly broken. On the back, 9 incense sticks are exposed on the back. Impossible! Impossible! How could I kill my son? Yet Erniang obviously couldn't accept it at this time. Screaming loudly at the little monk. It's just that Ye Erniang's picture was too heavy, and the little monk was dead. Murong Fu, the child of Su Zhu, with a kind heart, has never done anything harmful to the sky. How can you do this? At this time, Xian Ci could not help coming to Murong Fu and said, if you have any hatred, Sun Si came to me. Why should I embarrass my son? He he. You also know that your son has never done anything harmful? What happened to those babies killed by Ye Erniang? Murong Fu glanced at Sun Si contemptuously. And just now, I also gave you a chance. If Ye Erniang doesn't kill this virtual bamboo monk, this little monk can naturally live, and if you Sun Si just stopped this Ye Erniang from killing, you can also keep it. Your own child. But what about you? For the sake of your son's whereabouts, you don't talk about the lives of others at all. Don't you Sun Si tell me at first you didn't see that this young monk is your Shaolin disciple? But for yourself, son, you also do not care about the life and death of your disciples. This is still a Shaolin disciple, you can do this step, that is not to say that other unrelated people are killed, and you will not be forced and moved? Not to mention those who came here, not only did the martial arts people completely lose their minds to help Shaolin, but even if they were not looking at their own strength, they would have been like Shaolin hands. It is even foreseeable that as long as today's things are spreading all over the world, it is difficult for Shaolin to be indelible. At this time, some Shaolin disciples, after listening to it, had nothing on the surface, but there was a slight crack in their hearts. There is no longer any thought of Shaolin fighting. Some Shaolin disciples turned to leave with some indignation. Seeking collection. Seek flowers. Seeking a reward. Chapter 54, Shaolin Extermination, End. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Murong Fu was very satisfied with this result. Now that the ultimate goal has been achieved, Murong Fu naturally no longer has the idea of shackles with Shaolin. At this time, I saw Murong Fu, his figure flashed, and came immediately. Sun Si Ye Erniang was next to him, seeing the two people's dantian beat, and holding the two people's acupuncture points, throwing them back. The newly arrived mistresses said, "These two are the culprits in killing the babies in your family," and so on. Today, Murong Fu will hand them over to you. Let them deal with you. It's you. You give back my baby, give back my baby. You kill my baby, I want to enter your cramps and skin today. Haha. Child, have you seen it? The mother will revenge for you. Soon the two of them were torn to pieces in the hands of angry people. However, Rao is so tragic, but none of the people here have pity, and the way of killing is good. Since Sun Si is dead, it is your turn to Shaolin now. Without looking at Sun Si's end, Murong Fu said directly to the Shaolin side. Amitabha, Lord Murong, do you have to kill them today? Then an old monk from Shaolin stood up and said. Oh! Seeing Murong Fu would shoot directly. You are merciful. At this time a strong voice came. It turned out that it was Jiao Feng who learned that Murong Fu was about to destroy Shaolin. After all, no matter which side Murong Fu and Shaolin had an accident, Jiao Feng was not willing to see. As for the rumors that Murong Bo killed his parents before. When Jiao Feng first heard, he was still a little worried, and he didn't know how to face Murong Fu if this was true. But then I thought that Mirong Fu was a few years younger than himself. How could Mirong Fu decide 30 years ago? Besides, both his own father and Mirong Fu's father are dead, then he will disappear in the past. And Mirong Fu has great grace and righteousness with himself. This is really the case, can I still find Mirong to get revenge? The time when this matter came out is too coincidental. And soon afterwards Mirong Fu threatened to destroy Shaolin, and then combined with the lead brother, this had to make Jiao Feng doubt. So although Jiao Feng did some research, he did not investigate the Mirong family. Instead, he often sneaked into Shaolin and asked for news. Where do I know that I heard that day? Xian Ci and others discussed, what to bear what responsibility, and then what to Shaolin's reputation. You must hurt both yourself and Mirong Fu. I couldn't help being angry. I wanted to do it directly, but Jiao Feng was Jiao Feng after all. He had too many scruples, so he didn't do anything. He just secretly made up his mind that he would not stop Shaolin in the future. If it were not for now, it was his master who came out to speak, and Jiao Feng really couldn't speak. Jiao Feng, you are so good. At this time, a group of old monks in Shaolin couldn't help but say, Jiao Feng, this Mirong Fu was going to shoot me at Shaolin. You, as a disciple of mysterious master, I'm not going to help. Yes, Jiao Feng. Mirong Fu has the revenge of killing your father and mother, and he will kill him quickly. At this time Mirong Fu also frowned and looked at Jiao Feng. If Jiao Feng really wanted to stop himself this time, although he did not necessarily kill Jiao Feng, his friends couldn't do it. Hey! Shut up! Do you think I don't know? The previous rumors are just that you Shaolin wanted me to fight with Mirong in order to protect yourself, the legend of the martial arts mythology, and that was the lead. Big brother is also Shaolin Suan Si. Jiao Feng said contemptuously, I didn't expect that this Shaolin was so dirty, and the Shaolin people were so mean. Jiao Feng turned and said to Mirong Fu again, that day, I gathered in the battle of Yingxian Zhuang. Brother Mirong helped me Jiao Feng. Today, I also hope to join forces with Brother Mirong to meet this group of Shaolin villains for a while. It's just cool. After all, it is Jiao Feng's professional teacher. Please also let Brother Mirong spare his life. Oh! Mirong Fu was very happy when he heard Jiao Feng. After all, Jiao Feng said that he was his first friend in the world, and he didn't want to say because of how old this thing is. Okay, today I let the monk hear, but his skill is left. Jiao Feng also knew that this was Mirong Fu's limit and nodded. After Shaolin had been delayed long enough, Mirong Fu naturally didn't want to drag on anymore, and immediately started to kill Shaolin's bald donkey. Kill! Seeing Mirong Fu's hands, Jiao Feng and Mirong Fu's 4 servants also followed a rant, killing Shaolin. Seeing the Shaolin disciples below, they kept falling down and screaming. The martial arts people on the side tightened their weapons and loosened them. Such as Shaolin is not worth everyone's life to help. Mirong Fu's strength is so great, Superman's body is fully open, but within a few breaths, he will kill the Shaolin disciples outside. Boom! The door of Shaolin Temple collapsed with a loud noise. At this time, all the talents reacted, seeing the situation here, could not help but take a breath. Is Mirong Fu a man or a ghost? That's too great! I just didn't help Shaolin, otherwise I'm afraid I am already a dead body. Yes, I didn't expect martial arts to be so powerful. This time when I go back, I will shut down. Not to mention everyone, even Jiao Feng couldn't help but think of it, is this Mirong Fu's full strength? How could it be so powerful? I didn't expect that even if I work so hard these days, the gap with Mirong Fu is getting bigger and bigger. As for the 4 major ministers, I don't know how to describe my current mood at this time. I have made a determined decision in my heart, where do I know that the plot reverses instantly? And the martial arts of his grandfather is too great. Did everyone think of it for a time? Mirong Fu once said to himself and others, the broken realm of void, but at that time he and others only regarded it as a joke. It is true that there is this realm, and his father-in-law has already the void is about to break, so I gave up the cause of reinstatement. Soon Mirongfu soon wiped out the entire Shaolin. It's just that Mirongfu now ignores everyone's thoughts. Instead, he was thinking, why didn't the sweeping monk come out to stop himself? I have just specifically sought a sweeping monk once, but under my super hearing and supervision, I have not found a sweeping monk, which means that the sweeping monk has already left, and has left a place hundreds of kilometers away from Shaolin. Mirongfu thought about it, and really couldn't think of any reason, so he put the matter aside for a while. Then Mirongfu began to search the entire Shaolin with his superhuman ability, and put all the useful things into his own jade butterfly space. All additions are complete. Seeking collection. Seeking a reward. Seek flowers. Chapter 55, Encounter Grand Master. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Because of Shaolin's affairs, although Mirongfu was delayed for more than a month, it is still far away from the days when Tongshan's grandmother returned to his old age, and Mirongfu decided to take all the women to the western region according to the plan set before. At this time, more than half a month had passed since the Shaolin temple was destroyed. Mirongfu killed all the masters of Shaolin, all the cheats, what precious materials and treasures, what precious medicines like Da Huan Dan, etc., he didn't care about it, and he didn't really kill all the disciples of Shaolin. Although it will not cost too much, it is too much trouble. The matter has reached this point, and Shaolin Temple has become a foregone conclusion. It is worth mentioning that I did not expect that there are still a few innate masters of Lingzi generation hidden in Shaolin Temple, but it surprised Mirongfu. But then I thought that if it is a big school of hundreds of years, if there is no one inside, I am afraid that it has been wiped out countless times. After all, a big top master is still indispensable. However, these congenital monks, let Mirongfu's skills once again break through to the congenital consummation, making Mirongfu happy. I couldn't help thinking when I would try to destroy a few other schools. After solving the matter of Shaolin Temple, Mirongfu came to Jiaofeng's house. After Mirongfu and others left, the martial arts figures who were present did not know who had taken the lead and even rushed towards Shaolin together, obviously wanting to find something good. They didn't know that Mirongfu had a personal space that could take away all the good things of Shaolin. It can be expected that these treasures did not find any treasures or cheats in the Shaolin Temple. Under the greed of everyone, the fate of the remaining young monk who was not killed by Mirongfu and others was certainly very miserable. And it is also because of the greed of everyone, certainly not, and dare not give Shaolin the opportunity to rebuild the temple. After all, let alone the others, so many people from the rivers and lakes today have robbed Shaolin together. In revenge, no one likes to bear such a result. Therefore, these people in the rivers and lakes will surely spread what happened today to the world without giving Shaolin any chance. And because of this, those who walked in the world were respected by others, and these still left Shaolin disciples. No matter where you go, there is a wave of contempt. Even encountering some people in the rivers and lakes, they were often captured back secretly, inquiring about the location of the Shaolin secret treasure. Because there are too many people, it is impossible to hide it. After Shaolin was destroyed by Mirong, all the secrets, treasures, and treasures of heaven, earth, and treasure disappeared quickly and spread all over the world. This even caused the monks who survived the Shaolin to be destroyed. But with the passage of time, until 10 years later, no one knew the whereabouts of the secrets of Shaolin. This thing gradually subsided. And this matter has also become a permanent mystery for future generations. And it has been recorded in the books by some handed-down great schools. As for Shaolin, it disappeared into the waves of history forever, and the temple was never rebuilt. And Mirongfu's strength has also been spread all over the world. From today, Mirongfu has become a character who dares not mess with anyone in the world. Even the sect with a big hatred against Mirongfu, the family. He also began to tell his disciples that no matter what happened, they could not provoke Mirongfu. Otherwise you don't need Mirongfu to do it, you and others will kill it. Mirongfu stayed in Xiaofeng's house for a few days before leaving. During this period, Mirongfu wanted to tell Xiaofeng all the things he had done for 30 years. But North Xiaofeng stopped it. In the words of Xiaofeng, let it pass in the past. 30 years ago, you and Mirongfu and others were not born. Why do you need these things to affect the feelings of your brothers? And this Xiaofeng really is a gifted person. After getting the deep heart method given by Mirongfu before, the progress is fast, and it is really like a godsend. But in a short time, it has reached the congenital consummation. This made Mirongfu, who had experienced hard work and guessed the strength of the congenital consummation, very speechless, although Mirongfu knew that his strength was mainly Superman. After fighting with Xiaofeng several times at Xiaofeng's house, Mirongfu and other talents left. Brother-in-law. I didn't expect that Shaolin's strength was so weak. I knew I should have seen Aza released. How did Aza teach this group of bald donkeys? The strength has reached the pinnacle, only Wang Yuan and Mu Wangqing can be compared with them. Speaking of Mu Wangqing, after considering it, Mirongfu also passed the northern deity to Mu Wangqing. After all, Mu Wangqing and Azi are as old as they are. They have peerless magic skills. It takes a long time to really succeed, so it is better to practice the Northern Ming magic skill. Hehe. Mirongfu didn't refute. He looked at the cultivation behavior of all the women. Only Azu and Abi were still a little lower before they reached the midterm. Then they said, this time, I got 2 in Shaolin. The finished product is also a great pill, and it has its own side. Now the martial arts of Azu and Abi are worse than those of Yan, Az, and Wangqing. I plan to give these 2 pill medicines to Azu Abi, etc. After getting up early, I will practice many more for you to use. Okay. Cousin has the final say. That's natural. Aza doesn't need this thing so much. Mu Wangqing beside him nodded. Hehe. Mirongfu couldn't help but see that the women agreed without any hesitation. Son. This is Azu Abi said with a glance. Okay, don't say it. You take Dawandan these days, and now you are practicing in my jade butterfly space. Although the heaven and earth aura is still thin in my jade butterfly space, after all, you are mainly taking medicine and refining the medicine. In addition, your strength is not very high, but it's okay. Mirongfu looked at the second woman and wanted to refuse to speak immediately. After arranging the 2 daughters of Azu Abi, Mirongfu and others continued to walk forward laughingly. At this moment, Mirongfu seemed to sense something, his face was solemn, and he waved his hands into the jade butterfly space, and told them that they should not worry. At this moment, a sharp voice came, it is worthy of Gu Sunan Mirongfu, really a worthy person under the prestige. Seeking collection. Seek flowers. Seeking a reward. Chapter 56, Grand Master's Rules. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. When the coming man came, a man in a gorgeous, purple robe, and his face was pure and white. Okay. If it weren't for Mirongfu's sensitivity to be far more than ordinary people, I really thought that this man was a little girl dressed as a man. This man has just finished speaking, frowning as if he felt something. I thought to myself, I just felt that there are several breaths here, why is there only Mirongfu now? This person came to think of a little caution here, although he is confident that he cannot kill himself today, but after all, he himself under the living environment, let him know that there is nothing wrong with being careful. Sometimes, a little mistake can become a fatal thing. I don't know who your excellency is. Why did you come to me for Murongfu this time? Murongfu thought that he didn't know this person, and he couldn't help but wonder. Our family only came here this time to see where the legendary Gusu Murongfu was sacred, and he actually destroyed Shaolin alone. Hey! Murongfu heard this person's words, and immediately reacted. Our family? This man turned out to be an eunuch. I did not expect to be able to practice this local step. Really amazing. It's just that this person's speed is really fast. When he first sensed this person, he was still a few miles away. But after more than a dozen breaths, I came here. Could it be that practicing the sunflower collection was not successful? Where else come this fast speed? Sunflower collection. Murongfu's eyes lit up when he thought of here. Yes, it was said during the Ming dynasty that this sunflower collection was created by in the previous dynasty. At that time, the previous dynasty would naturally not be divided into the Southern Song dynasty and the Northern Song dynasty. Is it possible that this person is the mysterious who created the legendary sunflower collection? Thinking of this, Murongfu couldn't help but look at this person with curiosity. It was this man who had been ridiculed, scolded, and flattered from small to large, or was somewhat uncomfortable by Murongfu's eyes. You have to know that the wanted to restore the body of the boy since he was a child, so there was the sunflower collection, and the ultimate connotation of the sunflower collection is the growth of everything. If not from Murongfu's eyes, because of the contempt of his eunuchs, I'm afraid it would have already been done. But he still said, Murong Sun destroyed Shaolin this time, but it caused me a lot of trouble for the court. You have to know that the northern rivers and lakes have been chaotic because of Shaolin Temple, but they are still in general in the hands of the imperial court. You will destroy Shaolin like this, and the rivers and lakes in the north have to be reshuffled, but they will inevitably fight, and even if the result is finally achieved, how can it be as long as Shaolin, but then it will be a round robin, fight constantly. Oh! This Shaolin has no faith, no virtue, no virtue. When the Tang dynasty flourished, how much favor the court had for Shaolin, I don't have to say more about it, you know. But when the Anshi chaos, when the Tang dynasty perished, countless the martial arts helped the court to resist foreign enemies, but have they ever seen Shaolin and discharged one monk and one companion? When the Tang dynasty perished and the Hu people were raging, have they ever seen Shaolin come out to protect the people? The school of infidelity and filial piety. I wiped it out, and the court not only did not reward me, but why did he want to ask me if the crime was unsuccessful? Hey! The old apparently never thought of this, and he couldn't help but stunned it immediately. Our family doesn't want to argue with you about the Shaolin Temple, but Murong's shot was against me. Waiting for the Grand Master's rules. Isn't Murong Master afraid of being attacked by me and others? Rules. Murongfu was obviously stunned after listening. Oh! Yes, Master Murong wants to come and don't know. If that's the case, it's no wonder that Murong Master is this time. The old eunuch, when he saw Murongfu's expression, suddenly realized that I will tell you the rules today. Several decades ago, there was no limit between Grand Masters. At that time, two Grand Masters became enemies of life and death, fighting each other in one place, and the most popular one was defeated. But Grand Master is not so good. Killed, the failed person eventually escaped his life. But this person was unwilling. The other 9 Grand Masters and the like of the other Grand Master were killed. The Grand Master knew himself the 9 clan was destroyed, and another 9 clan of the Grand Master was also destroyed. Family, relatives are dead, and friends. There are friends of friends. These two people seem to be arrogant, and they have friends who kill each other. Friends of friends. Later, many martial arts were extinguished, and the entire rivers and lakes were terrified. At this time, the remaining Grand Master finally felt the seriousness of the matter. If you want to continue this way, don't you want him to all the people in the world have been killed? So the remaining grandmasters teamed up to kill the two grandmasters. And set a rule, all the grandmasters must not arbitrarily kill people and innocent people. Join forces to kill it. Well, I don't want to have such rules between your grandmasters. I really don't know Mirongfu. Mirongfu couldn't help but hear. So forget this time. Next time, please ask Mirong to pay attention. The old was obviously unwilling to join Mirongfu as a young and terrible grandmaster, to be an enemy, and said, "Ha ha ha." Although Mirongfu thought this rule was reasonable, but wanted to limit himself. Ha ha. Only Mirongfu laughed and said, "This is the rule you set, how can I control my Gasu Mirongfu? Mirongfu will do whatever he wants, kill whoever he wants, and destroy whoever he wants. The door is full. Mirongfu, do you really not follow the rules?" The old lady frowned after listening. The so-called rules are nothing more than the strong man's decision to restrict the weak man. With a few words from you so-called grandmasters, can you still want to limit my Mirongfu? Mirongfu heard the old eunuch's words without showing any weakness. Said, "Here in Mirongfu, my Mirongfu's words are the rules. My Mirongfu's ideas are the rules. The things I Mirongfu do are the rules. I don't care what your so-called rules are. Any of you, dare to come to me, and trouble the people around me." The 9 clan extinguished. Seeking collection. Seek flowers. Seeking a reward. Chapter 57, Sunflower Weird. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Boom! The old eunuch's momentum exploded instantly after hearing Mirongfu's faceless words. Know that since the broke through the Grand Master's realm, no one has dared to talk to himself like this. Humph! Mirongfu felt no fear at all, feeling the spirit of the old eunuch. At first, the sweeping monk's momentum was not as strange as this, but it was brighter and more mellow, and it was nothing to admire. The old eunuch, seeing his own momentum, Mirongfu was unmoved and unsurprised. "I saw this old eunuch, flashing in shape, and even seemingly teleport, came to Mirongfu's body, referring to the sword, stab at Mirongfu's temple. This old eunuch's speed is indeed fast, but Mirongfu's dynamic vision, all movements, are clear. Seeing the old so direct, he wanted to kill himself, and could not help sneering. With his own steel body, he did not hide. The old was afraid that he would not be able to take himself at all. However, Mirongfu did not like to be beaten. Superman's body is fully activated, and his speed is 3 points faster than that of the eunuch. Slightly changed to avoid the old eunuch's blow. However, Mirongfu was not a passive beating person. He had just escaped the attack of the old eunuch. In his backhand, he attacked the face of the old eunuch. Originally according to a faster speed than the old eunuch, this old should be like a monk who sweeps the ground, at most it is to keep it. When I think of this, the old seems to be frightened, so that he can move Mirong back. Photographed. When Mirongfu's palm was about to hit the old eunuch, Mirongfu felt as if he was in a trance, and his palm passed through the old eunuch's head without hindrance. Oops! Phantom! This time, Mirongfu didn't wait for a reaction. Suddenly, it was sent by a huge force, and it was too late to react. Boom! Mirongfu, like a runaway tank, crashed into a tree beside him. Boom! It broke all the time. At least 7 or 8 trees stopped before Mirongfu stopped. However, Mirongfu's steel body is really strong, which is the case, but I feel a little pain. This is nothing more than a superhuman body that was not considered in the early days. It's so powerful. If his superhuman steel body becomes large in the future, wouldn't he not avoid unavoidable when he fights with others? Despite the attack, Mirongfu shook his head. Even if the body of steel is so powerful, it is not his style to be beaten. This is the old eunuch. Seeing that Mirongfu just rubbed his back gently, he stood up like this. Some could not believe his eyes. Just to know that the old just deceived Mirongfu's perception. All power is contained, so only 5 levels of strength are used in this blow, but even if these 5 levels of strength, if the General Grandmaster is unprepared to take a note, he will be seriously injured. And this Mirongfu seemed to be like no one else, just occupied. Is this Mirong's cultivation practice that Vajra is not bad at all? This is the idea that came up in the mind of the old eunuch. At the same time, Mirongfu is also extremely puzzled. It is important to know that Mirongfu feels that he is faster than the old by at least 3 layers, that is, in the field of the old eunuch, he must also overcome one thing, and his own dynamic vision can also be sure that the old did not hide under his own blow. How could he be able to hide behind him without warning and slapped himself? Yes, at the most critical moment when I was about to hit the old eunuch, I felt a white shadow flash and escaped my attack. It's not scientific. Mirongfu couldn't help but think a bit of a wry smile. How could the old eunuch's speed suddenly accelerate so fast? However, since Mirongfu's superhuman body became great, Mirongfu has never suffered a big loss. I saw Mirongfu's eyes narrowed, staring closely at the old eunuch, ready to make a thunder at any time. It is now, seeing the old seemed to be because he was not injured and was momentarily distracted, Mirongfu instantly hit the old with the fastest speed. Hey! Seeing that he was about to hit the old eunuch, Mirongfu instantly felt that the old was just like the previous one, and his speed was 10 times faster than before. Just when the old wanted to reapply his old skills, Mirongfu couldn't help but smile slightly. How could I have suffered 2 losses in a row in the same place? Mirongfu used all his internal energy to add his own dynamic vision this time, naturally seeing the old eunuch's movements clearly. Just after the old came to Mirongfu, at the moment of the attack, Mirongfu suddenly turned around and gave his full strength to welcome the old eunuch's palm. At this time, because the distance between them was too close, the speed of the two was too fast. In the horrified eyes of the old eunuch, 2 palms collided. Boom! We must know Mirongfu's strength, because of the recent successive breakthroughs, not only the total strength has increased greatly, but also the control of strength is also a higher level. Now Mirongfu's full blow has been basically reached, the limit of the Grand Master said by the sweeping monk. Although the old said that the speed is really incredible, it is not much worse than Mirongfu, but the strength is indeed far worse, plus the old eunuch's attack did not do its best. This increase and decrease, between, the gap is greater. I saw the old flying in response to an instant, a spit of blood spewing from his mouth. Humph! Want to run? Grandmaster is indeed not easy to be killed. The old even stepped back to the distance at the moment of landing. Although seriously injured, the old seemed to use some secret method and ran faster. If the other grandmasters really can't catch up with the old eunuch, but the old encountered Mirongfu with a superhuman body, under Mirongfu's dynamic vision, super hearing, no matter what the old escape, can't escape Mirongfu's sensing range. Finally, after an hour of escape, this old eunuch's injury can no longer be suppressed, plus the time it takes to cast the secret method is too long, and Mirongfu catches up. Mirongfu! Do you really want to stay with our family? Seek flowers. Seeking collection. Seeking a reward. Chapter 58, Breakthrough Again. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. It's not that I want to fight against you. It's that you want to fight against Mirongfu. My two have no injustice and no hatred, but you want to control me to death everywhere. Is it possible that Mirongfu will not bully me? Mirongfu shook his head and said that he was going to kill. After all, Mirongfu, who was deeply influenced by previous life novels, naturally knows countless supporting roles. When he often plays the protagonist for half a life, he is turned over by the protagonist, because the supporting role is too much. Although I am not afraid of this old eunuch's counterattack because of the superhuman body, one more thing is worse than one less. Where do you know that this old is also a decisive person, and seeing Mirongfu chasing after him, he will know that Mirongfu's determination is to kill himself. As an old who has been in the palace since childhood, it is naturally cruel to get to this point. Even at the moment when Mirongfu replied, he directly reversed the meridian and forcibly transformed the vitality of the whole body into the true element, with the intention of ending up with Mirongfu. You go to die. Seeing Mirongfu slamming himself, the old ignored it and directly slapped Mirongfu's head. This palm uses softness, which is intended to directly attack the inside of the head through the head. In the view of the old eunuch, even if Mirongfu Kong did a great job of doing good work, accepting that he hit his head with a soft hand, he would definitely die. Although Mirongfu knew that his superhuman body was powerful, he still instinctively blocked it with both hands. Poof! The two men collided with both hands, and there was no imaginary Shi potion. Instead, his hands seemed to be stuck together and stuck together. Feeling the situation of the two of them, the first instinct reaction between Mirongfu and the old was that Yun-gong killed the other. But fortunately, the practice of Mirongfu began to absorb the true element of the old eunuch. This old seems to be very familiar with Xiao Aizai, so he naturally knows the Biming magic skill. Boy! You are self-defeating. The old had already felt in the hands of the old man. Mirongfu's true internal training was only congenital consummation, but he didn't know what to do. There is a flesh of no one before and no one after. Now, seeing this, Mirongfu has honored the Beiming Shengong to absorb his own skills, he was very happy. Although he has already reported his determination to die, but who really wants to die, let alone the old who has lived for nearly 100 years. Although I have just used the mystery method to transform the remaining vitality into true elements, if I can regain Mirong's internal strength, I can think of ways to make up for my life. Although there is much to say, it was only a matter of a moment. When the old thought he had noticed the practice of Mirongfu, he began to embrace Yuan. Prepare to back Mirongfu's inner strength. At the beginning, it was indeed according to the old eunuch's idea that Mirongfu's internal force began to be sucked out. Although Mirongfu put the Biming Shengong into his own way, the power increased greatly, but after all, the basic theory is still the so-called magnet. According to the theory of positive and negative suction, Mirongfu's internal force is too different from the old eunuch. Naturally, he cannot win the old eunuch. But it was also due to luck. Since absorbing the internal forces of Wuizi, Mirongfu knew that he could use other people's internal forces instead of his own energy to be absorbed by the jade dish. After that, he never refined other people's internal forces. The brain power of the attack was passed to the jade dish. After all, although there will be no side effects, it is always better to cultivate your own internal strength than to absorb the internal strength of others. And in the process of self-refining, there will inevitably be waste, but for the jade dish, it will not. This way I can get more energy. And the joy of just making a jade dish is absorbing. Why did you think that the old eunuch's real yuan was beginning to shrink, but this time it seems to be annoying the jade dish? A huge suction instantly from the jade dish spread out. Under this suction, the old eunuch's Zhen Yuan actually flowed into Mirongfu's body at a much faster speed than just now, and was absorbed by the chemical jade dish. What? The old just hadn't had time to be proud. The plot reversed instantly, and the ups and downs of a textured life came too fast, and he couldn't accept it at all, screaming, "Impossible, how can you absorb my internal force?" Who? On the other hand, Mirongfu was relieved. Although his internal strength was not his main source of strength, After all, he had worked hard for so many years, and naturally he didn't want to lose it inexplicably. With the help of the jade dish, the old quickly absorbed the true element. This old eunuch, because he had just used the mystery method, forcibly transformed his vitality into true yuan, plus he was seriously injured in the hands with Murongfu, and after his real yuan was absorbed by Murongfu, he died. But for Murongfu, it is not so simple. After just absorbing the jade dish, the old eunuch's body, the absorption of Murongfu's body energy was greatly reduced. Murongfu could feel his body clearly at this time, and gradually strengthened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whether it is strength, agility, or visual and auditory, it seems that there is a constant transformation. And Murongfu's internal force, even in his own rapid operation, began to gradually liquefy. Yes, at that time the sweeping monk said that because of the lack of vitality of the heaven and earth, it must rely on the power of understanding the heaven and earth, and use the sense of heaven and earth when the state of mind breaks through to absorb enough spiritual energy to liquefy his true qi. Murongfu's true energy is inherently pure, plus this is the amount of solar energy, and he constantly feeds himself back, even if most of it is absorbed by his own body, but this is converted into a small part of true energy. Let Murongfu's true energy force liquefaction. The Grand Master's true element is extraordinary. This time Murongfu's growth lasted for half an hour. It wasn't until Murongfu felt that he felt the gravity of the earth. This time, Murongfu was very pleased. Does this mean that if he is absorbing the true elements of a warrior of two great masters, he can really fly to the sky and become a real Superman? But immediately, Murongfu shook his head. This time it was luck to absorb the old eunuch's true yuan. If he met a Grand Master, even if he was not his opponent, he was afraid to absorb his true yuan. Is it difficult? Chapter 59, Sunflower Collection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. Murongfu thought about it and shook his head. Now is not the time to think about it. Murongfu felt that there was no one around him, so he sat on the spot and became familiar with his explosive skills. Compared with the growth of Murongfu's physical strength, Murongfu's control of the internal forces transformed into true elements is very difficult to control. After all, Superman's body is even more powerful, even if he can't fully exert these strengths, it is Murongfu's body after all. Muman Superman is not only familiar with the strength of his body with a little training, not to mention that Murong Replica has practiced martial arts, and naturally he quickly adapted to the growth of his physical strength. However, the true yuan is different. To understand the Eastern cultivation system, the important thing is deoxing, or the realm. As long as deoxing is high enough, it can even be said that there is no bottleneck along the way during cultivation, but if deoxing is not enough, then cultivation is very easy to get mad. After all, Murongfu is only a state of congenital consummation, which is simply not enough to run such a huge real unit. If it were not for the reason of Murongfu's superhuman body, I am afraid that Murongfu would not be familiar with the power, or that it would have been directly exploded as soon as possible. Rao is so, now Murongfu can't beat the feeling of being so good even if he tries hard. Forget it. Murongfu smiled bitterly and murmured. At this moment, Murongfu seemed to think of something. He patted his head, closed his eyes, and felt it. Then, after a wave, 3 women appeared beside Murongfu. Cousin. Brother-in-law. You. Seeing the worried expressions of the 3 women, Murongfu was a little bit happy and embarrassed at the same time. After all, it just took me an hour just to get familiar with my own strength. I did not expect that a few women would worry about themselves. Brother-in-law. What happened just now, and even made you anxious to send some of us into the Yudi space? Oh, did Lauder meet any opponents? This is Az's arms around Mirongfu's shoulders said. Seeing that all the women looked at themselves with suspicious expression, Mirongfu smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, a strong enemy has just arrived. This man is really powerful. Although he is not my opponent, but if my two meet, but you can't guarantee your safety. Even the aftermath of our fight, saying that you can't bear it, this will send you to the space. But now this person has been solved by me. Oh! That's what it is." At this time, after listening to Az, he looked around and saw the body of the old lying beside him. He kicked up and said to Mirongfu, "Is this the case? What's not male or female?" Mirong looked back and nodded. Humph! Azi remembered the worry of his more than 1 hour. His temper was naturally unable to recur against Mirong and kicked the body of the old eunuch. Bang! The old eunuch's body flew and hit the tree in an instant. Hey! It turned out that after the old turned to the tree, Mirongfu saw the old eunuch's chest showing a blue book. Mirongfu frowned, as if he had thought of something. With one move, the blue book appeared in Mirongfu's hand instantly. Mirongfu looked at the school bag and saw that the 4 characters of Sunflower Collection came into Mirongfu's eyes. Just when Mirongfu wanted to open it, the book was suddenly grabbed by Azi who couldn't help himself. Hey! What a book this is it a cheat book? Azi opened the book and looked at it. Yet! Azi seemed startled as if she saw something terrible. Azi, show me! Mirongfu smiled and said. No. You are not allowed to read it. After listening to it, Azi thought of the book behind her and shook her head. Hey! You know, if Azi has never violated Mirongfu in this way, it seems that there is no general discussion at all, but Mirongfu thought about it immediately, and then I realized that this girl must have seen the first 8 of the book. Words. Wanting to know here, Mirongfu said with a bitter smile, "Your brother-in-law doesn't plan to practice the martial arts above, but just take a look. What are you nervous about? Really?" After hearing this, Aza not only did not give Mirongfu the book, but also took 2 steps back. Some looked at Mirongfu with vigilance, as if Mirongfu was a grotesque girl who molested a little girl. Really? Your brother-in-law, with a profound skill, and a few beautiful women around you, how could such a martial art be possible? After hearing this, Azi thought about it, and then carefully handed the book to Mirongfu, but still watched Mirongfu with some vigilance. Oh! Mirongfu only smiled bitterly at Az's movements. At this time, Mirongfu was opening the Sunflower Collection. Mirongfu was of course impossible to practice the Sunflower Collection, but I just wanted to pass the cheats to see if I could find the Sunflower Collection to be able to play such a fast secret. Ways to increase your own speed tenfold. After all, if you can let Mirongfu integrate these essences into your own way, you can really increase your strength in a short period of time. However, Lin Tian did not leave the few women on the sidelines, but came to her jade butterfly space with the few women. Let the 3 girls rest and rest. After all, the 3 girls have been scared for themselves, but they are no less than Lin Tian's just battle. This is Lin Tian Ke who opened the book and studied it carefully. Then closed his eyes and pondered, the secret and essence of this cheat. This old is also a talented genius, so that he has created such a set of techniques that are very different from other martial arts. To know the general martial arts, even if it is the northern Ming Shen Gong, aside from the attraction of the internal force, it still takes the way of refining qi, refining God against emptiness, and cultivating emptiness. Even though the Buddhism martial arts have changed a saying, the essence is still the same, but this Sunflower Collection is not at all, and the cultivation is the human body's yang. The way of heaven is to make up for the insufficiency, and the way of man is to make up for the inadequacy. It is important to know that the human body supports a small world, which is naturally a balance of yin and yang. For example, even if the body's yang energy is too low, there will be yin-qi transformation in the past to ensure the balance of the human body. The eunuchs were originally imbalanced in yin and yang because of their physical inadequacy, and excess yin and qi would continuously convert the yin and qi in their bodies into yang. This sunflower collection is forcibly absorbing the yang that has been continuously transformed by the body. This is naturally very rapid progress, but there will be side effects of one kind or another, such as a feminine personality, skin becomes white and tender and smooth. In addition, it is the lifespan, which is about 10 years shorter than other grandmasters. But since there are naturally disadvantages, there are advantages, so what are the advantages? Stay tuned for this book. Seek flowers. Seeking collection. Seeking a reward. Chapter 60, King Kong. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.ltnovel.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, ltnovel.com, to find the way home. But since there are naturally disadvantages, there are advantages, so what are the advantages? The sunflower collection cultivates the yang in his own body. Relative to the development of the strength of the body, the ability to adapt and fit with the body is faster and faster than the aura. Of course, it is not to say that Reiki is bad. In fact, relatively speaking, cultivation of Reiki has more potential. After all, Reiki is the power of heaven and earth, which is relatively vast and inexhaustible. It's just that it takes more time to run in than body yang. Because of the characteristics of yang qi, the internal force or the true element obtained by practicing the sunflower collection can already exceed the speed of normal practice several times or even more, and run quickly. The result of the rapid operation is to allow the practitioners to have the unparalleled shooting speed of the same rank. This is why practicing sunflower collection can break the speed limit of Grandmaster in Grandmaster. And because the yang gas phase is much easier for the human body to refine than the Reiki, so that those who practice the sunflower collection can quickly accumulate a deep internal force. In addition to the Kaming meditation, Murong Fu saw the most rapid experience. Martial arts. However, these things are really not very useful to Murong Fu. After all, if you want your body to produce a continuous flow of yang and absorb it for your own use, you must break the balance of yin and yang in your body and absorb the yang that is instantly converted from yin. Otherwise, when the balance of yin and yang in your body, it is almost impossible to absorb the yang in your body alone. Unless there are special exercises such as the sunflower collection, if you forcefully extract yang from your body, you will cause miscellaneous thoughts and demons. Even someone with an extraordinary state of mind, forcibly removed the magic barrier, survived this time. But then the body will have a series of complications due to imbalance of yin and yang, and endless severe pain in the body, plus a series of illnesses. Generally speaking, even people with high internal strength will not be able to live many days. But the method behind the speed of the players is to let Murong Fu be inspired. The speed of this old has greatly increased since the creation of the sunflower collection, but after all, after arriving at the Grand Master, he has his own field. In his own field, the old is much faster than others. So easy to use. After all, although the speed of the old is fast, the opponent's Grandmaster can determine the trajectory of the old eunuch's shot in advance according to his own field, and take the defense in advance. Although because of his extremely fast speed, the enemy could not help the old eunuch, but after all, before the Grandmaster, it was only a matter of minutes to leapfrog with his own speed. The old was also reluctant to go to the Grandmaster, and his speed was useless. So exhausted his energy and finally let him study out a set of force method for exploding acceleration. You have to know that sometimes you know it's one thing. But if you want to do another thing, as long as you're fast enough, to a certain extent, you already know it in advance, and you can't avoid it. Can't avoid it. This old can use this explosive force method to make his speed reach 5 times the fastest effect in an instant. Although it is only an instant, the time is not less than half, and it can be used up to 3 times in a day. Will cause irreparable damage to their meridians, or even die of the meridians. But this is also a bit exaggerated, to know that the speed of the old eunuch's usual limit has been counted as reaching the limit that the Grand Master can reach. When it is increased by 5 times, is it not 5 times the Grand Master's limit? The old also used this trick to stand in the forefront of the strong masters. This trick is to squeeze and control the real element, and then let it explode in an instant, to produce a very fast speed. It's just that the requirements for the meridian's ability to bear are too high. So old eunuchs cannot be used often. But Mirong Fu is different. Mirong Fu is now relying on Superman's body to mix the world. You know that Superman's steel body is not only the surface, but also extremely tough on the inside. Otherwise, he has been shocked by powerful forces in various battles. If it is said that other people's meridians are made of plastic, then Mirong Fu's meridians are made of Adman metal. Even Mirong Fu felt that as long as he could master his true energy, he could use this trick continuously. The only pity is that this trick is to use the real element to achieve the acceleration effect, which is not too much for the current Mirong reuse. However, this was an inspiration to Mirong Fu. Mirong Fu has never thought of any way to create the idea of letting the power and speed of his superhuman body burst into a stronger power in an instant. However, Mirong Fu still has little clue, only hope that he can get some inspiration in the future. After thinking about Mirong Fu, I put this thing down temporarily. After all, I just experienced a war, and just analyzed the mystery of this sunflower collection. Now I am really tired. So Mirong Fu came to the space and slept in a small and simple room for himself. When Mirong Fu woke up once, the 3 daughters of Azi had already woken up and stood beside Mirong Fu's bed. It's just that Mirong Fu didn't speak out and opened his eyes to the 3 women. Mirong Fu couldn't help but have some doubts. According to Mirong Fu's strength, there was no reason for his superhuman body. I should have awakened myself. Could it be that you are already familiar with the breath of a few women, and even subconsciously guard against these little women? So did you wake up? However, Mirong Fu didn't take it seriously, and had some troubles with several women, and started his own journey again. Nothing happened this time along the way, but it also gave Mirong Fu a rare moment of calm. After more than a month, several people from Mirong Fu came to the western regions. The King Kong sect was not very famous in the Central Plains, but many people had never heard of it, and although it did not resemble the Shaolin beggars' previous status in the Central Plains in the western regions, it was still well known. It is widely circulated, and many people practice, and it can even be said that the price is clearly marked, and if you have the money, you can buy hundreds of copies. The only thing that makes Mirong Fu regret is that the dragon-like prajna that spreads here has only the first 9 layers of exercises. As for the later exercises, Mirong Fu has not found it for a long time. However, Mirong Fu is not regretful. After all, there is no outside. Is it possible that your King Kong sect has not yet failed? So this day the King Kong sect welcomed a special guest. Seek flowers. Seeking collection. Seeking a reward.